Support for the show, FYF Sports, is brought to you by Manscaped, who's the best in men's below-the-waist grooming. Manscaped offers precision engineered tools for your family jewels. Manscaped is trusted by over 2 million men worldwide. Join the movement for all of your below-the-waist grooming needs. Get 20% off and free shipping with coupon code FYFCREW at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use the code FYFCREW. Your balls will thank you.
Talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking TicketTV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. TicketTV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. All know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is.
See, I be telling y'all, man. See, I be messing around with y'all, doing these interviews. Been messing around, got myself fucked up by Thanos, messing with y'all. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I barely skated up out of there. You know? Let's see, John Wick. If you'd have watched the last video, I shouldn't be going live right now. Based on what I just had to deal with. See, I was the only one stand up to Thanos and the Brooklyn Nets. And Thanos hit me with the Infinity Gauntlet. It's in the video. Y'all should have just watched the video. It's crazy. All because they want to stack their team. Remember, y'all know yesterday, I was cool with the LaMarcus Aldridge move. I don't think that moves the needle much. I was cool with that. But the signing of Thanos, and you know how all of a sudden the NBA changed up its CBA, they can allocate another $10 million towards him. And why is he only asking for $10 million? Hey, B Skrill, you need to watch it. And you know what? Hold on, y'all. I'll pull it up for all the people that missed it. I'm just gonna go to the end of the video. Look at Package Hesh guy asking me, did it hurt? What you think? Package Hesh guy, what you think? I mean, I can get him back on the phone and we can send you one of those. You know. Salute to the chat. Man, salute for everybody watching today, man. Dang. Okay. But yeah, he took offense, man. I was going through the interview. Here, look, I'm gonna give you a recap for everybody that didn't see my interview with Thanos, right? I'm gonna play the snippet of it right here. Because I think this is very important because this really goes to talk to the sacrifices, you know, that we be putting up, you know, here at FYF Sports. Not only do we stay up late night editing videos, but we putting our lives on the line for these interviews. I don't know if any one of y'all would have sat down with that crazy motherfucker and did an interview, even if it was from a distance. I was the only one to stand up to him. Hold on, let me pull it. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna pull it up, man. And make sure y'all putting in the chat, man. What do y'all think about the Lakers as constructed, dealing with the injuries, and if they can get healthy, and then the Brooklyn Nets as constructed? All right, and this is while I pull up the end of this video real quick. He says, who is you to set up still? I can't understand some of y'all questions, man. All right, here it is right here, y'all. So look, this is all that happened, y'all. And I honestly don't think I said anything that flagrant to him. He just took offense to it, you know. And after I play this video, I'm going to open the live chat up. I'm going to bring y'all in because we only got about an hour to 2 hours to really discuss and chop this up. All right, but I'm just trying to catch everybody up who missed the video that just dropped. Hey, SB. Hey, SB, I got up and walked up out of that thing, though. You know, ain't too many people would have got up. You know, but that's what it's about right there. All right, let me share my screen, man. Hey, June World, I'm about to explain to you right now. I'm about to explain to y'all right now why I got burnt to the crisp. You know, if I could have avoided it, I would have avoided it. Oh, man, my screen is messing up. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Oh, my. All right, here we go right here, y'all. I'm back in here. Sorry about the delay, man. I'm just pulling this video up. Now, it's not the end of the video. Nah, I'm about to pull it up right here. All right. About to pull it up right here. So you just messed up. Look, the blast just messed up everything. It messed up my whole computer setup. Now things just ain't working right. Look, if you missed what happened, I'm about to play on video what just happened because there's too many people asking me what happened. So I was just about to show you exactly what happened. He said Nets finna sign Superman. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if they figured that out. Hold on. It would not surprise me. He said, nah, hey, now Ralph Lauren, that's not true, man. Come on, man. Look at this. I got all burnt up and dirt, just rolled all through the dirt. Well, why would I do all this for a live stream video, man? Come on, man. All right, here we go right here. I'm about to pull the video up. Hopefully the computer don't freeze up again. All right, here we go. All right, so here's the video right here, y'all. Here's the video. This is my interview. This was earlier today. I'm about to play this. This was earlier today. This is at the end of the interview, right? And let me move this banner. Or again, I was asking him some of the tough questions that nobody else are asking. You know, basically, when I got to the last question, my last question, I basically said, look, man. I said, look, man, what y'all doing is just not right. I said the NBA needs to void your contract and potentially void the Brooklyn Nets for the whole season. All right, now watch. As I say this, watch what happens, man. It's ridiculous. I don't think KD's going for that. You guys, even if you win it all, a lot of people are going to say it's just simply outright cheating because a lot of the things that are going to happen on the court are probably going to get manipulated due to the gauntlet. I mean, there are so many things that just completely make this unfair. And I honestly don't think that Adam Silver and NBA should even allow this to even take place. I think they should be immediately avoiding this contract, voiding this deal, and potentially even terminating the Brooklyn Nets this year. I don't. Go ahead.
They'll never know it because you won't be alive to tell them.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, the Peckish Hexagon. You saw the ship flying right over the crib, man. He said, how did he hit me from a distance? He flew over here and zapped me. Hold on, let's get this link in here, man. I'm not even gonna keep talking about it. We got to really move on to bigger and better things. Because the man mess around listening to the stream and come back. See? Yeah, I told you, I ain't too many people who will really go through that interview and then come back and get on live. This is why y'all need to be all smashing the like button. I want to know that. Some of y'all have been packing up trying to get out of Dodge. Y'all have been trying to get up out of here. Hey, if you haven't been in the live chat before, man, make sure you smash the smash that link. Come on, jump in the live panel, man. He says, I'm not a LeBron or a Laker hater, but Drummond will not make up for Kyrie. What? Oh my God. I don't know. What is he talking about? Hold on. Tricks. Look, I like where you're going with your thought, but I need you to elaborate on it. So just hit the link and come into the live panel. Look, hold on. I'm hitting the link now. Hit the link to join the live panel. All right. And if you're just coming in, all right, hold on. Let me put the link in here. And if you're just coming in and you want to know why I got burnt to a crisp, all right, I'm gonna put the link to that video in the chat. All right, that way I don't have to keep showing the video. Burnt to a crisp. All right, so let me put that link in there. All right, I'm about to start letting people in from the backstage, man. So we got to really talk about this. Now you see what type of time they on. Let's look.
Oh my God, bro! Hey man, you good, man? You all look like fried bologna, man.
You straight, man.
You straight,
That's
bro?
unacceptable, man. Hold up, man. Like, that ain't cool, though, man.
Thanos got my dog.
Yo,
Nah, like that ain't cool though, man. He supposed to be an NBA player.
he Thanos. He can do what he want to do, man.
Nah, that ain't cool though, man. You can't listen, man. Like,
oh my God, bro.
Hey, that was live.
Hey, man. I don't know if it was hilarious or the Chicago in me, bro. I watched that shit like 6 times in a row. You get blasted, bro. I'm still crying, bro.
yeah.
When little stuff animals see Thanos, I lost it.
Oh
That
my
was
God,
Fred
bro.
almost died, man.
Fred said, "Get the goat burgers."
You good, Fred?
Fred didn't get touched.
Oh,
Fred didn't get touched, man.
Oh my God, hey, man.
You know, little animals got that sixth sense. They can get right up out the way.
Hey,
Last minute.
Yo, Fred, you say anything to him?
Fred let it happen.
Didn't say a word.
Bro, you a chump.
Didn't say
Hey,
a word.
Fred, what you doing when Thanos blasted you?
You got up. You went to go eat.
We got a goat burger. You on the floor burnt. Hey, how weak is it?
Goat burger. With cheese.
Hey, you don't understand, bro. I was crying real tears, bro. I was crying, bro.
Hey, yo. Oh, like,
hey, when the phone hung up, hey, look my face, bro. He was like, I can't, bro. Hey, bro, you don't understand, bro. I was crying real tears, bro.
Yo, it was like 1,000 people in there.
Oh man,
I was worried about my boy Lamont, man. He over here,
man. Hey man, y'all need to smash that like button, man. Smash that like button, because again, there ain't too many people who go live after going through that.
Yeah, looking like you on the scene of G.I. Joe or MASH, man.
Man.
Oh man,
that knows messed up the white tee.
Man. People running on bets.
I had a jacket on. I don't know what happened to the jacket.
Yeah, he the GCU is the Crispy University jacket now. Man.
All that gone. That's all gone.
Man.
All this over basketball.
Oh hey, man. Look, man, if you ain't got Iron Man, which ain't no hope, man. Ain't no stopping it, man. You better get through it, chop his head off.
Oh man,
been out the game.
Oh man, it says Clippers getting destroyed by the Nuggets. What? Yeah. I don't understand your question. Clippers getting destroyed. I don't think they'll get destroyed by either of those teams.
You name the trigger with an 8. You got to come out, man.
Hold on, your mic sound muffled, True.
Look, Thanos finna get True next. Thanos finna get True. I'm good. I don't want no smoke, no blast. Nothing in Chicago, man. I'm good.
Hey man, I got that Ragnarok hammer, man.
You ain't got yeah. All right, he gonna show you what Ragnarok is.
Yeah, I got the Ragnarok.
Hit you with a shamrock beam.
I'm the chosen one, man.
You the chosen one.
Yeah, man.
I'm worthy.
You ain't lifting up no hammers.
I'm worthy, so I ain't worried about it, man.
Yeah, that's the last. True. That's what the last. Look at Lamont. Lamont thought he was worthy too. Look
Max, at him. Man. Look at this, man. True.
Hey,
stop it, man.
Hey, yo.
Stop it, True. Stop it, True.
Lamont got into his girl's makeup.
Look at Joe Biden. Always got to say some extra stuff.
Right. Wow.
Hold on, Joe. Did you see the video? You saw what happened.
Video, man. You did
it's proof.
You did your thing, man. That was
it's proof. Video. I can't control that. I
just go out there and do. That was a live homicide, man. That was a manslaughter. What Thanos said. I don't think Lamont want to know what Thanos said.
FYF Fred was the best part. That nigga's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm not messing with him no more.
Get the Go Burgers.
Oh man.
Yo, what's up, everybody in the panel?
Hold on, look at Caden. Caden says the Blazers' offense is scary now. No, it's not.
They didn't make nothing different.
Blazers are my favorite team. That offense ain't scary.
They got the Flash now? What they got the Flash now or something?
Yeah, I don't know. Did they sign Thanos? What you mean? I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
They got Thor. That's man. Listen, is Powell better good Dream?
Bro, he's dropping good numbers on good percentages.
Now you got to think about it. Then okay, then here's your answer. Like, come on, man. Like you got it's they the same basic kind of player. They don't move the needle whatsoever. Like Gary Trent Jr. was on the last year.
He's another 6'3" guard.
They moved Gary Trent because they had to pay Gary Trent next year.
A star scream. Yeah, I mean, I didn't jump out of a burning building, but it felt like it. It felt like it.
Yep.
You know, that's what happens. I mean, that's what happens when you. Well, yeah, this is why, man. If you're building your channel, you always do them. You got to be able to take them risky interviews, man. You got to be able to ask the tough questions. You know, ask them tough questions. Yeah, your mic's good. Your mic's good.
Right.
He says, I'm just glad the Lakers got Drummond, man. Golly, it was just this is getting crazy.
But there was no secret that they knew. Everybody knew they were.
Yo, I ain't gonna hold some of y'all Lakers was crying for joy, man. Some of y'all Lakers fans was crying for joy.
The LeBron fans was nervous.
Aldridge, he the best ever. Got shit.
They got Aldridge. I'm like,
hold on. When Drummond still got to show up and not just integrate. He has to show up and be able to hold the fort down until LeBron and AD come back.
He got to hold on to that Celtics that Lakers center legacy, man.
I just want them to be a top 6.
Hold on, they said zoom in. Hold on.
Yo, that man bought the last pack of charcoal in the store.
Hey,
okay. What's a charcoal for, man? I'm about to barbecue.
Messed up your franchise boy tee, man. Your white tee.
Man, look, the hole in and everything. Got everything. Got me good. The whole jacket. I need that jacket back if I can find it.
I don't think you should leave that jacket alone, man. That's Thanos' jacket, man.
I'm disappointed in you, Fred. I thought Fred, you said you said all, man. Listen,
Fred got up out of there.
Fred gonna type in the chat in a second.
Well, you were typing on Twitter though, Fred, but when that actually came right to you though, you know what I mean? I thought you was going to do something, bust a move.
He froze up. Man. He got little. That's what we call him when you run in the hood. It's called getting little.
Oh,
he got little. You know how when you run away, you get smaller and smaller. Like it's called getting little.
All right.
Hey, yo, weak as hell, man.
Oh, hold on. What? Everybody keeps asking me what happened. Also, Miyamoto Mushashi says, "What's the news? What happened?" Well, up y'all said Lamont survived. Hell yeah, survived. Just barely. I crawled up out of that crater. Got back.
Will survive. I will survive.
You know. But that's the things you got to endure, man, to give y'all the best interviews. Hold on, now Drummond is Drummond isn't overrated. Man. Drummond ain't overrated. The problem with Drummond is he hasn't shown me that he can, by himself, keep a team afloat in a playoff race. So right now he has to immediately step in and be that guy to keep the Lakers afloat until LeBron and AD come back.
You can't. When you're the best rebounder in the game for multiple years, you cannot be overrated.
Hold on. So
that
Sugar Ray Robinson said, "What happened?" Sugar Ray Robinson. Hold on. I'm gonna do it one more time for everybody that missed it because there's 300 of y'all in it. It looks like a lot of people missed what happened there. Look, it's the last time I'm doing it. Look, this is what happened. All right, it's very simple. I stood up. I didn't like the fact I was doing an interview with Thanos. I posted on my last video, but I'm gonna play it for y'all. I didn't like the stuff that he was saying, and so I basically told him, and I let him know. I gave him my thoughts, and obviously, he's not the kind to take lightly to stuff like that. Hold on one second. That's the last time I'm showing it, and I'm gonna put the link in the chat if you want to watch the full video. All right. Hold on, and make sure you're smashing that link if you want to come in the live panel because we got a lot of stuff to talk about.
Hey, you need to put that clip on IG, man. There's just that clip of that, or put it on TikTok too, man.
All right, hold on. Here we go, y'all. So here it is right here. Look, y'all. Okay, here's the video. Look, I'm gonna play it. This is the last time I'm gonna play it for the night. If you want to see it, make sure you just go check out the video right before this one. It just title of the video just basically says Thanos agreed to sign a 10-year deal. He said he made a video bashing Bronny James for defending his pops. So, well, I mean, I don't know why does if that is true, I don't know why it surprises you. I mean, some people expose their character. Once they expose their character, nothing they do from that point forward should really surprise you. It's like when DJ Raw Cut True backed out the bet. Like anything he does that's not credible from this point forward, it won't surprise me. Sometimes it's just in people's character. It's like that's all. Once they show you who they are, that's who they are. Don't be surprised. And I did the video on the shock jock. Y'all know he's a shock jock. That's what he do. All right, hold on. Let me play this video for y'all. I mean, with that being said, there's definitely gonna be chemistry issues. I mean, obviously you're gonna come in wanting to be the alpha. I don't think KD's going for that. You guys, even if you win it all, a lot of people are going to say it's just simply outright cheating because a lot of the things that are going to happen on the court are probably going to get manipulated due to the gauntlet. I mean, there are so many things that just completely make this unfair. And I honestly don't think that Adam Silver and NBA should even allow this to even take place. I think they should be immediately avoiding this contract, voiding this deal, and potentially even terminating the Brooklyn Nets this year. I don't. Go ahead.
They'll never know it because you won't be alive to tell them.
Simple as that, man.
That's still funny, bro. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that beat go hard. Beat go.
I gotta hear go Mike rap on top of that, man. You feel me?
Well, Mike got to learn how to stay on beat.
All right, hold up your address.
I mean, all you gonna do is, hey, look, you better let go Mike rap, but all you gonna do is threaten. I'm gonna get Thanos.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely letting them rap then.
Oh man.
But no, seriousness though, I think that I want y'all to think, and if you feel a different way, my thoughts on if the Lakers are at full strength with Drummond, what's the best that the Lakers could be with Drummond at full potential? Like, what's the best? Can they beat the Brooklyn Nets at their best? We know the Brooklyn Nets at their best are just going to be an offensive juggernaut that's still going to struggle to play D, and they're going to turn the ball over at a high level, and they're still going to struggle to rebound. That's the Brooklyn Nets at their best. The Lakers at their best are still a poor three-point shooting team, but they're going to be elite defensively, and they're going to be the best team in transition. And my thoughts, and y'all can give your thoughts on this as well, is the one thing that offsets and gives the Lakers the advantage is turnovers. The Brooklyn Nets are one of the worst teams at turning over the ball in the NBA. That generally turns into transition points, which is something that the Lakers thrive with. And I think ultimately the Lakers will be able to be the better rebounding team, and they'll capitalize on enough turnovers to be able to win out in the 7-game series. What are y'all thoughts on who the best team could be if they actually match up in the finals?
I think the Lakers at full strength is definitely better than will be Brooklyn at full strength. It's a mismatch, like when it comes to their flaws. Brooklyn don't do nothing to target the Lakers' flaws. How the Lakers can target their flaws, you know what I mean? So it's just a bad matchup.
With me, I
totally disagree. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
Nah, I feel like the Brooklyn Nets can rebound. They ended up, picking up Blake, helped us rebound and help out. Action. They got like 5 bigs, so they'll rotate all those guys. They
Hold on, let them finish.
Yeah, they got about like 5 bigs that they're gonna rotate in and out, so everybody stays fresh. I think they showed up. They rebounded a little bit this week with those 2 acquisitions, and at full strength, I think the Lakers could push them to 6 games, full strength. That's about it.
Though. No. My thing is, and again, I'm not trying to discredit your point, but too much. What I'm saying is, you said the Nets can rebound. Okay, here's the problem with saying that. We can say that the Nets can rebound, but the numbers show that they can't rebound. There's numbers show that they give up some of the most second chance points in the league. That's offensive rebounds. That's critical. And they turn the ball over the most in the league. Even when they've been
Blake and Aldridge.
Hold on, no, they're still like the thing is we keep saying before Blake and Aldridge. The thing is, even with these changes from the start of the year to now, they're still the same team. Like everybody keeps saying, oh, now that they have Harden, it's going to change. When they got Harden, nothing changed. They're still one of the worst defensive teams.
Thin inside. They had Jeff Green.
They're still thin inside. They're still thin inside.
They got some more bulk.
They're still bulk. But the thing is, like let's act like was Blake Griffin just this year, this season, was he rebounding the ball in Detroit?
No, he wasn't giving effort.
Okay, so that's not going to help you rebounding wise. LaMarcus Aldridge, was he rebounding the ball well in San Antonio?
Aldridge was checked out.
Okay, so how does bringing those 2 in help you either defensively or on the rebounds?
I see Blake Griffin diving for floors on Brooklyn, diving for balls on the floor.
I didn't say diving for loose balls. I'm talking about rebounding.
Yeah, so rebounding is an effort thing, right?
No, rebound is a skill. It's a skill.
Oh, it's a skill. So box out is effort, Lamar.
Yeah. So no, boxing out is a skill. It's more than effort, because if it's just effort, then it's just if it's just because first you got to have a nose for the ball. Second, having a nose for the ball,
the bounces.
So first having because there's a reason why a player like Josh Hart can go out and get you 10 rebounds almost a game. Yeah, as a guard,
how to read the rebound.
As a guard coming off the bench, because it's a skill.
Reading rebound is not reading rebound is not just.
But let's not go down that route of just diminishing how hard it is to rebound consistently.
Don't do that. Rebound is a skill. Rebound, everything takes. So I don't know why y'all be using that effort word. Like everything takes effort. If I'm still prepared taking a jumper on a transition 3, that's effort. I'm running my fastest game down long. That's effort.
Some guys
what do you mean? Why you don't use effort like it's like lazy argument?
defensive effort all the time, bro.
What I talk about defensively are things like chasing over on a screen. First of all, you have to have defensive IQ because you have to know when to do it and how to communicate it. But then also to actually act it out, it takes effort. So it takes two things. You got to have an IQ and you got to have an effort. So it's it's not just thinking it's not like we can put you out there and you can chase over NBA screens and do it. No, you can't probably. But an NBA player should be able to know when to do it and how to do it. So what I'm talking about is rebounding. Blake has struggled with it. Not just this year, over the last couple of years. LaMarcus Aldridge is not the same rebounder that he was when he in Portland. He can barely get off the ground. He can barely get up and down the court now. So what I'm saying is the signings look good on paper, but they still haven't addressed some of their biggest flaws. How do they fix their turnovers? When you're a team that turns the ball over a lot, how do you just change that on the fly? Do you just say, James Harden, stop turning the ball over? Or do you tell them to stop playing this style of play? Like, what do we do to fix that? Because what they do bad is what LA can capitalize on to win games.
Yeah. Lakers have a problem with turnovers as well, though.
They're not last in the league. That's a problem.
They're not last, but they have a problem with turnovers as well.
Okay, they're third to last. They're third to last. Just saying, I don't see how those things. I think they mesh well. Like, that's why I wanted you to give your take again, because I'm looking at the numbers, looking at what each team does well. Remember, it's a matchups game. What the Lakers do well and what Brooklyn does well. If you match them up, what cancels each other's out and what gives a team an advantage?
Let me give you a rebuttal. So, where Brooklyn has the advantage is that when their stars go to the bench, you can still leave stars in, and they're not going to lose any offense. When the Lakers stars go to the bench, it falls off terribly. They're like a negative.
That's not necessarily true, though.
It is true. When LeBron's off the court, they're like a -4. When LeBron's on the court, they're like a +5 or 6.
But you're not using. But okay, that being said, you're not putting all the variables in. You can't just sit there and paint it how you want to paint it. Yeah, that's true. But say the whole thing. The Nets are a bad defensive team, so. Okay, yeah, you got LeBron James now out,
middle of the
it's
pack.
going to be.
Lamar called out the numbers.
Well, they're not middle of the pack. They're 25th in the league.
They're not middle of the pack. And
all of the categories.
And we went down. What is their defensive ranking? Hold on. Let's not change what their overall defensive ranking is. They're 25th in the league. That's not good.
Yeah,
that's not middle of the
pack. Down.
Like, come on,
we broke it down.
So we
broke it down.
Can
they
down?
The only thing we did was break down why they're 25th in the league in defense. That's all we did.
No, but
they're a bad offensive rebounding team.
But
all of those things, all of those metrics that we talked about affect what you do defensively. So if you can't rebound the ball, that affects what you can do defensively. If you turn the ball over, that affects because defense. If you turn the ball over a lot, you actually have to have good transition defense. I've shown you on video time and time again that they struggle to get back on defense, especially after turnovers. What I'm saying is these are the types of things I'm talking about. That takes effort because that's what's hard to do. Not crying to the ref and actually getting back down the other way. So what I'm saying is these small things like this, when you go into the playoffs, this is why them stats become even more important. You see these stats pop up on the screen all the time when you're watching a game. They show second chance points. Why do they show that? Because it's an extremely important stat category to look at. The Brooklyn Nets give up a lot of second chance points. They turn the ball over a lot. And so when you look at that, the two primary categories that you need to be good at in the playoffs, they struggle with. I want to know where do you see them changing it? Because they haven't shown any signs that they're going to change that.
I think the turnovers will go down when KD and Kyrie come back because those are two premier ball handlers that they know they don't turn the ball. They're not high turnover guys. Right now, James Harden is doing all the ball handling.
Dude, so they were doing high turnover when KD was in the lineup, dog. You can't come on, like you can't just like
look at the numbers.
They were 20. Okay, Angel, you trying to tell me
like 6 games? True. Altogether.
You talking about the whole Nets? The whole Nets is ranked.
The nucleus that they have now.
No. You can't just try to manipulate how you want to manipulate it. Look at you can't listen. If you want to listen, if you want to talk, if you want to have your opinion, but don't sit there and try to erase the facts. The fact of the matter is, the Brooklyn Nets, ranked the whole season, was one of the worst teams when it comes to turnovers. And KD played.
Lamar just called out the Lakers.
The Lakers. What did you say about the Lakers?
That they're a high turnover team as well.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, are they as high as the Brooklyn Nets?
No, but it's comparable.
Okay, all right, it's definitely not comparable.
All right, so
this is why when you look at all of the metrics that determine your defensive efficiency, why the Lakers rank in the top 3 and why the Nets don't rank in the bottom half of the league. All right, not bottom half of the league. They're in that. They're 25th in the league, so they're in the bottom quarter as the worst defensive teams in the league. So, it's just like we can make excuses. All I'm saying is, what indicators, what indicators can you give me that show me that they can fix those categories? How can they get better on second chance points? By bringing in LaMarcus Aldridge and Blake Griffin, because they weren't helping their teams in those categories in San Antonio and Detroit.
Yeah. And there was never ever great rebounders in their careers. So even at their heights, so don't. That's
Griffin averaged 12 rebounds in his career. Don't say that.
No. I'm talking about this year.
That's a lie. He's not a great rebounder.
No. Hold on. What he did in his career?
Nah, his career averages like 8.
Hold on, but look. Let's not. It's not about his career. Blake, who he is now, is not his career. This is not like when he was in the prime of his career.
He was not a great rebounder.
All I said was this year. Blake was not a good rebounder this year, or even last year.
When was ever a great rebounder?
LaMarcus Aldridge was
now, especially now. They're not great rebounders.
They wouldn't.
You said that. Hold on. You just said
they shorted up. You said more girth.
No. What I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is this right here. Here's the point for you. You're still missing over the point. What I'm saying is you continuously talk about how Blake and Aldridge give that team more offense. Okay, I can concede to that point. They do help. They do add to the offensive firepower of that team. Offensively, we know Brooklyn's elite. All right, but we know that offense alone is not going to carry you to a championship. I don't care how good your offense is. All right, because as True said, we saw the greatest, most efficient offense last year not even get out of the first round of the playoffs. So the offense, I know. Hold on. Offensive efficiency is firepower.
Listen, the numbers show. Listen, when you see when the number. Listen, when it comes to offense, the numbers show. It don't matter who scored them points. It don't matter.
Have the bench. It's not comparable.
No, hold on.
One at a time. Yeah, if you're gonna go, just go one at a time so everybody can hear.
Hold on. Firepower is not a statistic. So why it doesn't matter who was the greatest offensive rated team of all time. It doesn't matter. There's only one person shoots the ball. One person. So it doesn't matter. If I'm on a team, if I score the ball, it's only I'm the one who get credited for the points right or wrong. It's not the whole team. So that don't make any sense.
Let me rebut that point. You guys like to repeat this point about you can only score one at a time, right? All right. So it's a game of no. Give me a second, True. I let you talk. Let me talk now. All right. So it's a game of runs. So Kyrie can have a 10-point burst. Harden can have a 10-point burst. KD can have a 10-point burst. Aldridge can have a 10-point burst. LeBron has to have 10-point bursts. Anthony Davis has to have 10-point bursts, one after another. How many 10-point bursts do these?
That's not how basketball works.
Hold on. Let me go to stand on business. Hold on. Let's go to stand on business on that because I can definitely chime in on that. That's definitely not how basketball works or operates.
This is what I'm talking about. I don't like talking with people that never hoop. Bro, that's not how basketball works at all, bro. Nobody individually goes on no damn 10-point runs, bro. And no regular.
Nobody goes on 10-point runs.
Like, bro, that
it's rare.
What you just explained was some 2K fantasy basketball shit.
That's not no 2K.
That's not gonna happen. One person. But I agree with you. You are correct. They're all-time great offensive team. The thing is, for them to win a championship, they're gonna have to lock in on defense. That they're gonna have to.
I'm not disagreeing.
Do what they haven't been doing all season, and that's the end all be all with it. They are gonna be all time great offensively. That's not the problem. We're going against the Lakers now that the Lakers added Drummond. I mean, it's gonna be good to watch. But you feel me? I mean, if the Nets can't win with this roster and all offense, then it needs to all that philosophy needs to be scrapped. Because if this team can't do it, then can't nobody do that shit.
Right.
I agree.
Like it's a bad matchup, man. Like interior wise, right? So okay, who has a better front court? We all know who got a better back court is going to be Brooklyn, right? But even that being said, they got flaws when it comes to their defense, right? And miscommunication. Who has the better front court? It's clearly the Lakers, right? And what's the number one weakness of Brooklyn Nets is their interior. So when you got LeBron James going down the paint, like exactly, like okay, the game plan for LeBron James. We all know how the game plan to how to beat LeBron James, right? Try to clog the paint and don't try to clog the paint. Can the Brooklyn Nets has a personnel to do that? No, they don't. They don't have no type of personnel to stop LeBron James whatsoever. That's just facts. And that's why they're going to lose.
That's not a fact.
That is a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
So LeBron's dropping 50 again.
It's gonna be an open highway to the basket.
LeBron's dropping 50 because nobody can stop him, right?
Nobody. Who's going to stop him?
Come on, bro.
Who's going to stop him from going to the
playoffs? In the playoffs, LeBron doesn't
He's
lose.
never been stopped. Like
if you don't have at least
he's
a
never
good
been
rim
stopped.
protector,
What do
you
you
don't beat
mean?
LeBron in those 7-game series. It's never happened.
When have he ever? He's never been stopped. Like,
not in the, without a
Joel
rim protector,
Embiid's dropping
nobody's
50
ever beat him in
Nets.
those 7 games.
Hold on. Here
on the Nets.
Hold on, here he is right here. Hold on, Joe Biden. Hold on. Well, opponent points in the paint for the Brooklyn Nets. They give up 52 points in the paint. So that's you're right. The most elite teams that can, and this is an overall average of every team in the league. This is not even accounting for the teams that are elite, like the Sixers or
fatigue is not off. You guys think it's 2K.
What?
Fatigue is not off.
What are you talking about?
Because you guys think these guys are just gonna dominate and not get tired.
Dude, I'm with you. I give you the scenario. Like we give you cold-hearted facts.
But what I'm saying is, first, I mean, obviously we know the best players in the playoffs play in 38 to 40 minutes. So expect these guys to play the majority of the game. What I'm saying is, all I'm saying is they give up over 50 points in the paint per game. That's not accounting for what the best teams in the leagues actually. So more than likely, teams like Philly are probably scoring 60 to 65, if not more, because we know you got Ben Simmons and Embiid who are going to dominate the paint. They give up the most second chance points in the league at 15.
All right,
that's a major difference. Second chance points are you're giving another team. If you look at the game, if you look at the game when they lost to the Cavaliers both times, they lost that game because the Cavs were just that much better. The Cavs had so many more shots on goal. They just had more opportunities to score. It's not necessarily bullying them. They shot the ball like 20 more times. They shot the ball like 20 more times than they did. So when you give a team, when you give a bad team that many more attempts, second chance attempts, it gives them an opportunity to always stay in and win the game. What I'm saying is, how can they fix those flaws?
And Andre Drummond is one of the greatest offensive rebounders in the game. So it's like not just rebounding, also averaging almost 5. So offensive rebounds a game. So that even makes it even worse.
Yeah, that's what I mean when you say matchups. That Drummond is gonna really dominate that weakness that they have with regards to rebounding.
And he can score under the basket. So it's like that's another thing. That's two things he does, right? That's gonna draw attention to the defense, right? And then what's gonna happen is he's gonna draw so much attention that other people from the outside are gonna get opportunities. And that's gonna be a cluster that's gonna be a disaster.
Drummond?
He shoot 40%.
Drummond's gonna shoot. Gonna draw attention.
He shoot 40% in post-ups.
Well, it's not about that. He does a dirty work. I'm talking about he gets some dirty work. I'm not saying. But even that being said, though, he can do that on the Nets because we could see the Nets don't have defense in the paint, so it doesn't even matter.
All right,
he's gonna do whatever he wants.
He's gonna eat on.
Dude, you got Bam dropped 40 points. Bam dropped 40 points.
Big. Bam's a skilled.
He's not a scorer. He's not a go. He's not a go-to
Andre
scorer.
Drummond ain't no scoring big. What are you talking
Nah,
about?
he's not. But
he can score.
He's gonna be
He
able
averaged
to
17
grab
points a game for like 5 seasons in a row. He averaged 17 5 seasons in a row. If you're not, I mean, come on.
That's off putbacks and offensive rebounds, like you just said.
Okay, that's still 17 points.
But hold on, Joe
40%.
Bond. You just said he scored 17 points a game off putbacks and offensive rebounds. That's one of the Brooklyn Nets' biggest flaws.
No, I agree.
That's what he's saying.
But he's
saying
so
that player, a guy like Drummond
and expose
a guy like
Nets
Drummond
inside.
will really punish. No, what I'm saying is a guy like Drummond will really punish the Nets because what he's great at, not good at, what he's great at is their biggest weakness.
Yeah, but the Nets have a bunch of guys.
What the Lakers are great at, which is in the transition. That's what Brooklyn struggles with, guarding in transition and turning the ball over. See, that's what I mean. Tell me, what does Brooklyn do that offsets something that the Lakers do bad? Or can you even mention anything that the Lakers do bad?
Right.
And use stats to back it up.
Shoot three.
Yeah, right. Let Joe Bond. Let Joe Bond answer. How can the Brooklyn tack the Lakers flaws? How can it
Well, like I said, you pack the paint and make them shoot. They're bad 3-point shooters.
No. You can't say you just pack the paint.
That's not realistic, bro.
Because they don't have the personnel to do that.
They're one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in the league. But they don't have rim protection. You can pack the paint all you want. If the motherfucker that's guard you is 6'8", you gonna eat.
And KD is the best two-way defender on the team.
Bro, stop.
What?
Well, hold on. We saw teams try to pack the paint on them last year. We saw that. It didn't work out too well.
Yeah,
the one thing you know about this Laker team is that they are streaky shooters. I'm not going to say it's a bad shooting team because when they catch fire, they're going to blow you out the gym. Yeah, we saw that in the playoffs multiple times.
They was breaking last year until KCP started getting hot. When they start falling, it's going to be a different story.
That's in the bubble.
Right.
It doesn't matter. They all playing. The rim's still the same size.
Have real takes, man. If you don't sit here, you just sit here and just trying to deflect everything factual. Cut it out, yo.
Listen, True the King. The rim.
No, I'm talking about dude. The M. I ain't talking about you.
I got you. I got you. The rim's still the same size.
Yeah, well, MLE said it best. He said the Lakers won the chip without a 3-ball. They couldn't shoot threes last year.
Come on, man.
But they won the chip. They won the chip with what? They won the chip with great rebounding, great defending, and the best team in transition.
Y'all keep saying, right? They don't have nothing.
They were double team.
They don't have no.
Hold on, let Joe Bond go. Then we go back to you, True. Go ahead, Joe.
The Lakers last year were double teaming Damian Lillard at half court.
No, that's not true. That's not what they were doing.
They were doubling hard in the half court.
They were doubling.
No, what they were doing was they were shading him. They shaded him. That's all they did. They shaded him into. They shaded him.
Double hard.
A trap is not a double team, bro.
A trap is not a double team.
It's not a double team. A double team is
a trap is not a double team.
No, I'm talking it's not technically a double team. It's technically
no, it's not. You just saying shit to say shit.
Come on, bro.
Come on now.
No, but what they were doing, what they did to Damian Lillard, they weren't all out doubling. They were shading him.
That's what I'm saying.
What they did was they knew that Damian Lillard struggled to pass the ball out off what hand? Off his offhand. So they would force him to drive that way, right? So when passing opportunities did show themselves, he would then be forced to pass with his offhand, which then led to what? More turnovers. And we know that the Lakers are great at what? All right. Well, what they did with the Rockets was, what did they do? They benched their two. They benched Dwight Howard and JaVale McGee. Mm-hmm. They went to small ball lineup, which really wasn't a small ball lineup. They put Morris in and they put Anthony Davis in so they could be faster to keep up with the speed. But it wasn't. And the same thing with Harden. They influenced him into a lot of bad passes. So what you saw was a lot of stunts. On some plays, they would come in trap. On other plays, they would fake the trap and then jump back because they knew he was throwing the lob. So they just used a mixture of a lot of different things to confuse him. And it ultimately worked because they won the series 4-1. And then against Denver, we saw what they did. So what I'm saying is they have multiple. See, when you have a good defensive team, you can switch up your defensive strategies to be flexible against what any team does. When you struggle defensively, it's hard to switch up anything defensively because you're not good at playing D at all whatsoever. So, that's what made the Lakers great in the playoffs last year.
Let me say something.
Is Avery Bradley coming back?
I don't know. Why are we talking about Avery Bradley?
Because he's a great perimeter defender.
Man, he's
if
done.
He come back.
He's done, man.
Let me say something about the
What team is Bradley on?
I heard he was coming back to the Lakers, and
he's on the Heat, right?
You can say he's done, but his defense is high level, man, and that's key. That's what they gonna need.
Nah, he got traded. He might get bought out.
That's what I'm saying. If Lakers can get him back, that's key.
It's only so much time. But what the Lakers don't need more small guards. They need somebody who can bring some size. So again, let's see. I'm hearing what I'm hearing is Otto Porter, but you never know. I'm hearing Otto Porter is going to be the next pickup that they make.
They need perimeter defense and somebody.
That's called Otto. Look, that's Otto Porter.
Don't do
Otto
it.
Porter is not on Avery Bradley's level defensively.
No, it don't matter. Don't do it.
It does matter.
Hold on.
It does matter.
Hold on.
It don't matter.
Right now in their careers, I'm taking Otto Porter every day of the week over Avery Bradley.
I'm not.
First of all, hold on. Let me explain.
Because look, you got to think with the Bulls. Wait, hold on. When Otto Porter was with when Otto Porter was with Washington and with the Bulls, he was forced into a role that he could not carry. Especially when John. Let me finish what I'm saying. When John Wall got hurt, he was then asked to be the second best player on that team. That's never his role. Then when he got to the Bulls, also along with being hurt, he was also asked to be one of the better players on that team to lead all those young guys. That's never been his role. We saw that with Nicholas Batum in Charlotte. Nicholas Batum is actually a solid player. But when he went to Charlotte, they asked him to be the star. Could he do that? No, because he was an Otto Porter type player. He's just a 3-and-D guy. And they were trying to pay him to be a superstar. That's why it didn't translate. So I think if you put him alongside LeBron James and you lessen his role, he could thrive in that role because he
don't need guards.
He can go back to his natural habitat, which is being 3-and-D.
Now the reason why, hold on, wait, bro.
That may be your opinion, true to King, but what I'm saying, let me rebuttal. What I'm saying is they need perimeter defense.
That's what Otto Porter is.
Hold on, let me finish.
Otto Porter is a defender. You know that, right?
But he's not on the level of Avery Bradley.
Hold on, wait. Can I talk now, bro? Hold on, bro. You've been capping too long, bro. Avery Bradley's he's not the same no more. Otto Porter is way better than him now. Only problem with Otto Porter is he can't stay on the court. That's why I say don't do it. He stay hurt.
Avery Bradley don't stay on the court.
That's the only problem with it. That's the only problem. So why wouldn't you take a younger guy who's better defensively at the age he because he's younger and he's bigger and he can shoot threes at a higher clip than him? Only problem you got Otto Porter, he don't be on the court.
Avery Bradley don't stay on the court, SB. That's what I'm saying.
When Otto Porter is healthy, when he's healthy in the right system, he's a very good player.
Yes.
Defensively and as far as the 3-and-D goes, he can make an open three-point shot.
But
I'm taking Avery Bradley over Otto Porter defensively. Otto Porter robbed the league with them 100.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Robbery.
Let me ask you a question. Why couldn't Avery Bradley break the rotation in Miami?
I'm not capping.
Why couldn't Avery Bradley, when healthy, break the rotation in Miami?
Because they had better players.
Oh, okay.
They had better players, but you can't name a defender. You can't name a defender on the Lakers right now that's better than Avery Bradley.
Are you telling me that
they won without him? Hold on, don't do that. Hold on.
Are you telling me that Duncan Robinson is a better defender than Avery Bradley?
No, but he's better for what they need. He's a better shooter. He's a better shooter in the playoffs.
No, you're talking about straight defense.
And listen, y'all looking at it wrong. It's not about him coming there starting. It's not about cracking the lineup. You're going to need some firepower off the bench defensively to guard the Kyrie.
Hold on.
Guard the James Harden.
Hold on. When have the Lakers struggled defensively? That's not their problem. It's offense.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. They haven't faced the firepower that they about to face with the Brooklyn Nets. Like, we got to be respectful to the Nets.
Yes, they did.
Who?
They faced a lot of teams with firepower.
They have not faced 2 MVPs and 2 Finals MVPs.
What does that got to? Hold on.
They played a Rockets.
I don't care if you have 10 MVPs.
Washington not on their level.
You only scored one person to score the ball.
Okay, bro. Look, you comparing this. Okay, look. Listen to this.
You keep saying
Avery Bradley is 6'3". He's 30 years old. He hasn't been a true lockdown defender since he's been at. Can I finish, bro? Can I finish, bro?
Let him go.
Just let me finish when I rebuttal, though.
All right, I got you.
For me, though.
I got you.
You
go ahead, SB.
You okay, bro? Chill.
I'm good. Go, SB. I'm listening to you, bro. Go ahead.
All right. He hasn't been the true lockdown defender since his Boston days. Ever since he left Boston, he's been a wash of himself. Otto Porter Jr. is 6'8", so he could guard 1 through 4. That's a big difference for the Lakers when they play their small ball lineup, which you can't really truly do that with Avery Bradley. First of all, then also, like I said, he's 27. He's still good when he's on the court. Only problem with him is, can he stay on the court? He's every time, any team he's been on, the team defensive rating has always been higher when he's been on the court. The problem is, can he stay on the court healthy? For you to say an old guy who's barely still in the league, probably going to be out the league next year, can't even keep a consistent roster spot on the team is better than a young guy. Like, no, it's going to stay in the league for the next couple of years. Known as a great 3-and-D defender. It's not close, bro.
Yeah, it's not.
So y'all know why Avery Bradley didn't go to the bubble, right? It had nothing to do with whether he could stay in the league.
Nobody talking about that.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
But you the king, like stop all the animosity, bro. I'm talking, like be respectful. Let me make my point.
Go ahead. I got you. You good.
All I'm saying is, bro, the reason it's not about health with him. You know what I mean? He got family issues with his daughter. It was a bunch of stuff that was behind the scenes why he didn't play. But when he played defense last year, when he was playing for the Lakers, he had one of the highest offensive ratings as a defender on the perimeter. Avery Bradley is a better defender than Otto Porter. I'm not capping, bro. You can agree or disagree. You don't have to agree with me, but don't try to sit here and act like my point is invalid.
No. Hold on. No all fear none. No all fear none. I'm gonna let you respond. True. Hold on. My quick question to you would be, again, if you're talking about 3-4 years ago, yes, I'll give you that. I'm talking about right now, as is. Are you telling me that Avery Bradley is a better defender than Otto Porter right now?
Yes, on the perimeter, yes. He gonna slide his feet better, bro. I believe that.
Dude, Hold on. Let me say this. First of all, everything you said was on a whole bunch of that was just cap because everybody knew reason why he wasn't at the bubble. That's not even. We all knew that, right? So don't
make it cap though. That doesn't make it cap.
You gotta let him finish.
No, it's cap because you let him finish. You just crying when somebody cuts you off. Let him finish. It's cap because you trying to control a narrative, and it's not on fit. It don't fit your argument. We all know why he didn't make it in the bubble. That man, Avery Bradley, been injury prone since he's been in the league. So what are you talking about? Don't even sit there and he's gotten worse this year than he was last year. Last year was he balling? Yes, I agree. He was balling. Nobody going to deny that. But when you get older, he's 30 years old, been injury prone. He's not the same Avery Bradley no more, brother. Like you can't cap on that. And it's like, okay, if you barely can get a roster spot on Miami, where they wanted you there, they signed you, they wanted you there, they thought you would have a decent role, and they just, you know what I mean? They traded you, whatever, and you look like you probably gonna get bought out. Why the Lakers need that? The Lakers already got 100 guards, and you keep talking about, oh, this and that last year, this kid's big B. They won without him. So what are you talking about? They won without Avery Bradley. That's facts.
That's great. That's great that they won without him. I wanted the Lakers to win. I want the Lakers to win this year. But just because you win without somebody don't mean that they can't help your roster. I hear you over there, SB, talking about stop crying and all that. I'm not crying, bro. We having a conversation. This is a debate. I have a right to speak just like everybody else. I believe that 30 years old is not old in the NBA. Although Otto Porter might be younger, I would take Avery Bradley over him defending on the perimeter.
Hold on. My thing is this. Hold on. My thing is this, okay? You say take Avery. Now, we're talking about the realistic situation that's going on this year. You say take Avery Bradley. Avery Bradley hasn't played a game in like the last 20 or 30 games. He's only played 9 games this season. Do you think he's in NBA condition ready to go with, as opposed to Otto Porter, who has recovered from his injury? And he played the last 10 games before he was waived or before the trade deadline. He was actually on the court physically playing. Who Avery Bradley again. And not only did Avery Bradley not play, even when he was available to play, he got DNP'd 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He got DNP'd about 12 times this season. Even when he was available to play, he couldn't even get off the bench because those are the DNPs. So he was inactive most of the season, and when he was active, he got DNP'd a lot. And my thing is, he's on a defensive-oriented team with the Miami Heat, and his defense wasn't even good enough to get him into rotation. Why is that?
My thing is, what are you basing him still being elite defensively on?
I'm basing it on. Can I rebuttal?
It's nothing this year.
The last time I seen him play, he was still elite defensively.
When was the last time you saw him play?
On the court, which was last year.
When was the last time you saw him play?
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's
the last time I seen him on the court, which was before he didn't go to the bubble. He was still elite. That has not been that long ago. And what they gonna need him to do?
It's over a year ago,
bro.
That's not that long ago. A year,
bro.
Not that long.
Hold on, wait. And then another thing, you should have just said like he was solid defensively, elite defensively. That's a strong word, bro.
No, he was elite. He
was not.
I should have said what I said.
Fair none. But here's your problem. Here's your problem. He hasn't been that this year though. So that's the problem.
What defensive category he led the league in?
Here's my thing. I can tell you what a difference a year can make.
That's what I'm saying.
Last year, Lou Williams was averaging 20 a game. This year, he's under 10.
A year can make a huge difference when you get.
I mean, he looks like he fell off a cliff. Like he ain't the same.
That's how it happens.
And bro, when you
a year can make a big difference. Like so, and it's been over a year. So the last time you saw him was back. It had to be before February of 2020. That's over a year ago.
I've seen him on the court.
Hey, bro, and when you say somebody elite, he got to be at least top 10 in some category, top 5 in a category.
He was one of the best perimeter defense. He had the best defensive perimeter efficiency. He was one of the best, bro.
No,
he's always been a top. He's always been a top upper echelon on ball defender. He's always been there. He's always been an upper echelon on ball defender.
Wing defenders, bro. They don't need.
And then how can you say somebody a better defender when one other dude bigger and he can guard 1 through 4? Every Bradley can't guard 1 through 4.
That does not necessarily mean you bigger. I mean you better. I'm talking about what they need from stopping guys on the perimeter.
Fair enough. You're missing a point. Fair enough. You're missing a point. End of the day, you're talking about last year. You're not talking about anything recently. You're not. Now I understand you were saying, "Oh, he was balling in Miami."
What have you seen from Otto Porter? What have you seen from Otto?
He been better than everybody this year. What are you talking about? That's what I'm going.
What have you seen him do?
I can tell you.
Where does he play right now?
Hold on, wait, bro. I can tell you what I've seen. I can tell you what I've seen. I've seen him on the court, unlike Avery Bradley.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's on
the court.
You can't.
Avery Bradley plays hard. So when you see him do not play, that should be concerning.
Yeah, bro, you can't base.
That's concerning.
That's what I was. When you first even made that statement, I'm like, what are you basing this off of? You feel me? Shorty ain't even played.
He based off of last year. You can't do that when he playing this year.
I mean, look, the last time we saw Andre Roberson, he was an elite defender.
What happened when he came back?
Couldn't get on the court.
So on this panel, if you say, let me know if you think Otto Porter is a better defender than Avery Bradley.
As of right now, yes, he is.
As of right now, today, he's a better.
Okay, then I rest my case. Y'all can have it. Y'all can have it, bro.
I just don't know what you've seen.
Can you bring some facts up? You just said he elite, and I said nothing factual, bro. You didn't say nothing to defend what you said.
Not this year. Nothing. He's got nothing on the court this year to make you believe he's an elite defender.
Yeah. What have you done this year, bro?
I thought Shorty was hurt.
Yeah.
The last time I seen him play, he was a better defender than Otto Porter. He played just a year ago.
What about today? Is he a better defender today?
If he hasn't played, you can't. He's not even in the range.
No, but
I'm talking about the last time I've seen him play. He's a better defender.
But fair enough. But you're missing the whole point. The fact that a player like Avery Bradley, a guy that plays hard every night, and he's on a DNP list, that should be concerning.
Yeah, but we don't know do you know the entails of it? I don't know the entails.
Dude, we're not we know. There's no reason a person like. So you try to tell me Avery Bradley, his career, his history in the NBA.
Hold on. Let him finish his thoughts so he can get his full question out. Because I feel like he was trying to say
my only point is when SB said I ain't bring no facts, I don't have any facts on to why he didn't play this year because I don't know. So I don't speak on stuff that I don't know about. What I do know is the last time that I've seen him play defense, he's been a better defensive player.
That sounds crazy. Hey, Fernand, that sounds crazy.
Yeah, bro, the take you killing your
that
take.
Sounds crazy.
I'm not killing my take. I'm telling you that since I've been watching the game of basketball Avery Bradley has always been a better defender.
You talking about the whole? We talking about the now. That's
what I'm saying, bro. You missing the point, bro.
We talking about today,
the point
not
is,
all
bro,
time.
if you have a player that's on the available roster, he's getting.
Hold on, go Mike. Let him finish. Go ahead, finish, bro.
If you got
go
a
ahead.
player
Somebody was talking.
Let's go, Mike. Go. What you got on this? Go, Mike.
Okay, it's time to kill this shit, man. I had enough. This nigga, whoever this dude is talking, for one, this nigga Otto Porter is playing way better defense this year than Avery Bradley. Avery Bradley has not played in over a year of basketball, and he's over here capping for Avery Bradley. He's a better defender. For one, Avery Bradley does not have the height that Otto Porter brings to the table. Otto Porter has a long wingspan, and he brings height. Would you rather have Otto Porter guard Kawhi Leonard, or would you put Avery Bradley on Kawhi Leonard? Stop the cat. Stop this shit, man. I'm done.
Yeah, he just killed.
That was a good ass point. That is like.
I would rather have Avery Bradley guard him because he's gonna be tougher on him.
That's you.
Avery Bradley gonna be tougher. Otto Porter's not a defender. Like I just don't see it, bro.
I got a question to you, bro. Patrick Beverly is probably one of the toughest defenders in the league, and Kevin Durant cooked them. You know what they said in the post-game interview? We tried everything we could.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's Kevin Durant.
Don't mean
that. Don't mean nothing.
Hey, yo, pause real quick. We should. I don't know why we shouldn't even debate. You already killed your argument talking about you ain't even watching. You already said if I'm not going to debate something, I don't know what I'm talking about. I ain't gonna speak on nothing that I don't know. So you already
we can't.
So what I said was I don't know why he's not playing this year.
Then why you can't say it, but you're the problem for you can't say that. You can't say that though, man.
Let me get him again, y'all. Let me get him again. Have me on the big screen, Lamont. Have me on the big screen for this one.
Oh, cook your food.
I'm about to cook again. This dude's talking about some Avery Bradley. Let me tell you something. When you a coach, you want to put a guy on. You want to put a guy on like Otto Porter. He can put more pressure on guys that are wings like Kawhi Leonard, the Paul George. He can put more pressure on guys like KD because he has the wing.
I know you don't listen. This is how I know you don't listen.
Who wants to put
This is how I know you don't listen.
Avery Bradley,
I know you don't listen.
Being physical don't mean nothing. Being physical means nothing if you ain't got no height. Being physical means nothing if you have no height.
You don't listen.
Being physical don't mean.
Okay,
hold on, bro.
I hear you, bro. But you're not gonna take my point and run off with the narrative.
What does being physical mean if you're undersized? If you're undersized,
you're not gonna run away with the narrative, brother. I said
you don't know basketball. You don't know basketball.
That was a good question, though.
What does being undersized?
Hold on, go Mike. Hold on 1 second.
Listen, brother. Listen.
Respect all fear not.
Go ahead.
Here's the problem. Respect all fear not. I don't know what indicators the Lakers have given you that they're struggling on the perimeter defensively.
They can use more help, bro. They have problems.
Hold on. I gotta mute you on that because they're a top 3 defense in the league. They're actually pretty good on the on the perimeter. They've been struggling on the interior because Marc Gasol hasn't been the defender that they thought, and because Montrezl Harrell struggles with the pick and roll on the perimeter. They have actually been solid. And when Marc Gasol got hurt, they've been having to play more of a small ball lineup, especially with Anthony Davis not in there. So they've been trying to manufacture ways to protect the paint. So when you say bring in perimeter defense, well, I don't know what you're watching that makes you believe that they need help there when their biggest problems are what Andre Drummond is going to help solve by coming in, which is interior defense. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know why you keep saying perimeter defense.
That should help. Don't mean
all right, can I speak? Because I got to be able to speak though. My initial point. Let me address the GOAT Mike dude. My initial point is I said they need perimeter defenders. Kawhi is going to be on the wing. He wouldn't even be matched up on the wing. But my point is, if you're talking about the interior defense being a problem with Marc Gasol, a lot of that is because the guards get broke down a lot. KCP hasn't been the defender that he has been that he was last year. They lost Rondo. They ball hawk. Now I do like Schroeder on the defensive end, but my thing is when you got James Harden and then you got Kyrie Irving on that wing, Avery Bradley would help, bro. I mean, I'm just telling you, he's a better perimeter defender than Otto Porter. I know that Otto Porter got the height and the size and the length for the wing.
You have no proof for that.
This
is my problem. This is gonna
hold on, one at a time. Hold on, y'all. We got to go one at a time. Again, you raise a lot of questions when you talk because, again, when you say the guards are getting blown by, sometimes, in this NBA, we see it a lot. Sometimes defenses are predicated on staring a guy towards a big who's on that low block, and you really run yourself into a trap when you don't have a legitimate or solid big who can make those rotations over fast enough. Like we saw Dwight Howard do last year, like we saw JaVale McGee, like we saw Anthony Davis do. It was about how fast you can rotate over there because we know that you're not going to stop James Harden. You're not going to be able to stay in front of him one-on-one. The best you can do is influence him toward a certain direction towards your big. Yep. And as a team, you stop a player. So again, what I'm saying is what you're saying right there really doesn't make a lot of sense because it's hard to stay in front of almost any NBA player. You have to work off a lot of. I'm saying make them work. It sounds good. That sounds good, but that's not realistic. Realistically, you can guard as a team, and you influence players like they did against Damian Lillard last year to certain places on the court where they're not comfortable making plays.
You have guys that's in the NBA solely because they do that.
Respect all.
Patrick Beverly is solely in the NBA because that's what he does. That's very realistic.
I got a question. Okay, I got a question for you, bro. Because there's two things you got to understand too. One, I get how you trying to put in the point saying perimeter defense only, but with all the guards that's in rotation on Lakers, where they gonna find time to play Avery Bradley?
Bro, you need all the help you can get in when they get deep in them playoff runs, bro.
Let me ask you.
Y'all act like I said he needed to come in here and play 40 minutes.
I can understand if they had just the open roster spot, bro.
Hey,
they only got one more.
Well, look, I'm trying to tell you this though. You said it's cap for the playoffs because you shorten your rotation.
Hold on, let me say that. Hold on, let me say that.
Go ahead.
Okay, good. Listen. Respect all, fear none. Listen. Did you see Avery Bradley play in Miami this year?
No, I didn't see him play in Miami.
Then that the case closed. I'm not. Come on, we're not doing that, yo. We're not. Let
me say this too.
I don't understand why that's a point.
But you put all this respect on this man's name, and you said you ain't played and seen not one game.
You don't have respect for Avery Bradley? I'm really curious. I'm not saying you did. I'm asking you though.
But you saying all this stuff about Avery Bradley, you ain't watched not one game he played in Miami. That's crazy.
I'm asking you though. Do you have respect for his game?
I do have respect for him.
He's a Boston Celtics fan.
Hold on, because it should be concerning because you're trying to deny the fact. It should be concerning that he's on a DNP and he's being DNP.
I don't know why he's DNP. That's very important. That's pertinent information. We don't know why he's DNP. We don't know if he's hurt.
But there's a problem.
Can you tell me why he's DNP?
Because
hold on. You tell me, SB, why is he DNP?
I can tell you why.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay, so go ahead, so there's two things you can be. You can either be inactive when a player's inactive is usually due to injury, or like let's say when Drummond was inactive because they were negotiating a buyout. So whenever you're a DNP, that means you're active.
No. Why is he DNP? I know what a DNP is. Why is Bradley DNP?
Okay, so hold on. I'm trying to break it down because you act like a DNP. It generally happens, especially early on in the season when we know you're healthy. It generally happens because the coach, there's no minutes for you in that game. The coaches, before a game starts, they hand a game plan to everybody. And on that game plan, it generally gives you an idea of how many minutes you're going to play that game. So players know if they're going to get DNP before the game even starts. Unless it's just a blowout, and they might just want to get you in for a few seconds. But generally, before the game starts, you know if you're going to get why has he not even been put in a game plan before game? Why? I don't know, but it's probably because he can't perform up to the degree or matchup issues or he's not fitting in well. It just didn't work in Miami for whatever reason, and that's a defensive team. So that would be alarming to me because the Lakers are a defensive team. Is he going to struggle to get into the rotation there as a small guard? Because they don't need more perimeter defense. They need somebody who can play multiple positions, so it doesn't take away from somebody's playing time. So with him, he can come in and play for
him in over Caruso.
No, he can. Hold on, but the good thing about Otto Porter is he can play for Caruso. He can play for KCP. He can come in for Kuzma. He can maybe come in sometimes for AD at the 4. See, he does. It gives you more options with that type of player. You're not just restricted to subbing them in and out for one particular position as you are with Avery Bradley because we know he's not a true point guard. So this is what I'm saying. You're just more limited.
I feel like Kuzma gives me what Otto Porter could give me. That's why I don't want Otto Porter.
That's a lie.
I feel like Kuzma is better than Otto Porter, if you ask me. I don't care if you think it's a lie. That's your opinion. Like y'all gotta be careful how y'all.
What do you mean by opinion, dude? You hold on.
That's your opinion.
No, this is my problem. No, you can't sit there. You talk, but you're talking about we're not doing.
No, you're not breaking no facts with your opinion.
Hold on.
There is no fact.
Hold on, y'all. We can't get out of control with it, man. The thing, like, my thing is, don't bring up Kuzma because he's literally the worst defender on the Lakers, and he could be replaceable because there are a lot of games where we've seen Kuzma actually get benched because his defense was that bad. That happened in the playoffs last year, so they could use somebody who could come in for Kuzma that's more reliable on the defensive end and can also make shots because. When the Lakers are at full strength, they only need Kuzma to score maybe 8 to 12 points a game. He doesn't need to drop 20. Right now, his role is a little different, and they need his scoring, so he has to play more. That's why beginning of this question, I said if they're at full strength. So when they're at full strength, yes, Otto Porter can help them much more than Avery Bradley, I feel, because of his versatility. And again, he definitely could be one of those second sub in for Kyle Kuzma when his head is not in the game defensively, which is very likely to happen.
Now Kyle Kuzma better defend than Otto Porter. Like
can I ask you something? Hey, can I speak? Because I see you mute me a lot. That's cool.
I've only muted you one time. That's the first time.
Okay, I get it. Listen,
and I muted True the King with you.
Let me just say one thing, bro. Everybody's opinion, like when you come with it, I have nothing but the utmost respect for it. I just have my opinion. Here's my thing. Who is more of a liability right now for the Lakers? Would you say it be Kuzma or would you say it be Caruso?
Kyle Kuzma.
No. Is it defensively or offensively? What are you talking about?
Right. Defensively and offensively.
So you can't compare both.
For the sake of the argument, we could say defensively. I want to hear him say Kyle Kuzma is more of a defensive liability than Caruso.
He is.
Caruso is a good defender, bro.
He is.
Hey, Lamont, I know you a defensive rating guy. Where's Kuzma defensive rating?
Hold on, bro. You just hold on. I gotta put you on the big screen for this. Hold on, shit. You saying
this nigga said Kuzma?
Are you saying that Kuzma is a better defensive player than Caruso?
I asked you a simple question.
No, I'm asking you because I'm trying to get.
I'm going to answer your question. I promise you.
Is
Can you
Kuzma?
Answer mine because I asked mine first. What's Kuzma's defensive rate?
I don't know. I don't need to know.
It's up there though. His defensive rating is good.
And see, that's the problem. That's the problem.
Who's a better defensive player? No, you tell me. Who's the better? Just answer the question.
I'm about to answer, Lamont. I'm gonna answer you, brother.
All right, I'll pull up their defensive rating since you want to know so bad.
No. I'm gonna answer your question too. I'm gonna answer you. In the past, it's been Caruso. But will we ignoring? I'm talking about this year. Just let me finish the statement.
He's better this year.
No, he's not, bro. This year, Kuzma has made a major leap defensively.
Yeah, he's top.
He's gotten better, man. Like I watch the games just like y'all. We all fans of the game, bro. It's not like y'all watching the game and I'm just hibernating. Like Kuzma has improved, and that's why I say I would rather have Avery Bradley.
Because are you saying that he's improved to the degree that now he's a better defender than Caruso this year?
I'm saying that when I watch the game, Kuzma is less of a liability defensively than Caruso.
Okay, but yes. Why did you pit those two against each other then?
Because I feel like if you bring an Otto Porter in, that's almost like a wash because he's not even better than Kuzma in my eyes.
What?
So I would rather have like an Avery Bradley that's going to be better on the perimeter.
That's why, dude. You can't. That's a horrible take, dude. Like
you think Otto Porter is better than Kuzma?
Answer this question. When was Kyle Kuzma ever did Kyle Kuzma got paid because of his defense? Answer that question.
He's improved.
Hold on. I'm pulling it up right now.
His point is he's killing his point by saying the name.
I'll pull it up right now. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. Alex Caruso's defensive rating this year, right now this season, is a 104. That's better defensively than any season Kyle Kuzma's had. And Kyle Kuzma's having his best defensive season this year, and that's at a 107. Previously, it's been 109, and his worst was 112, which is horrible. So
Do me a favor and pull up who got the most defensive win share.
Oh man, I gotta keep going all this.
We're not doing that. We're not. That don't make you a better defender. All the things you said don't make you a better defender.
Kuzma's getting better this year, but Caruso still.
If you watch the game, you know, and I know y'all watch the game.
Bro,
like it's okay to disagree because this is a debate.
You literally just
it don't hurt me.
Look,
hold on.
Avery Bradley,
but you just asked me to pull up defensive rating, and Alex Caruso's defensive rating is still better. And even with Kuzma's improved defense, is still not as good as Caruso's defense.
Bro, Kuzma has more defensive win shares.
Okay, so hold on. You said that. Okay, let's go to defensive win shares now. Since you said that,
I'm gonna remember that too, Fernand. I'm gonna remember that too. What you said. Okay.
What you talking about? The win shares or what?
Because people like to pick and choose when you use that in certain arguments.
But even given
let's find out. Let's find out if that's even true.
But even given this argument, though, even if what he's saying is valid, the pros don't outweigh the cons to bring in Avery Bradley over Otto Porter. You haven't given one pro to bring in Avery Bradley.
He's a better perimeter defender.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Avery Bradley
is a better perimeter defender.
I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why, because I watched a few Miami games this year when Avery Bradley was playing, and he's not performing.
Y'all said he didn't play. I thought he was DNP.
He played 10 games and then started getting DNP.
He played when the season. He played early when the season started.
Okay.
He played.
I didn't know.
Hold on. But you supposed to be a Lakers fan, right? And you want. Oh, he'll do this for my team, but you ain't even know what he's doing.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Argument, dude. What are you talking about, man?
You haven't even seen him.
He ain't no Laker fan talking like that.
Yeah, and then
I've been watching the guy's whole career. What are you talking about?
He's the worst defender on the Lakers right now.
And look, bro, this is nothing you got to understand.
He's not on the Lakers.
Can't do that,
what
bro.
are you talking about?
Kyle Kuzma is the worst defender on the Lakers right
what
now.
Have you done for me?
Pause, go, Mike.
You can't sign players based on what they did 3 and 4 years ago.
Bro, Avery Bradley is a better defender than Otto Porter.
No, 3 years ago.
Stop it.
Yeah,
hey yo, fair enough. You're not gonna tell me. Fair enough. I'm gonna tell you this, fair enough. This is the problem. Fair enough. You're not gonna tell me. First, I know for you, you're not gonna tell me anything about Avery Bradley because I know Avery Bradley. I do. I'm a fan of Avery Bradley. So everything you saying right now is cat, dude. You're not going. We're not gonna sit for you. You don't even watch Avery Bradley. You even just admitted that. You don't even watch him no more. So don't even. I mean, when he was on the Lakers, he this and that. He was on the Lakers.
And then
I love y'all, man, because y'all really think I'm just a Lakers fan. Y'all.
No, bro. Look, listen.
You just admitted.
Hold on, y'all gotta go one at a time, please. One at a time, y'all.
That's what you gotta understand, bro. Like you said, everybody has an opinion, but this is a debate show. If you go to a debate with not facts proving your argument, you're gonna look crazy, like how you doing now. You can't say
I don't look crazy though.
You do.
Yes, you do, bro.
Y'all haven't shown me anything that says Otto Porter a better defender. All y'all told me is Otto Porter.
The man hasn't played a game.
Who hasn't?
He's played 10 games,
Otto Porter
bro.
defensive stats is better, bro.
Dude, I looked at the game and his performance.
Bro, his argument is null and void. The man has played 10 games.
For a reason, because he's not performing.
DMPs. Let's do a head-to-head debate, man. Head-to-head debate, man.
No, there's no debate with this argument right here, bro. It's not a debate.
Did you say a 112 is a horrible defensive rating?
112. The higher your defensive rating is, the worse it is. You want a lower defensive rating.
Porter has 112 defensive rating.
What, this season?
Yeah.
This season.
He barely fucking played.
This season.
And the Bulls were one of the worst.
Not very good.
Teams. Yeah,
Orlando. He's on Orlando now.
He only played one game.
Otto Porter has never been a better defender than Avery Bradley. Like, stop it, man.
We just said this year, bro.
But hold on, I don't.
Hold on.
Last year, he's not.
But it still goes back to the concept that you're saying that the Lakers are number 3 defense in the league need more perimeter defense when that's not their biggest problem.
Lamar, you're missing my point.
Let me finish.
With the road
Let me finish. That would be another backwards lateral move. Remember, I got on the Nets yesterday for bringing in offensive players when they needed defense. Why would they bring in defensive players when they need somebody who can stretch the floor and be more productive offensively?
The road to come, bro. It's gonna get thick when you got to guard Kyrie and your boy on that wing. Harden. You gonna need all the
for anybody. It's gonna be hard for anybody, man. Like I don't
That's
know.
a fact. That's a fact. To the King. That's why I'm saying they need more defensive perimeter prowess.
Lamar. Hey, first of all, okay, let me say this.
The perimeter prowess couldn't get his ass in the rotation.
Let me say this. First of all, Avery Bradley this year has
might not have been a good fit for him. Whoever that was.
Avery Bradley.
I hear y'all on that.
Hold up. Avery Bradley has a worse defensive rating this year than Otto Porter. Case closed. What are you
10 games is a small sample size.
No, I want to hear that, yo.
That's a fact. You don't have to want to hear it.
But there's a problem. You brought it in the equation. And you didn't even watch this man play.
Hold on, wait, y'all. And you got to consider that he played on a better defensive team,
he only
too.
played 10 games.
The Heat is a way better
but
defensive team.
Even what you saying in a small sample size, bro, you have less games to show that you good defensively. So I mean that's not even really boding well for your argument.
That actually votes great for my argument.
No,
you have less time to do it in. The more games you play, the more you can impact your numbers. Like, what are y'all talking about? Brady has always been a better defender.
That's not necessarily true.
Like, this is not even really. We shouldn't even.
That's not necessarily true, bro. What you just said.
Like, we shouldn't have not spent this much time on this,
bro. You're right.
Like, Bradley on ball can definitely make guards work harder to score than Otto.
Not no more.
Like, just because you don't like the person sending like, come on, brother. Like,
bro, nobody's talking about the person.
Hold on. But you're talking about, but at the end of the day, you're still talking about Avery Bradley. You're talking about an Avery Bradley who was performing at that level over a year ago, as opposed to one that barely getting on the court now for whatever reason, whether it's health, whether it's COVID, whether he don't fit the game plan, as opposed to Otto Porter, who we've seen when he's healthy, teams are going to play him.
Yeah, Avery Bradley was strong in the rotation when he was with the Lakers.
Right.
Hold on. But I don't want you to keep revisiting history. That's why we keep saying about this year. What have you done for me lately? Because the Lakers don't need old players. The Lakers don't need players who were great last year. They need players who are playing good this year.
One of the things I respect about you, Lamont, is you go with the numbers and you always have a lot of facts. Can you give me any factual stuff that tells me that Bradley has been injured or any information? Like, can you give me anything like that? Do you have any inside information?
All right, let's just put why has Avery Bradley missed games? I know he was.
I want to know that.
I'm going to say he's not playing. What else you really need to know?
Well, because that matters, FB. That matters. Like I said, we know he didn't go to the bubble last year because of his daughter's health issues. This COVID thing, whether we want to acknowledge it a lot, that's impacted a lot, man.
Hold on. Here it is right here. He missed all those games this year with a right calf strain.
Okay, well then maybe that's the reason. I didn't know, bro, and I can admit when I didn't know something. But
so that's more of a reason not to mess with him. Because that right calf strain for somebody that's over 30, I'm not messing with you.
I'll give you that. But a healthy Avery Bradley, I'm taking him.
But we're not talking about if healthy. We're talking about if right now, as is, who can step in and fill in that role. If you're not healthy, if you've been missing games, if you begin DNP, you shouldn't even be in the conversation.
When was the last time that Otto Porter played, SB? I'm asking.
A couple days ago.
Yeah, he back. He just played a couple days. Yeah, he played the last game before
he got traded.
Go with him.
Yes,
it's all predicated on health. I'm saying by the time the playoffs come, if Bradley is healthy, I'm going with Bradley.
But he ain't been healthy all year.
Hold up. Now my kid, because if you know anything about Avery Bradley, you know for a damn sure he ain't been healthy his whole career. That man
he's always hurt.
He always injury prone. That man tore everything in his body, shoulder, calf, rib. Like that man, like we ain't doing that, man. Like
he's not going to have to play huge minutes.
They said he played tonight. They said Otto Porter played tonight against the. Did he play tonight against the Lakers?
Yeah,
he played.
Oh, let me see what he did. He probably had a good game.
Yeah, he had a good game against us. Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. Damn. He had 5 points. No, he didn't.
5 points don't mean
he played good defense though.
25 minutes.
He played good defense though, Lamont. You gotta give him that. He played good defense.
Right, let me pull up because I didn't even know he played tonight.
Man, me either. And I watched the game. That says a lot.
That tells you, that means you watching highlights.
That man played 24 minutes.
Hold on. Hold on. You can't let that slide. Hold on. Did you hear that?
He played 24 minutes. He played 24 minutes.
Hold on, True. I physically did not watch the game, but if I was watching the game with my two eyes, I would have knew that Otto Porter was in the game. You said you just watched that whole game and you didn't notice Otto Porter in the game at one time. Yeah, well, I don't know what you're watching out there. And you ain't putting
nothing you said.
Yeah, you ain't watching the game then. You watching the highlights.
Bro, hey, homeboy talking. I forgot more basketball than you ever knew.
Don't do that.
You're right. You forget that.
I can tell, bro.
Listen. I get it. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody say something that you disagree with, we all mess up. I get it. I'm like, chill with the silliness. Chill.
Man, hold on.
You just sit there and say you didn't know all the Porter played,
bro. He had 5 points. The man didn't do that.
Hold on. You just said they don't need him for points. You said they need him for defense. So why you counting?
He didn't do nothing. He didn't play enough defense. They lost.
Only reason why you knew that because SB said that. So don't do that. Only reason why you knew that because SB said 5 points.
Kuzma had 21 and 11.
He just left my team and he ain't do nothing, so I ain't gonna have no sympathy or respect for him.
Kuzma had 21 and 11.
I'm always gonna say he played trash.
He didn't do nothing.
Hold on. You said he didn't do nothing, right?
He was a plus 4.
Kuzma had 21 and 11 defensively.
Hold on, but let's not do that. Hold on. What I'm saying is, you just remember I said the Lakers need to bring him in for offense. And you said they need to bring him in for defense. You were talking about defense, so I don't know why you're counting points because I was the one that said something about offense.
He did nothing offensively or defensively.
You
Kuzma
just said
had 21 and 11.
You just said they don't need offense, they need defense. So why are you counting Otto Porter's points?
Because I'm disputing y'all.
Hey, Lamont. And guess who just signed to the Brooklyn Nets now?
Who?
Manny Pacquiao, man. Look, man.
Manny.
They knocking out the competition, man.
Hey, hold on. Let me put this in context, right?
Hold on.
Otto Porter.
Hold on, bro.
Yeah, hold on. Otto Porter was a +4. Kyle Kuzma was a +10. So that's not big of a difference, man. Like you would like, come on.
Hold on. To have a positive plus minus in a loss, you had to have been doing something good on the court. So
man,
they actually lost the game.
Guys, man, I get it.
Hold on, no, he's not a guy. I'm just saying when teams are looking at players, if you can still manage to play 25 minutes in a loss and still have a positive plus minus, that's good because almost everybody else on Orlando had a negative plus minus. He had 5 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal.
Let me make something clear. You don't get $100 million contract being a scrub. I'm not saying that guy is sorry, dude.
Who Kyle Kuzma?
I'm just saying.
I'm saying I'm sorry.
And I feel you, SB. You got a lot to be upset with because he didn't give you nothing. I feel your pain. But here's my thing, and I heard you to the king when you asked me who's Kyle Kuzma. I feel Kyle Kuzma's a better player. There's a lot of people on this panel agree with me. They may not say it. And I feel that Bradley, when healthy, is a better perimeter defender.
No, he's not.
Kyle Kuzma shot. Kyle Kuzma shot 5 of 15 from the field, man. That ain't too short.
This argument's null and void. I don't even know what motherfuckers.
Hey, homeboy, it can be null and void to you because you disagree.
It's not
respect. I don't think you gotta understand, but when it comes to debates, bro, if you say something, you gotta bring facts to the table. Everybody gonna question you. What you say?
No. I'm not taking it personal. I'm willing to be questioned. We've been having a debate back and forth all the time. But I'm saying you.
Let me talk to you. But the whole point is this, though. When you say things like this and don't bring your facts to back it up, everybody gonna question you. Then you can't go fall back and say, "Well, my opinion is my opinion." Then I'm gonna
everybody has an opinion.
Everybody got an opinion.
What facts did not bring though? At what point in their careers has Otto Porter been a better perimeter defender than Avery Bradley?
Right now.
We said today. That's the whole point you missed.
Not, man. He's just healthy right now. Healthy don't mean better.
Hilarious.
I can be a motherfucker. I can be hilarious. I can be whatever you want me to be. Right now, KD is not healthy, right or wrong. Does that make Carmelo better than him right now?
Who's a better defender? Who's a better defender right now, Andre Roberson or Otto Porter?
I haven't seen Andre Roberson in a while. I don't know.
Hold on. I thought you said
I would say based on their career,
I'm done the conversation. Move next subject. Next subject.
Put him on the big screen, Lamont. Put him on the big screen. Put him on the big screen, Lamont. Put him on the big screen, Lamont.
Hey, yo,
put him on the big
no,
screen.
you just said it was crazy, yo.
Hey,
I would take Roberson
on the big
defensively
screen.
overall. I would take Roberson as
Hey, you gotta chill out, yo. You gotta chill out.
No. You trying to correct you. I think you're saying that now because you know you saw.
But I'm saying I would take it. I already explained the fact that I haven't seen. He already
man, put a quarter in your ass.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if you haven't seen Avery Bradley play, then what do you know what his defense is going to be like?
Because I've seen him more recently than I've seen Roberson, and I know.
Hold on, you didn't see Avery Bradley play this year. Don't lie.
I seen him last year. I stated that. Why do you guys?
Hold on.
Like, what do I have to lie to y'all for? Though?
I know,
like,
but
like, what do I got to lie?
No, hold on. But what I'm saying is, you haven't seen Avery Bradley play defense in over a year, and you're saying that he can play
last year.
And you're that over a year, not last season. I'm talking about over a year's worth of time.
Okay.
I'm gonna kill your argument again. So you supposed to be a Laker fan. If you was a Laker fan, you saw Andre Roberson last year in the playoffs. Don't do that. Like, you just killed your argument.
Man.
You a whole Laker. You capping. You really capping.
Like,
hold on.
You just capping.
No,
I never told you that.
No. Listen,
I said I watched the games. Like, chill out.
Listen.
I don't care what he's a fan of. That don't matter. If he's a fan or not, that don't matter. Yeah, that don't matter.
But in that day, he's capping. Hold on. The point is this. This is a point. This is okay. Forget all that. You got that. Okay. You got that right. But here's the thing, though, right? But you saying that when the last time you seen this, if you really watching the game, everybody knew Andre Roberson was in the bubble last year. So you just killed your whole argument. Like, stop it, yo. When the last time we see Avery Bradley was like when we see Andre Roberson before we see Avery Bradley?
Roberson is a better defender than Porter. I answered that.
Hold on. Is he a better defender?
Focus on winning.
That wasn't my quarter. Hold on. My question was this. I said
right now you answered it at first.
My question was right now today.
Roberson's a better defender. We're living
hold on. Right now today.
Roberson's nobody.
Now, I know you're Jason Ramirez, but you're correct. And I'm going to go to you next because you haven't had a chance to say nothing. I asked you. I said, right now today, who's a better defender of the three players? Andre Roberson, Avery Bradley, or Otto Porter? And again, you have to take into consideration if they can even get on the court and play, or if they're even in the NBA. In Otto Roberson's case, he's not. So who's the better defender right now?
Right now, it's Porter. It's not even a question. I don't see a single debate about this.
I don't either.
The thing is, though, the big point is the Lakers don't even need perimeter defense. They're the fifth best in the league when it comes to 3-pointers allowed at 11.5 per game. And their opponents are shooting at about 35% from 3 per game, which is nothing.
Cook your food.
Yep. So, I mean, on the perimeter, the Lakers are fine. Rebounding is the issue.
And Jason Beers, that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, this is why I got on the Nets yesterday. I think they made some pickups that didn't address their needs. I think if they go and pick up Avery Bradley, they're trying to fill a need that's not even there. Their defense on the perimeter is fine. That's not a major problem. It's a little bit more scoring. All right, you want to get a little bit more size. All right, because I think they have a lot of small guards when you look at KCP, Caruso, and those guys. I think you want to see some of your guards have some size so you can have some adaptability on them switches. And you can do and obviously, Porter is known in his career as being a 3-and-D guy, so that helps as well with LeBron James. Especially if LeBron James can kick it to you and you can make a 3, then you're valuable on that team. Especially if you can go on the other end and defend multiple.
What's funny is that I'm actually a Nets fan myself, but I see the problems.
Yeah. Okay, so that helps right there. As a Nets fan,
Nets fan. Wow.
I'm gonna ask you because you haven't been here before. You might have, but as a Nets fan, hold on, go Mike. As a Nets fan, what do you think their biggest flaws are? Like the problems that could stifle them as far as getting to the finals or winning the championship?
At the current moment, what can easily be worked on is the turnovers. That's not even a question. I mean, that is such a huge issue for them. I think it's about 14 or 15 turnovers per game as a team.
Yeah. Yep.
Something hovering around there. And rebounding. I mean, that's been their kryptonite since the beginning of the season. The rebounding's gotten better. I mean, they've out rebounded the last 3 or 4 teams that they've played. But I mean, they've been scrub teams, so I mean, who really, they show they can't do anything without either of the big three. I mean, they got destroyed by 30 against the Jazz 2 games ago. Yeah, turnovers and rebounding are the big things this team needs to work on. The big thing is, though, you need to see how Aldridge is going to do with this team.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't gotten there yet. He hasn't played a single game. He hasn't meshed with this team. KD will be ready by playoff time. We all know that. So that's not even a question. Yeah, turnovers and rebounding is the big thing, though, for sure. Offense is there. Defense is getting a little better, but it's not great.
And when the game slows down in the playoffs, do you agree that them things are even more impactful as far as winning and losing goes?
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, the turnovers can be easily cleaned up. I mean, that is something that you can work on in practices and stuff like that. The rebounding is going to be the big thing, though. And getting a guy like Drummond for the Lakers is huge. I think the Nets are going to get outglassed if it goes to a 7-game series, probably in about 5 of the 7 games. I don't see the Nets competing on the glass at all. Because if AD comes back, it's going to be even worse. Because he's just going to bully whoever's playing the 4 for the Nets, whether it be Griffin or they put Aldridge at the 4 and Jordan at the 5, or Claxton, whoever. The Nets just don't really have the talent on the boards yet to really get it done, to be honest.
And I honestly don't see them playing 2 bigs at the same time. I don't see them playing Aldridge and Jordan or Aldridge and Griffin. I think it's either going to be one of those 3 in the games at all times, and they're going to go because they play a 4-out style offense with the horn set. I'll be amazed to see if they put 2 of those bigs in at the same time. And I think maybe that could help the rebound if they actually do that. But I don't know if they'll do it. I don't know. We'll have to see how they play.
The Nets are built off finesse, man. This doesn't bode well for them. Like you said, everything they've addressed, bro. It's like that they showing up places that don't need showing up. So it's like they still had the same problems that they had. They did good by saying Aldridge as far as just having size, but I mean, historically in his career, he's never did what they need. Which is rebound and rim protect.
I'm just going off what I've seen from. I'm just going off what I've seen from Aldridge the last 2 years.
Oh yeah, of course. And I mean,
he's looked terrible.
That's even a worse. You feel me?
And he got off on the Lakers. And why did Aldridge get off on the Lakers? Because they don't have anybody on the interior who can guard a guy like that right now. Because Marcus Aldridge's been struggling, and we know Montrezl Harrell just sometimes get clueless in the pick and roll. And Aldridge, he's a very smart post player. Like if you put him, he's gonna work on he's gonna put in work against Montrezl Harrell on the low post. So Andre Drummond will change that. Andre Drummond is one of the better rim protectors in the league, one of the better rebounders.
I think kill Andre Drummond. The problem with Aldridge. Let me say one thing. Listen,
Aldridge is not even gonna get post touches, bro.
Aldridge,
and that's why I'm about to ask Lamont. Like, how do you think they'll? How do you think they'll?
He's not even going to get post touches
in the offense. Like
he's going to have to turn into a scrap guy, bro.
No, it has the only place I see Aldridge being used, if I'm being honest, this the only because of their style of offense out of the horn set. Because I know the offense that they run.
Is a shooter. He's money from mid range.
Look, all I'm saying is the only usage that I can see Aldridge getting out of that offense is out of the pick and pop.
But
that's a fact.
Because he's never been a good roller. But when you look at it this year, first of all, James Harden, if you look at it, if you break down his game, one thing that he struggles with is the pick and pop pass with bigs, because he's never had to do that. With all of his bigs have been lob guys like Capella, all right, and Tyson Chandler, and now he had Jared Allen, he had DeAndre Jordan. He's never
Has he ever had a shooter with the level of Aldridge?
I'm saying on those passes, where he's kicking it out to, those are generally where a lot of his turnovers occur. Those are usually live ball turnovers. He's great when you get inside and it's a lob pass right up at the rim, but now you're asking him to do pick and pop. I don't know.
Well, he does have Jeff Green for that.
Yeah, that too. But it changes your reads too, because now when you when you have that big in there and James Harden is driving at that big, you put that defender on an in-between situation. When you roll, these defenders no longer have to choose. They can just key in on James Harden. And if it's a pick and pop, we know one thing that the Lakers can do is they extremely great at closing out on shooters. So Aldridge, who hasn't been himself over the last couple of years, you're asking him to make those tough shots. I think the Lakers will live with him.
He's not missing no. He's been money his whole life from 20 and 20.
But
and
even like with that's not even like that's not even their problem though. That's what I'm saying. Like even
whose problem?
It's gonna be the net. It's gonna be hard for them to even manufacture him pick and pop touches, bro. They don't need offense. That's not their problem. That's what I'm saying. Like even if what you're saying is true, that's not their problem. Their problem is going to be, like we said, defense and rebound.
We understand
that's the most important thing.
That's established. That's established.
But
we understand what they need. But what I'm saying is
that they have offensively. That's like they don't even need dude to pick and pop. They don't need him for that.
But the fact that they have him is a luxury. It's not the fact that they don't need him. It's still a luxury. He's still there, and if he gets them shots, 7 out of 10, they're going in. That's what I'm saying. You gotta understand the position
the numbers ain't backing up no 7 out of 10, bro.
So you wide open from the field.
But I'm gonna tell you,
bro, he's not.
I'm talking about wide open. He's making that.
But fear none. But I'm gonna tell you why it's not a luxury, because add LaMarcus Aldridge to the lineup, you're cutting down your best defenders' minutes.
But here's another thing.
Best defenders.
Here's my thing. When you talk about LaMarcus,
you cutting Jeff Green and Bruce Brown and Claxton them minutes. You cutting them
minutes.
Or
you giving them a blow. Or you giving them a blow
with
a guy that can knock down open shots.
No, you're cutting out minutes because I'm hold on.
Claxton in.
Hold on. Let me break this down right here. So when we talk about shooters like LaMarcus Aldridge, and I would put him in the class of being more so streaky because sometimes his jumper's not there. A lot of these guys, LaMarcus Aldridge, on every team he's been on has been a volume type of scorer. He needs those touches from the post. And remember, he had to. And 2 years ago, he had to have a talk in the offseason with Greg Popovich about this because he felt like he wasn't getting enough touches and couldn't get into the rhythm of the game. Popovich tried to manufacture that for him. But this year, he was averaging, in his prime, when he was having his best years, he was averaging about 16 shots a game, shooting about 50% from the floor. This year and last year, he's had fewer shots on goal. This year, he's averaging, with the Spurs, he was averaging 11 shots a game, and his percentages went down because he was shooting less. Obviously, if you're a streak shooter and you're not getting as many touches, if you're not in the game as much because you have to come out because of defense, your percentages are going to drop. So what I'm saying is those numbers are going to go down even further with the Nets. He's going to get less touches, and when they see that he's going to be struggling on defense, his playing time may go down. So how can you rely on those jumpers to consistently go in when he's a streak shooter and needs more touches?
Because everybody's a threat on the floor. And when everybody's a threat on the floor, you're going to get open look. I'm the last person to root for these dudes. I want the Lakers to win.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked, though.
Let me finish. I just answered your question. He's going to be open more. He's not getting double teamed. Like, come on, we got to be honest, bro.
What are you talking about?
Hold on. He wasn't getting double teamed in San Antonio.
Because he's going to get quality shots. He's going to get quality shots. He's not going to have the best defender on him either.
Double teaming his ass in San Antonio. What are you?
He's not going to have the best defender on him either. I seen him drop 30 on the Lakers this year.
Bro, what is
on AD?
Oh, hold on. You said they were sending.
I saw him drop 30 on AD. I'm not just talking. You just talking. I seen him drop 30 on AD.
Respect
AD
none. How many shots?
Hold
on. How many shots you think LaMarcus Aldridge going to average on the Nets?
He's probably not going to get a lot of shots for the King. That's not my argument.
Then what are you talking about?
He's going to get quality shots. He's going to get quality shots.
How many quality shots?
If he's coming off your bench, because there's so many people on their team, that's a threat.
Then what are you talking about then?
Oh, hold on. That's not what I'm saying. You're going off threat. What I'm saying is this. The numbers show, remember, I'm going off the numbers. The numbers show when he shoots less, his percentages go down. He's not those open shots don't go down as much because he's shown in the past. Remember, I'm a Portland fan, so I watched him when he played in Portland. I watched him when he got hot in Portland. He would light you up. He'd be hot all night, but then he'll come out the next game. If he don't hit his first 4 or 5 shots, it's a wrap. He's struggling all night. He's a streak shooter. It's not consistent. So what I'm saying is when he's getting fewer shots and his percentages already drop off fewer shots, What if he comes out with the Nets in a playoff game and he misses his first 3 shots? He probably won't get any shots on goal, maybe to the 3rd or 4th quarter. Can you still rely on him to hit those same shots? Because coaches and scouts are going to be looking at these same analytics, and they're going to say, okay, in this situation right here, let's force the pass to LaMarcus. If anybody on the court is going to beat us with a shot, we're going to allow him to beat us. We don't want KD to shoot it. We don't want Harden to shoot it. We don't want, we don't want Kyrie to take it to the rim on us. Let's force that pop-out action to LaMarcus Aldridge. We just contest all out, and we'll live with it, make or miss. That's how they that's how they strategize at the NBA level. That I can see teams doing that when he gets on the court.
I just watched you do a video where Thanos blew you up because they got him. There's a reason you did that video.
No, that's
I understand the point. Let me finish.
Hold on. You're ridiculous. You're really ridiculous.
I was mad because they signed. I was mad because they signed Thanos, not because they signed LaMarcus Aldridge.
You are a positive.
What is you talking about?
My live, can y'all hear me? Can I speak? I always gotta be. I'm trying to think it's personal with you two.
No,
everything I say gotta be.
It's not personal. It's not personal.
What is this guy talking about? Like, what are you talking about?
It's not personal,
bro.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What am I talking about? Hey, has this guy not been an all-star before? Has he not been an all-star? Can we answer that?
500 years ago. 500 years ago, he was all-star. Like,
but the talent is there, bro. You not understanding.
What talent? He was on the bench.
First option. Listen, they're not asking him to be a first, second, third, or even 4th option.
Yes, he is. He is actually the 4th option.
He's the 4th option.
Yeah, he's definitely like a 5th or 6th option on that team.
No, he has to be the 4th option.
Which one is it? Which one is it?
I think the 4th because I think
you say the 4th too.
Because I'm gonna tell you what.
You still.
I'm gonna tell you why. I could be wrong.
Hold on. Go ahead, True. Go ahead.
Because they just said he's gonna play majority of the 5. He had to negotiate. Like, listen, like he talked to a bunch of teams, right? And clearly, okay, he didn't want to put no type of work in for any other teams, right? So if he's gonna play the 5 spot, right? If he's gonna start, he's gonna be at least a 4th, maybe 5th option, I could say. But he's gonna be between there. He gonna take.
Okay, so we got that established. Right? So we got that established. Has he ever been this low of an option in his life?
Yes, San Antonio.
Yes, with San Antonio.
San Antonio? Who was over him over San Antonio?
DeMar DeRozan. You had the point guard who was over him as an option.
Lonnie Walker.
No, Lonnie Walker wasn't over.
Cap.
Hold on.
No,
look. Look. Hold on. I think we're still getting off topic. Again, I'm gonna try to ask you.
Yeah, whenever I got a point, we getting off topic.
No, hold on.
No. You got the flow. You got the flow.
No, all I'm saying is I'm just trying to get to because remember what I went to.
Hey, dude, be hating.
Look, I know
you don't have a point.
I do have a point. You don't agree with me. That's fine.
Let Jason Beers go. I see Jason Beers trying to get something in. Go ahead, Jason.
I would say even Deontay Johnson, who was a rookie, was more of an option than Aldridge on San Antonio. I mean,
Deontay Johnson. Yeah, yes, he was. He just said his name.
Keldon Johnson.
Yeah, Keldon Johnson.
Keldon Johnson. Thank you.
No, Keldon Johnson was more of an option though. That is fact.
He's averaging like 14.
No, what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is with Aldridge, the fewer shots he gets, the lower his percentages are. It's not as consistent. So even when you look at his games in San Antonio, against New Orleans, he shot 2 of 7 from the field, 4 points on the night, all right, and 2 turnovers, all right. But the game, a couple games right before that, when he played the Lakers, he got 18 shots on goal. He dropped 28, was extremely efficient on the court. All right, but then the game right after the Lakers, they played the Clippers. And remember, I told you he's a streaky shooter. He goes 6 of 16, 14 points in 25 minutes. But his numbers fluctuate based on how he's used. And when he has lower usage, his percentages drop. And that's all. And you see that all throughout his numbers. Against Dallas, 11 to 18. He comes out the next game, 2 of 8, only 4 points. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm giving you an example. I can give you a multiple stretch where you can see games against Dallas where he got 18 shots and he shot a higher percentage because he had shots to get going. He comes out the next game, only 8 shots, only 4 points on the night. He comes out the next night, plays Portland. He goes 10 to 17, drops 22. But then the next night against Houston, he comes back to himself. He shoots 2 of 7 from the field, 4 points again. So what you see is every time he scores low points and is inefficient from the field is because he's getting far less shots on goal. In Brooklyn, we've already come to the conclusion he's only going to be able to get, I say 6 to 8 shots on goal unless they really try to force the ball to him. And I just don't see that happening. There's not enough shots to go up.
The ball to him is stupid.
In a game of basketball, the less shots you get, most players' percentages are going to go down. So it's not just him. It's with anybody. When you shoot the ball more, I said most.
That's
not
true. What the fuck is he
talking about? Just to be disagreeable. What I'm saying is, bro,
you can't say that without numbers.
That's not facts.
I'm giving you numbers on LaMarcus Aldridge's numbers. His numbers are when he shoots less, he's far less productive.
When you shoot more as a player, when you shoot more, you have more opportunities to improve your percentage.
That's not true.
You know
The less shots you take,
the more efficient you should be, bro. That what you just said is numbers.
Look at KD. KD.
When you play the game, brother, you're gonna get less of a rhythm because you shooting less. That's the point Lamont making. He said he's not getting a lot of shots.
That doesn't apply.
You said efficiency, bro.
Let me tell you, okay.
But that doesn't apply to everybody.
Like if you 0 for 1, you only getting 1 shot. So you got less.
You missed my point.
Hold on. But here's the ether to that, because if you get 1 shot, there's 0% if you go 0 for 1. But if you make 1 more shot, you're 1 of 2 from the field. That's 50%.
Yeah,
that's great.
I get that. But you said he's gonna. Your point, what you said, is because when his shots go down. Listen, you said when his shots go down, his percentages go down. Most players, when they get less shots, their percentages are down.
You don't know that. You can say that.
Hold on. I have the thing. Here's the fact right here. There are some players in the NBA, and this is where he's at in his career. There's some players in the NBA that know going into a game, and again, this is all scouted out. Like when you get a scouting report in an NBA game, there's certain games where they say, Kyrie, this game, because of this matchup, we need you to put up 15 to 25 shots. That's what you need to aim for this game. So he's really like, so when they tell LaMarcus Aldridge today, we need you to put up 6 to 8 shots, hopefully, and he knows he's not getting that many shots on goal. I mean, this is where the percentages hurt a guy like Draymond. And when Draymond, this is why he had to find ways to be a better spot up shooter. Same with Lonzo Ball. When you know you're getting less touches, these are things you just have to work at and get better at to be more efficient on those few touches. But we're talking about Draymond Green. People say that he's a poor 3-point shooter. It's because he's just off 1 or 2 shots. He just needs to make 1 or 2 shots more to be great. Do you think he can switch and be that type of player? Go from being a streaky player who needs the ball a lot to score to being a guy who's barely going to get a lot of touches and he has to score off.
You know what I
Draymond Green, listen. Draymond Green is not in the same class as LaMarcus Aldridge as a shooter.
Okay, that's not what I was talking about.
That's what LaMarcus Aldridge does.
He missed the whole point. Yeah, he missed the whole point. So
I understand your point, but the point is null and void. The point doesn't matter. LaMarcus Aldridge is a shooter. He's money. He's been money his entire career.
He's not.
He's been money.
He's money.
He's always had a face-up jumper. He's always had a mean fadeaway.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he's money when he gets touches, when he's shooting over 17 shots a game. He's money. When he's shooting under 10 shots a game, he's trash. He's going to shoot under. He's going to shoot under 10 shots a game with this team.
When you watch the net, that ball moves and they pass the ball and get it to the open guy. And he's going to get open shots and he's going to knock them down.
They ball moving.
That's why they second in the East.
They ball moving not crazy.
Bro, they second in the East because the East is
trash. That's why Harden is the MVP candidate.
The East is really trash. The East is a 3-team conference.
That I don't care about that. I know that they're second in the East. And I know that they ran through the West on a 5-game tour and smacked everybody, including the Clippers, including the Lakers. Like, come on.
Without Anthony Davis.
And I don't want them to win. I want the Lakers to win, but I'm not about to sit up here and listen to this.
You understand basic basketball concept.
Right, but what you saying right now, you just making the case that Nets is better than the Lakers. How you talking?
No, everything.
It's not about that, bro. What I'm telling you is what happened. I'm telling you the fact. I don't.
No, you're really not, bro.
Hold on. No, I'm gonna stop you right there because everything that we're talking about right here is not predicated off regular season. It's predicated off if it's going to work in the playoffs. And we've all talked earlier.
We don't know.
Hold on. Let me finish. Well, all I'm saying is, and again, I want everything that we say from this point forward needs to be based on understanding that the playoffs, the game slows down. There's fewer touches for everybody, right? Everything is far more important, from rebounds to turnovers and everything. And when the game slows down, when all your stars are going to get less touches, where are you going to manufacture touches to get LaMarcus Aldridge going? Because he's shown in the past that he needs a high volume of shots, at least 15, to get going, to get going. So you want him to get going offensively on a team that doesn't need more offense. They actually need defense. That makes again, I think you bringing up his offensive prowess does not affect this team whatsoever, because that's not what they need. So
actually brings more problems.
And let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. They didn't really even want LaMarcus Aldridge. They just did him because they couldn't even get Drummond. So like, come on, dog. Like,
that's the reason
they didn't want him, but he's on their team.
Front runners for him.
He was the last option.
Yeah,
that's new.
He was the last option.
That's new. They didn't want him, but he on the team.
Only reason why he didn't Brooklyn because his fat ass couldn't get in shape. Like, come on, man. Like, let's get on
the team.
Like,
you know what I find interesting too is that Hassan Whiteside's also on the buyout market. So why?
Yeah, that would have been a better move.
Exactly. Than Aldridge. To not go for him. But the interesting is, back to your Aldridge point, right? Based on the teams that you mentioned with the sample size, like you said, he gets bigger touches against the Lakers, Clippers, Mavericks, and Portland, right? Those are all big teams who are going to be playoff teams. So the aspect that maybe Popovich used with Aldridge is, hey, give him more touches against the bigger teams and conserve him against the lesser teams like Houston.
So, I think, and I mean to cut you off, I think that against those better teams, your philosophy has to be to slow the game down. So going to Aldridge more, which slows the game down, is going to be much more effective than trying to go in that frenetic up and down pace. It's when you're playing against some of the worser teams in the league, who might have smaller lineups. Again, when you're playing against the Lakers, you got to slow the game down, because if you allow it to get in the transition, the Lakers are going to always win.
Lakers are going to beat you every time.
Yeah,
that's
guaranteed. And that's what I'm saying. The best teams in the league, you got to slow it down, and those mirror playoff games more than anything. The games where you have to slow down and you have to get way more strategic. And I'm just trying to figure out, when is Houston with this 7 seconds or less offense, when are they going to slow it down? And when they do slow it down, not Houston, when the Nets are going to have to slow down eventually. All right, they're going to have to win a game in the playoffs where they only score 105, 104 points. Are they going to have the defense to sustain?
The Nets' weaknesses don't bode well for player to win championships, bro. It's just a fact.
Yeah, having a glaring defensive weakness never ends up well.
And rebounding is the most important thing in championship basketball.
For sure.
I got the Lakers to win it. I have the Lakers to win it.
We're not talking about if you got the Lakers to win it.
No, I'm just making my point. I'm not saying y'all are. I'm just saying I got LeBron them to win it. My only point was Aldridge is gonna knock down open shots. He's not going to miss open shots. We all know how
great the Lakers
are. Every NBA player hit open shots. What are you talking about?
I also think
then. So what are you talking about? He's going to get a lot more open shots.
Why you mention it then?
Hold on. What was Jason Beers trying to ask?
Because that's going to be a big factor. That's going to be a factor. He's going to be open a lot.
Let's hear Jason Beers' question. Go ahead, Jason.
I think can the Lakers sustain that kind of defense against such a high power offense in a 7-game series? I think that's going to be the thing.
That's a good question too.
Yeah, that's the
and see that. And remember what I was saying earlier. What can the Nets do to capitalize on some of the Lakers' flaws?
Well, what's fun? I don't think the Nets are going to need to, and because the Lakers need to come through a tougher Western Conference in the playoffs. So they're probably going to be playing a few 6 to 7 game series. So I think fatigue might end up catching up to them, which I think is something you have to consider because, LeBron is already ailing an injury and so is AD. So those can easily be re-aggravated in tough playoff series, especially against tough Western Conference teams like Utah, Phoenix, Denver, just to name a few. So it's hard to pinpoint what the Nets can do to stop them. Because there's not a lot. I mean, the Lakers are a very, very fantastic all-around team, and nobody can deny that. It's just the Nets are an offensive juggernaut that could, but no one really knows if they're going to overpower the Lakers defensively. Or rather, the Nets offense is going to overpower the Lakers defense. But the big question is, it's 7 games. You know, it's not like a regular season, 1 game, then you move on to the next. It's 7 games playing the same team over and over again, going to different arenas. There's a lot that mixes into it. So,
and the one thing that Vogel showed us last year. Remember, I keep telling us, and this is the one thing we haven't had the opportunity to see out of Steve Nash, and we've never seen it from D'Antoni throughout his coaching career. Is Vogel is extremely good at adjustments. Whenever they lost a game in the playoffs last year, they usually came out the next game and it was a blowout win.
He was like that in Indiana too with the Pacers.
Yeah,
that's
so
quality
the adjustments, and when they lost the game against Portland, they came out and smacked Portland the next game and won the series 4-1. Did the same thing against Houston. Lost the game, came out and destroyed them. Same thing against Denver. And then we especially saw that in Game 6 against Miami, where they lost that game, where they gave it up. He made a change. He put Caruso in the starting lineup, and everybody was like, "Oh, why is he doing that?" He saw something that he can exploit, and he when he exploits something in the playoffs, he exploits it to the 9th degree. I'm talking about he goes crazy with it, and it usually leads to blowout wins. And what I'm saying is, my biggest fear is D'Antoni. Is he going to be able to change his coaching style up and actually go out and make adjustments? Because we didn't see that with Phoenix. We didn't see that with Houston. Is he going to be able to help Nash do that with the Nets now, even though he has a stellar team?
That's a big, because personally, even in Houston, I've never been a D'Antoni fan. I mean, ever since he left, that team has objectively gotten worse, but that's just because Houston is an absolute mess right now. Probably will be for the next few years.
Yeah,
I don't know if D'Antoni can get that done. Vogel's just been so good at this for so many years that now that he has even more defensive options on LA than he did in Indiana, I think it makes it even tougher for sure. But I think the aspect of fatigue and playing in 6 to 7 game Western Conference series is going to be tough.
Hey, you hit it on the head when you said health. The health is going to be the key factor for the Lakers, man. They can stay healthy, they can win it all. But
the Nets aren't the healthiest team either. The Nets have their health struggles for sure. It's not just.
But you still got Rondo now teaming up with the Clippers, and I'm just saying that Clippers team look real good. I want my Lakers to come through. I want Bron to get his 5th, but they gotta be healthy.
We've seen the Clippers MO in the playoffs though. They can't get it done ever. So
and remember, it's crazy because we talked about that yesterday, and you brought it up with the Lakers, but yesterday we talked about with the Nets. I said the Nets need to make sure that the first couple of rounds of the playoffs, they need to either be sweeping teams or they need to be beating them 4-1, because if they allow teams like the Pacers or the Celtics to lure them in the 7-game series, they might win those series. They find themselves playing 7 games here, 6 games there, 7 games here, and then they get to the NBA Finals with Kyrie's playoff history. He's prone to injuries. With KD's injury history, he's prone to getting injured. James Harden is the only one that's proven himself to be Iron Man out of the group. We know DeAndre Jordan can get prone. We know Joe Harris can get injured. Like they have. We know that Blake and LaMarcus are prone to injury with their age and their history. So what I'm saying is they can't. What I said with the Nets yesterday is they don't have no room to mess around early in the playoffs. They got to start knocking teams out the box, because when they allow teams to win, like we saw with the Cavs, you give them the confidence to come out and feel like they can win the next game. You can put yourself into some hard series early. And I think that can hurt them as well.
The only one I really see giving the Nets a hard time is the 76ers. But
Tobias Harris is nice.
Yeah,
he's gonna be a major X factor for them.
Embiid's gonna be the problem for the Nets. It's how
don't sleep on them. Don't sleep on them teams in the East. That's all I'm going to say.
I know.
Embiid is a given, but Tobias Harris, if he can play like he's been playing, because he's been looking great.
The Nets will underestimate some teams in the East. That's all I'm going to say.
The only team the Nets haven't been able to beat this so far this year, I know the regular season doesn't matter that much, but the 76ers, they haven't been able to touch them yet. They've beaten every other Eastern team except for Cleveland, but we all know they're not going anywhere. But I think the 76ers are really going to be the only scrappy one. I think they can outlast Milwaukee. Milwaukee's too inconsistent, in my opinion.
And they turn the ball over a lot too themselves.
Yep. And they really only it's really Giannis and Middleton as their two best offensive. DiVincenzo maybe. Brooke Lopez is not that
They got
great
Drew
anymore.
Holiday. They got Drew Holiday, but they're very flawed.
I wouldn't sleep on Miami either.
Miami.
I gotta see how they look with Oladipo first.
They got Oladipo for dirt cheap though. That was a shock to me.
Yeah, literally. You get Oladipo, you don't have to give up Tyler Hero.
Yeah, you got those teams. We got to wait to see teams like Miami and like the Celtics because they got new additions to the team to see how that play out.
The Celtics is done. You feel me? They over.
All right.
They not finna get a Nets no problem. Nets
all right.
So.
Celtics are underperforming.
Hold on, but the problem with the Celtics is they have the good thing about the Celtics is regardless of what talent you have on that team, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown always feel like they can win you the game. They are uber confident. And they actually get more confidence when you put more stars in front of them. So when you put a bigger task in front of them in the playoffs, they're looking at you like you about to be my next opportunity to get on ESPN.
Yeah, but
they don't
play
well.
like that.
That matchup isn't good for them.
The matchup is bad for them. But what I'm saying is,
not necessarily.
Hold on. But remember what I said, y'all. It's about not playing around with these teams and sweeping them. If you don't get the Celtics out of there early, I can see Jason Tatum taking you guys to 7 games. Maybe they win it out, but you cannot. They can't afford that with the way their history is. They need to get it done early.
I think if they still had a big man like Daniel Tice, I'd give that to you. But who's their big man now? Who they get?
Robert Williams. Go look at what he's been doing.
He's 6'8".
He play hard.
He's a small. They've been playing small ball lineup with Robert Williams.
I like Williams.
That bodes well for the Nets, bro. You can't out-small.
No, listen. Go look up Rob what he's been doing these last 2 games.
We've been watching him. I play FanDuel. I've been seeing what he's been having some good games. I'm not going to deny that.
Really
in a playoff setting,
he's top 5. He's top 5 in blocks right now.
True. In a playoff setting, he's going to get exploited.
Facts.
No, he's not. How? Tell me how.
They're going to put him in pick and roll and embarrass the shit out of him.
He can guard pick and roll. What are you talking about?
Okay.
I watched the game. He been guard pick and roll. We was just seeing him on.
I said playoff setting. I said a playoff setting.
We'll see. Man, because they try to do that. He's good in open space.
I think
I like him.
Thing about playoff basketball that's pretty overlooked too is the aspect of experience in the playoffs, because playoffs are an entirely different atmosphere than the regular season.
Yeah,
the Nets have so much playoff experience combined with just their front court. I mean, and then you introduce savvy veterans like Aldridge and Griffin. It only gets better from there.
Yeah, but here's a problem.
That's an advantage that I feel like they have over the Lakers. The experience, and nobody, not one Nets fan will even bring that up except you. That was probably one of the best points. That's what I mean. It's small things like that they can use. Like in certain moments of the game, if you can outsmart some of these younger players like Kuzma and get an advantage over a 5-minute stretch, maybe when they're trying to rest Brian, AD, or Drummond, that's where you really gonna win out. Maybe if Drummond is in foul trouble, maybe these vets can find a way to manufacture that 4th or 5th foul. So now you got to sit Drummond the rest of the game, because
with Harden on the team, it's not even a question. The man's the king of drawing fouls. We've been on this though,
but we've seen in multiple years in a row that Harden doesn't get those same fouls in the playoffs.
That's true.
But we know a guy like Aldridge can manufacture foul. He's smart enough to get him to jump, get him to bite, and draw some late game fouls.
But here's the problem. Where he's not
effective.
But here's a problem though, right?
This season, I wouldn't be shocked.
Right, but here's the issue though. James Harden not getting him saying free throw. He's not going to the free throw line as much playing on Brooklyn because he's a more facilitator now. And LaMarcus Aldridge not going to get as much touches. The two draw fouls. So that's you just take that out.
No, I was talking about situational situation. So in a situational setting where, let's say you're coming out of an ATO, let's say Drummond has 2 fouls in the second quarter. Maybe out of the ATO, they can design a play to go into LaMarcus Aldridge. Just say, look, you probably won't score, but we're just going to you to see if you can get Drummond to bite. Maybe jump in the air. You just get him in the air, go into his body and get a foul. Like sometimes you can you don't even have to be real. See, that's where the experience is going to come in, because experience out of ATOs, it's like that's just playing chess right there. And are the Nets going to be able to play chess to that degree to outsmart the Lakers and win, or any team that they play?
I doubt it. I think the Lakers have the edge in that area.
I think if the
Brooklyn going to struggle. Brooklyn going to struggle in the playoff regardless of what happens. They're going to struggle in the playoff. They're not sweeping.
I think if the roles were reversed and D'Antoni was head coach, I'd say the Nets win the chess matchup due to D'Antoni's experience. But Nash is a novice at this. He only takes D'Antoni's advice, but he gets the final say in the end. I mean, listen, Nash is one of the greatest facilitating point guards to ever play the game. But I mean, as as a coach, it's entirely different.
Yep.
So we got to see what he can do as a playoff coach.
The Nets going to struggle, and Nets they can't even go to the finals, but they're going to struggle getting there. Because the fact that coaching, every coach they're going to play, they're going to have an edge on Steve Nash. That's just the reality.
I think so. Yeah.
And that you have bad coach.
I just don't think the East has enough firepower to stay.
It's not, but yeah, you can say that. But but here's the thing, though. Every team gonna feel confident. Every team in that East that's gonna be in that playoff gonna feel they can beat Brooklyn, regardless of whatever case may be. They gonna feel though all that firepower may be. Brad Stevens and like you said, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, they're gonna feel though they can beat them in the playoff series. They're not worried. They don't feel discouraged at all. They don't care. They got LeBron Aldridge and Blake Griffin.
No one's going to walk into a playoff series and just give up.
But that's the problem. But that's the problem with Brooklyn, though. You know what I mean? I'm not saying, of course, you gotta be confident, but they honestly feel though they can beat Brooklyn in the 7-game series.
Here's the thing, and I think Shrew's making a good point. I think Shrew's making a good point where I think the teams with relying on Houston, with those teams that relied on offensive firepower, they weren't as scary as some of the better defensive teams that we've seen where if you got to go up against the Lakers, knowing that you're going up against a defensive juggernaut that's going to make you uncomfortable on the offensive end. I think teams going into a series where look, they're going to let me get mine, so I'm feeling much better. And at the NBA level, sometimes when you get guys when Jason Tatum, when he gets cooking, you're not stopping him. And then on top of the fact that they're already a solid defensive team, that just gives you more problems. So I think the Lakers, they never go in a game. Sometimes you don't even know, is LeBron going to be the high scorer? Is Kuzma going to get hot and drop 20? Is AD going to drop 30 this game? Maybe somebody off the bench. Maybe Schroeder can get hot now. It's all over the place offensively.
You were great defensive. Those are teams that people have a little bit of doubts.
I think the defensive teams are more feared than the offensive team.
You know what? Talking about bigger defensive teams, who's a secret scary threat going into the play? I never thought I'd ever say this in my life.
Probably the Hawks.
The New York Knicks.
That's what I said yesterday.
Yep.
They
are.
That's exactly what I said yesterday.
They're one of the best.
Everybody laughed at me.
They're one of the best defensive teams in the NBA. They have played the Nets really difficult twice. They can give them a solid run for their money, and the Knicks proved they can win a game.
I like quickly too.
They improved their offense. They could be a contender. They get a guy like Derrick Rose.
This is another point too. So when you gotta make adjustments, right? And these players, all these studs, these ego players like Blake Griffin. Let's say Blake Griffin getting killed, because it's gonna be a moment where it's he's getting killed and he's getting exploited, right? And you gotta sit him, you know what I mean? Blake Griffin never felt that before, you know what I mean?
No, never.
Mitchell Robinson just fractured his foot today.
He did.
That hurts him defensively.
Yeah, that's one.
That's going to be the Knicks.
But they still got the will, but he got to stay healthy though. That's the problem.
The thing with the Knicks though is that when their only main offensive weapons really Julius Randle at the moment, right? So
shooting.
Yeah, they can key in on.
That's the problem. That's why they were desperately trying to get a point guard.
They need offense. They need offense.
That's not going to bode well for them. I don't see them as no legitimate threat.
No. And I never said a threat. What I'm saying is, you don't want to be the Nets finding yourself in a game 6 against the Knicks. Again, you may win game 6, but you didn't spend 2 extra games trying to get it. The Knicks, I don't want to, and that's where you got it. That's where you got to say, are we going to be able to lock in for multiple games in a row consistently?
But again, though, Tom Thibodeau, and that Knicks locker room,
dark horse, and yet Tom Thibodeau is probably the greatest thing to happen to that team in the last 10 years.
I may say 20.
I thought it was a bad hiring too. I was wrong on that.
Yeah, I'm not no Thibodeau fan.
Yeah, you got to shut your tail down on that one. I think I told you about that, Lamar.
Thibodeau always been a great coach.
You think so? I mean,
Thibodeau
had his successes in Chicago,
I just think
though.
He kills his players. Like, yeah, it looks good in the first few
years. It pros and cons to it. It pros and cons.
After a while, bro, that shit gonna get old, bro.
Pros and cons, but it worked.
They play high minutes, but he had them boys playing defense. If you a gunner, if you
my big question then is,
yeah, but it's hard for like if he gets a core players, they don't sustain that. Like usually on Thibodeau teams, like what you seen with the Bulls, a lot of those players, bro, after like 3 years with them, they malice. They just build up injuries and injuries.
I mean, Jimmy Butler kind of one of them too, because you know what's crazy is since that he been getting hurt. Yeah. But yet again though, the Knicks. You're not going to tell like Knicks. They feel like you probably can beat Brooklyn in the 7-game series. All that being said, with Tom Thibodeau being their coach, and all that being said, listen, we may be bad offensively, but they bad defensively, so we gonna get our shots. So it's like they don't have that fact. Like when you can't have teams with that mindset coming in, going and playing you. I don't care how much firepower you have.
Well, I mean, every team is going to be hungry to beat a team like Brooklyn because
right. I understand that you're going to be you're going to compete, but when you have that mindset saying that, listen, it don't matter it don't matter what happens, we still have a chance to win. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Let's be honest though, like there's certain teams like some AC teams they're going to compete, but they like for example like Detroit, where like when Detroit was in the playoff with Blake Griffin, they knew they wasn't going to win, even though Blake Griffin tried to come back, they knew they going to compete. But they knew they was going to win. But when teams playing against Brooklyn, it's going to be complete opposite. They're going to try. They're going to play hard. They're going to listen. Hey, they're going to give up a lot of points. We have a chance.
It's going to boil down to health. You got a healthy KD out there.
Brooklyn has tightened up their defense since the beginning of the season. It's not like they're dead last anymore. But, I mean, they definitely need some kind of improvements. I mean, no one's denying that. But
if you got a healthy KD out there, a healthy Kyrie, and a healthy Harden, it's a wrap. They in the finals.
KD healthy though. The question is if KD gets KD
I'm saying this that's a big question, True the King. That's a huge question. He been out for how long? How long he been out?
February 13th was the last time he played a game.
Hold on. Say that point again. I didn't hear you. Say that one more time.
I was asking how long he been out. What you say? February 13th.
February 13th is the last time he played a game. I'm pretty sure.
But what was your concern? What was your concern about him?
No, I'm just saying health.
The question is KD going to be healthy? Is the big question.
That's what
even like Blake Griffin, that man.
The Nets players like that. The Nets are trying to ensure that they come in healthy. That's why they rest them all in this.
Yeah,
that might come back to
chemistry. Gonna be a big problem too, though, because I don't like because Jeff Green is getting cut. I know he's pissed off. He know he in his mind he thinks he's better than LaMarcus and Blake Griffin right now. He honestly probably thinks that. And you cut people man like that down. That's like I said. Lamar said it last night. You know what I mean? That's bad for your locker room.
The Nets think they get in the ring, bro. Them dudes is good over there. They think they get in the ring.
The thing is,
that's their mindset.
I think Jeff Green knows he's always a small ball option, and Steve Nash, as you've seen throughout the season, likes to run small ball a good amount. So I think Jeff Green will still get his time. It's just,
I don't know.
Hey, to the King, the way he been knocking down that jumper.
I feel you, but here's the thing though. But what position he been playing the most is he been playing a lot of center, and you just added LaMarcus Aldridge, right? And they saying he gonna play majority of that 5 spot. And you got he's
gonna start. Griffin. They said he's gonna start, which Jeff Green usually doesn't anyway, unless he starts small ball, which I don't know. It's tricky.
But they say he's gonna play majority of that 5 spot minutes though. So
when push comes to shove, bro, I promise you it's gonna be Jeff Green out there, not LaMarcus Aldridge.
We'll see.
I would hope so.
But then you have
not
to.
Effective.
But I keep telling y'all, look, it's not like 2K where you sub a guy out and you don't have to deal with the repercussions of the bench aspect of it and the player psyche aspect of it, and how that player can become a cancer to the team. See, because I've seen on teams where you pull a guy out early who plays a lot, he'll go to the end of the bench. He's going to start moping, complaining to everybody else on the end of the bench. Then you got guys on the bench arguing like, why are you complaining? Just stay locked in. And now you're dealing with all this other – it's like a game within a game. Like when you in the game, you see all this stuff as a fan watching. You never will see this stuff. So let's say you pull let's say Blake is cooking. Let's say Blake then scored 8 to 10 points in a quarter. And he felt like he's cooking, but the coach has to pull him in the fourth quarter because we need defensive players out there. Blake is going to be sitting on that bench, probably pissed off because he felt like he was cooking. And we saw that last year. We saw that last year with the Clippers. Let me finish. We saw it last year with the Clippers, how Reggie Jackson would get in and be cooking for 1 or 2 quarters, and the coach would bench him for the rest of the game. You literally saw him on the bench with his arms up, moping the whole time, and it was all across the Clipper faces on the bench. Nobody talked about how that trickle-down effect of those attitudes maybe cost them the series, not just to play on the court. The players' body language will tell you a lot.
And what Brooklyn Nets player has a history?
That's all. I mean, like that's a part of it.
We also saw Dwight, who coming in did not have a reputation of being unselfish.
That man was fighting.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish.
Yep.
He got benched during that Rocket series and still had enthusiasm the next series. So it can change. These guys, because the next series, he was rooting for his team.
That's different, though. What I'm saying is, and I already talked about this in one of my videos when I compared to body languages. I said this is a difference between the culture with the Lakers and the Clippers, because when Dwight and DeVille both knew they wasn't going to play a minute in that Houston series, they were up on the bench being the biggest cheerleaders as they won. All right. When their number was called and they can get on the court that next series against Denver, they both showed up and played. See, what I'm saying is we haven't seen, like we saw how Dwight reacted. I don't recall a time ever seeing LaMarcus Aldridge being the biggest cheerleader on the bench. Hold on. That? We didn't see him doing that in San Antonio when he was getting benched.
But can I ask you this? Has he ever been on the team?
San Antonio.
Listen, I ain't even finished the question. Has he ever been on the team where he has this much promise to win a ring? Never.
Which one?
The reason that's important, man, is because when dudes feel like that ring is in their grasp, they change their behavior. When they have respect for the dudes that they potentially coming out for, they change their behavior. Again, I'm rooting for the Lakers. I hope that you 1,000% right. I hope that he go over there and have a terrible attitude. Or what my point is, when they have an opportunity to win that ring,
hold on.
Yeah, but he was on the Spurs with Kawhi Leonard. He was on Spurs with Kawhi Leonard.
Hold on. Didn't the Clippers last year, weren't they the odds-all favorite to win it all?
Yes.
I'm not talking about the Clippers.
No, but the whole point of it, you just said when they know they can win a championship, they act different. The Clippers were the odds-all favorite to win the championship, and those guys definitely weren't acting right from when the playoffs started, right out the gate.
Choked their way out.
They were a lot of people's favorite, but
they were everybody's favorite. Everybody's favorite.
But the Lakers, that still doesn't refute my point. The White and them still were confident in the fact that they had a great chance. Like right now, the Nets are most people's favorite, but that still doesn't mean that the people on the Clippers don't feel like they got a great chance. Not that they got some of that toxicity out of there. I know what you're saying. The Clippers, that's a great point that you said. Yeah, they had negative attitude. That's why they got some of them guys out of there. But my point is still valid that Dwight Howard and what's my guy name? The big fella, man. Come on, y'all got me. McGee.
Yeah, but he's been doing that. But JaVale McGee did that, but JaVale McGee was
but to the King,
Dwight Howard, who was on his last leg.
Hold on, let me say this point though. But fair enough, but you gotta put this in respect. Dwight Howard was fighting to get in the league. He didn't have a guaranteed contract at first. So you gotta understand that he was on a thin line, which Dwight Howard had he realized, listen, I have to he had to realize being okay, if I have to be this, well, I'm not gonna be in the league no more. He had to make that decision.
You know who wasn't on a thin contract or on their last leg through the King?
Who?
And who changed their behavior as well? Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma was sending quotes that his trainer was putting out. He was reposting quotes that was taking shots at LeBron, everything. That whole team, this is my point. And anything can be rebutted, bro. It's not that I'm saying y'all wrong. But here's my point. When a team feels like they have when a team feel like they have an opportunity to win it, when players feel like, hey man, I'm getting towards the end of my career, they'll start doing things a little differently. I'm just telling you. Like the whole thing with Kyrie,
You gotta look at the clock.
That's a bad example. I'm gonna tell you why it's a bad example.
Let's stand on business finish, and then you can go.
You gotta look at the clock of the players they got. When you in the league, bro, I hear what you're saying, but rarely do you see an old dog doing new tricks in the league like that, especially when you used to coaches like that. Because LaMarcus Aldridge, he got a history of doing all that pouty shit when he's not getting touches. His defense struggles. He don't go after rebounds if he don't get his touches. So based on history alone, all the clout of players they got on their team, they don't have real besides KD and Kyrie, they don't have real long run for playoff experience, and they always have some type of background as far as team dysfunction within their career. So it's
like Jeff Green was in the finals. Stand on business. Jeff Green went to the finals with LeBron. 2018. He got experience.
But that was toxic. That was a toxic locker room, though. You're missing his point.
That's what I'm saying.
All the people. That's a good point. On business, but like
they don't have a reputation. The clout of that, the fabric of that team is not resilient. That's what I'm saying. So when
you know what though, and stand on business. You know how me, you, True the King, everybody on this panel know that. They know that, and that's the type of stuff that galvanizes teams. They know that people like us that talk about these games, that gives them all the more fuel to want to prove everybody wrong. I'm just telling you, man, these guys, bro, they are playing different. Harden and Kyrie, you would have never been able to convince me that was going to work out at the beginning of the season when they got that trade. But when Kyrie said, you know what, man, that's your ball, James, do your thing. And how they root for each other. And when you watch the games, even when KD not playing, there's a different vibe with this team. Again, I want them to lose.
It's easy to do that when you know what the difference is, but I'm saying when
I feel like
we're talking about playoff basketball.
When adversity comes, they're front running right now.
You got two finals, and he said playoff basketball. I gotta stop this right.
I think the big
they got two finals MVPs on their team, and then they got two regular season MVPs on their team.
Hold,
deep in the playoffs.
Hey, yo, pause real quick, because that's facts right there. But don't make it seem like two people on that team got two. If one person got NBA Finals MVP, don't do that. Don't do that.
Wait a minute.
Only one player got NBA Finals MVP on that team. Don't do that. You try to be slick. You try to two
NBA
Finals
They got two people.
They
got two people with MVPs on their team, and they got two guys that went to the finals. If I misspoke, excuse me, True the King. I'm saying they got two people. They got two people with championship experience on that team, and they got two guys with regular season MVP, and another one that went deep into the playoffs.
Hold on, but respect off here now. The problem is you're talking about the top guys. I'm telling you, the people that affect the culture of the team the most is the bottom guys. And I had a coach tell me this before.
I disagree.
I'm not. Hold on, and I wish I could bring him in because he's the one that told me this, and it took me a while to understand it. He says the guys at the end of your bench control the culture of your team. He says because if those guys at the end of the bench ain't happy, it's going to have a trickle-down effect and affect your entire locker room. He says, when you had this team, especially this is when I had my best team at GCU, he says, you need to make sure those 3-4 guys on the end of the bench that might not be getting as much playing time, you need to make sure they feel just as invested, as involved as all your starters. And I was lacking in that area because I was wondering, man, we had the number 4 ranked team in the country. We go out against ASU, we get shellacked by like 50.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, and he was like, he had to tell me. He was like, you know, your coach's fucked up with this team. He said, guys is coming to practice late, this, that, and the other. He's like, you letting these guys at the end of the bench sit there and mope and bring down the rest of the team when y'all huddle up. They still sitting down. He pointed out a lot of different things where I was focusing on my top 7 guys and wasn't paying attention to my bottom 5. And my bottom 5 guys were the ones. My bottom 5 guys were the ones that were tearing the team down. We ended up getting to the championship game. We ended up losing, but we turned it around when I made an emphasis on focusing on those last guys. It didn't mean getting them in the game more. It just meant, bringing them in practice more, maybe getting them certain minutes in certain situational sets, just finding ways to boost their morale.
That's a fantastic. That's great. I like that you brought this point up, and I'm going to bring up something else that I think goes along with this. Is flash to the Nets Jazz game two games ago. They had nobody. They were able to put in all their bench players. They're able to give them a shot. They're able to see what they could do. They put up a healthy 88 points against a decent Jazz team. They got blown out by 30, but who cares? These guys get their shot, they get their minutes, they get the chance to prove themselves. I think that's the big thing too, is that, they know with all 3 stars out, it's like, okay, my role now improves for this one game. So I think even before that, I think most of these players also kind of know their role, especially with the star power on the team that they have now. But the big thing is, I think, especially with James Harden, and I feel like he's playing the best basketball of his career at the moment, I think it's because that he's happy where he is. I think it's because him knowing he was just a 6th option in OKC and the way they just threw him out the door for nothing, and then the fact that he had to carry a Houston Rockets team who never gave him anything back in return for several years. And he's now on a team where he feels comfortable with other role players around him. And Brooklyn seems like a decent environment. I haven't heard a lot of problems within the organization. But even the Nets role players coming off the bench, guys like Tyler Johnson, TLC. Joe Harris usually is
even though he starts, but I'm just saying he's still a killer though.
I need to see Brooklyn's players go through adversity and see how they respond.
Because this is the problem. All them dudes,
everybody on that team is they front runners.
Everybody on that team got character issues. That's the problem. Everybody on that team got character issues.
Nobody on that team has ever had to. Even when they playoff runs, Kevin Durant.
When it comes to big controversy, they tend to fix it because remember, with this Harden trade, it was probably the most controversial moment of the season. How's it going to work? All 3 of these guys need the ball in their hands. There's only one basketball. Kyrie and James are known to be more selfish players than Kevin Durant is. How is it going to work? And look at what's been produced so far.
No, but all 3 of them haven't been on the court. That's what I'm saying. Like
I know they've only been on for 7 games.
Bro, it's way easier to incorporate 2 players, especially because Kyrie's basically a 2 guy. Like the media is making it seem like it's this big sacrifice, but Kyrie, he's more suited for this role anyways.
He did play with LeBron James.
That's what I'm saying. So it's not. I mean, it's easy to incorporate them 2 together. My thing is not. It's not even with them. Even I think they're gonna be fine when KD gets back in 3. I'm saying when they face that adversity from a team level, I'm not confident in them to be resilient because they've never. Nobody on that team has ever showed it.
They do break.
Like Blake Griffin got character issues. DeAndre Jordan got character issues.
LaMarcus Aldridge.
Everybody got character issues.
I kind of think because that's when these smaller guys come in. Like the guy who I personally think has made a big difference for this team this year is Jeff Green. I think his presence with this team and what he's been able to produce has been honestly very game-changing. He's a savvy veteran who's been everywhere. He finally has a chance to be on a good team, and he's still putting up solid numbers.
But here's the problem, though. You're cutting his minutes down. So how do you feel, all that being said, that he's playing good ball, he cutting his minutes down?
Listen,
that's the reality of it. How do you feel if I'm Jeff Green? I'm like, okay, we have a chip. Mind you, coming in the season, okay, we have a championship team, right?
Yes.
So okay, breaking news, we signed Blake Griffin. What? Okay, boom, boom, boom. We got LaMarcus Aldridge now, and look at his mouth like, what? I thought we already had a championship team. What's the problem?
It's funny. As a Nets fan myself, I never said I was ecstatic about this signing. I see all the problems that happen with it. I think it was very unnecessary, to be perfectly honest. But I think
I'm just saying,
the problem is I think it's that everybody kind of overreacted to it. It's like, oh my God, this whole super team aspect. Like, don't get me wrong, super teams do ruin the NBA. I mean, everybody can.
No, it don't, man. No, it don't.
No, I don't agree with that at all.
He is right about that. He's right about
that at all.
Super teams do ruin.
Hold on. He said a great point right here. I think people remember the Blake and LaMarcus Aldridge of old, and they reacted to these signings.
That's true.
As if they signed two all-star, currently all-star. Blake Griffin is definitely not all-star caliber. He's a role player. He was a role player in Detroit.
That man got 30th vertical.
LaMarcus Aldridge, again, he was getting outplayed. He was getting outplayed by young players like Samanik. Hold on, you got an echo shot.
Aldridge is 35 now, to be fair. So I mean,
he probably 36 this year.
No, he is. But what I'm saying is, these are guys that are a shell of themselves. And the crazy thing is, reports were coming out early that LaMarcus Aldridge is clearly going to be ring chasing, going into his buyout. They said it, so it wasn't no surprise when he went to the Nets. It didn't necessarily surprise me. It surprised me on the Nets end because I just didn't see the usage for him really fixing any of their flaws. Usually when you bring a buyout player in, you're trying to some degree fix a hole. Like we knew that the Lakers were going to aim for JJ Redick in the buyout market if he would have got bought out. Well, that's because they need 3-point shooting. You know,
sometimes it's addition by subtraction, though. Sometimes it's about just taking it away from your enemy, just taking them off the market, so the Lakers can't get them, or so the next team can't get them. If we got all the decks stacked over here, or not even stacking the decks, I don't believe in that super team theory because you got to throw up the ball, you got to go out and play. But if we got the players that can help other teams on our roster, then let's do it. And if we don't need them, great. But if we do, we got them in the cut. You know what I mean? When the ball roll out, and if Jeff Green go out there and he balling, they gonna leave him in the game. It ain't no automatic thing that say you gotta play 18 minutes, you gotta play 20 minutes. That's gonna be a field thing. And they got more talent on their roster than most teams, and that's why they're gonna be a threat to win the whole thing. If everybody healthy, they're gonna be a major factor in winning that chip. And I'm rooting hard for LeBron to get his fifth. I'm just keeping it a buck, bro. Like you can't have a healthy KD, a healthy Harden, and a healthy Kyrie and all them other dudes ready to go, and they lose. When you got all that shooting, Landry Shamet knocking it down, Jeff Green knocking it down.
I can clearly see them lose. I don't care who the fuck win. I'm saying the way that they weaknesses do not bode well for championship basketball. That's what I'm saying.
You can see them losing, but you can see them winning too, right? Or you just can't see them winning. You can only see them losing.
I can see. I've been watching since I've been watching, observing basketball and playing basketball, bro. To my experience, bro, I think it's more likely that they lose than win because rarely do I ever see teams or played on teams where we don't bring it defensively.
But do you see them win at all, though? Do you see them win?
I had teams. I played on teams where we had all the talent, but didn't nobody want to do the little things, and we lose to lesser teams.
Makes it very difficult to win championships. You're correct.
We brought we got two new people in here. I want to hear from them. We got Andrew and we got Sean Pack. Let me hear from Andrew first. Sean Pack, you had an echo when I let you in, so try to fix that echo, and I'm gonna let you go after Andrew. Andrew, what you got on this?
The hell, buddy, doing?
Andrew, can you hear us?
Crickets.
Getting a little. I'll turn off my speaker rate.
Okay, go. Okay, yeah. Make sure you turn off that so you don't get that echo.
Going on YouTube also.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you, but can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put my earphones and then I'll turn off my computer. I've been wanting to get into this conversation a long time. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute. When you're ready, just take yourself off mute. We're gonna get Andrew here in a second when he gets his equipment ready.
Yeah, Jeff Green has who said that? Jeff Green has complained on every team since he wasn't a starter anymore. That's true.
I mean, but that's called. Remember, I told y'all yesterday, NBA players are ego-driven. It's an ego league, and again, we can say playing for a championship is the end-all, be-all, but I can tell you right now, I can probably put a guess up, and I'll probably be right. About 70 to 75% of the players in the league are playing for money, not championships.
Oh, it's more than that.
It's probably more than that. I'm just being
85%.
so when we say, when they get an opportunity to win a championship, that's not always the case. These guys are playing to get paid.
Yeah,
when Bruce Brown loses his role and gets lesser minutes because they're bringing all these players in, well, he's a free agent next year. You know that, right? He's trying to get paid, so he can get he can easily get pissed off because he knows that they're fucking up his money. And sometimes I've seen situations where teams have intentionally benched players just to affect their value, so they can't go sign and they can just re-sign them for cheap the next year. We seen them do that with Gilbert Arenas.
That's how the Saints did.
When he was cooking the second year of his contract. So we know egos will rule out over everything unless you got a strong culture, right? This is why Pat Riley said, you know what, LaMarcus Aldridge, if you don't want to take this conditioning test, we don't want nothing to do with you. Because to say that you don't want to take that conditioning test, that's ego. That's ego. That's your ego getting in the way of joining that team. That's what that is.
That's Miami too.
That's ego. NBA players are ego driven. Hey, Andrew, you got your mic ready, Andrew? What you got on this?
Are you guys? Am I good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good.
Yeah, much better. Sounds a lot better.
Yeah, I should be good. Yeah.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you, Andrew.
You on delay or something? Good. Go. What's up?
All right. What are we
Go
talking
ahead.
about here?
Hold on. Are you on a delay?
Okay.
Seems that way. This man in Guantanamo Bay.
What's up, guys?
You think his camera's slower than ours?
I don't know. I mean, it looks fine.
Yo, that'd be
This
crazy.
is audio. This is audio coming. Andrew,
He listening to YouTube or
Andrew? Can you hear us?
he on delay like a moth?
They need to drop down.
Hey, Andrew, back out and hit the link and come right back in. All right.
Yeah, I could hear you guys.
Oh yeah, he's on delayed. He's
that's a
delayed.
bad delay. Oh boy.
That was
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, Mexico.
That's really bad.
Yeah, that's still our time. So
No, he hopped out. Okay, hey Andrew, if you're listening, Andrew, just try to come back in. Just try to get a better signal and try to come back in.
No, I'm talking about his signal. He in Mexico.
he in Abu. That meant Abu Dhabi or something.
No, but I mean, there's so much, and I'm glad we're talking about it because these are the conversations that you won't ever hear. You won't ever hear people talking about some of the stuff that you don't never pay attention to in the game. And it's only a handful of people that will actually be watching some of the stuff that I might try to pick up on, like I did with the Clippers last year when they started flipping and flopping around and couldn't win a game against the Nuggets.
They say he was tripping.
Fact, it's bro. Anybody who's played, bro, and been on championship teams, bro, you know how important the chemistry is. The culture is the most important thing, bro.
Yeah, it is.
It don't matter how much talent, bro. Monty, we should have won. So most state championships, bro. It's like, bro, it's talent is only gonna get you so far. You gotta have the culture.
With that culture question of mine, look at the track record of the next three best players. What kind of track record do they have about building a culture? All three of them.
That's a good point.
That's
a good point.
Very poor. Very poor.
And they're not resilient.
Even
Nobody
the best players,
has bounced back.
Right? Even the best players.
I think if anything, KD made the best attempt in OKC, but that's really about all you can say.
Best attempt at what?
Just in comparison, just to the three of them.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's look this year, because how many times this year, and I keep telling y'all, this is, and nobody believes me, obviously, but I've been doing every time I do film study, I'm looking at the Nets. Is at one point in the game, if you're watching the entire game, I see players arguing, whether it's on the court or off the court.
Yeah,
and it's always either with James Harden or it's always with DeAndre Jordan. It's always involving one of them two players. And it's not just, obviously arguments happen, but I see it more so with this Nets team.
James Harden stay arguing with somebody.
Healthy arguments.
It's the argument stuff is not really because I mean that's gonna happen on the court. I'm talking about just they track record of not being able to bounce
the body
back
language though
playing.
too.
Yeah,
body language. It's like when Joe Harris
when he arguing with the body language.
Remember, I don't remember if y'all watched on my NBA film study one day when I saw Joe Harris when you have DeAndre Jordan shouting out, which is doing what he's supposed to do, calling out reads for everybody, and he's calling out reads to Joe Harris, and Joe Harris is sitting there waving him off. Joe Harris turns around to say something to him mid-play, and then he gets cooked on a play because these two are arguing on court. I said, when I saw that,
respect.
I'm telling you, when I see that right there, I said something ain't right where that can actually happen, because if the coach don't nip that in the bud right there and snatch Joe Harris out the game and don't play him for the rest of the game, that's something that must be commonplace in that locker room.
Yeah, Steve Nash, and like
man, that ain't good.
I never liked the Steve Nash hire anyway.
Yeah, that's why I didn't respect Steve Nash as a coach, because it was like, yo, he was just there, you're just there because you're a name and you just like a figurehead. You know what I mean? You're there because you have a name. People like you.
The Nets should have gone with Mark Jackson. I said it at the beginning of the season, and I still stick with it. He was an option. He's had success in many places. I think.
But here's the thing about Mark Jackson is though that he has a culture though, right? But his culture ain't popular.
No, but it's at least something.
Yeah.
It's a basis.
My thing is, they think they can just roll the ball out and you can have them.
I agree on that though. I think it'd be better than Steve Nash. Definitely.
I agree. I would have liked that hire a lot better.
Nate McMillan would have been a good hire.
Hey, I don't remember, but was DeAndre Jordan, was he the defensive anchor on the Clippers?
Yes, yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I was just
Chris Paul. I mean, that gets tricky. I mean, I think Chris Paul technically kind of was, because he was like, he communicate. Chris Paul stayed talking.
He was the backline defense.
Chris Paul's the definition of a point guard.
He definitely was the backline defense.
Your anchor in the NBA needs to be one of your bigs.
Yeah, that's why
they see everything.
But I hear you through the King, like CP3 was a beast defensively.
I'm saying that because you don't have to be a big to be a defensive anchor technically. That's why I say that.
No, yeah, you just talking about like as far as communicating.
Yeah, I feel that's an anchor. You know what I mean? Because you calling things out. You seeing the court. You know what I mean? You calling things out. You like, you know what I mean? Because Draymond Green not a center. Because Draymond Green not a center. He's not like the craziest shot blocker, but he's a defensive anchor. You know what I mean? It could be.
But he's in the back. He see everything.
He see everything. That's why. Remember, the best things that when Kobe did his detailed video on Draymond is about being behind the defense and communicating everything to do. Right. Remember, there was a game-winning play again. I forgot who it was against. I think it might have been against San Antonio or somebody, where he did a great job of communicating before the ball even came in bounds. Like, there's rarely do you see that on a lot of teams where they have an anchor that's smart enough and loud enough. And people wonder why Miles Leonard got that big contract with Miami. And I said, I'm not surprised, because he's talked about around the league as one of the best talkers at the big man spot in the league.
Yeah, that's why I say, But that's why I say don't like for position, because like, for example, like a Marcus Smart or what other guard I can say? Marcus what perimeter dude, like I can say, like a defensive, like an anchor. But like, yeah, because sometimes Draymond Green sometimes he in the perimeter sometimes, you know what I mean? But he still sees everything, you know what I mean? So like on switching and stuff, he told, you know what I mean? So
yeah, court vision is definitely a very underrated thing that I think isn't valued enough, and I think it's very, very important to have in a lot of players on your team.
But even DeAndre Jordan, he got I don't know, I was surprised when KD said he was the leader of that team. I was very surprised.
Y'all talked about Draymond and this, he the best defender all time shit.
Did we say that?
Did y'all talk about that?
That's a marketing move. That's a marketing move.
I think it's Bill Russell.
No. We talked about it.
I mean, he's not the greatest ever.
I don't think I'll call for conversation.
It's a testament.
He top 25. He maybe top 25.
I think it's a team to dream.
I don't think so either, Lamar, because he said that in the 2019 finals and got cooked by Siakam.
Well, no, I think hold on. Well, I think there's no such thing in the NBA today as one player cooking one player, because there's too many screens, and Draymond's getting screened all the time. There's too many switches. There's too much going on. When you talk about defense now, the elite defender now is going to be different from an elite defender in the 90s or the 80s. So it's hard to say greatest of all time, because in the 90s, the elite defenders were mostly big man, because there was no defensive 3 seconds, and you just needed to be a great shot blocker. That's why you saw David Robinson and Mutombo and Hakeem. Really, the centers won all of the Defensive Player of the Year awards in the 90s, because that it was a different style of play. So in this era, you got to be able to switch multiple positions, communicate, scramble across the court. In this era right here, in this style of play, he's the best defender out of this style of play. All right. Yeah. And so when you look at the Pistons show you that in the early 2000s, it just took straight up team defense. It wasn't really like you had to have 5 good defenders, and you had to really come out and be high skill, high IQ defensively to be elite defensively. So it's just different eras.
But that's a testament to Draymond that he's able to be elite defensively, and it's like right now
in this era,
extremely hard. Like it's the hardest it's ever.
You gotta do more now. Like you gotta be guard. Like for example, like a Marcus Smart he's in that Draymond Green mode where it's like you have to switch on everything. You gotta guard.
The rules is predicated. The rules is in favor of the offensive player. That's a reason why it's harder nowadays too.
What rules?
No.
No. I think that's false too, because the rules is
you can't touch them.
That's a lie. That's a lie. We see touching and physical play every night.
Everybody know how to do that.
And we talk about physical players defensively.
We can't just disagree.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just telling you facts, because when you look at a guy like Ben Simmons, he's a very physical defender. He's a very physical defender. You can't tell me that Draymond Green is a physical defender. Marcus Smart is a physical defender. Patrick Beverly is a physical defender. The best defenders of this league right now, Bam Adebayo, these are all guys that are going to get up under your skin and be physical with you. So let's not throw out the false narrative. Hold on, there's no system. Overall, all you see is
the rules are better. Overall, are in favor of the offensive.
Hold on, let's not remember. I'm gonna give you a chance to speak. I'll give you a chance to speak. What I'm saying is you can hand check because ref let it go all the time.
That's why.
All I'm saying is this. That's a myth. That's a lie when you say, oh, they can't touch each other. They do it every single night.
Yeah, Marcus Smart, you got to know how to do it.
It's more physical than before. And there's so many examples of it. The only thing, here's the difference. These kids, Jason Tatum's and all these young kids are growing up. They work on offensive moves and ways to make you look crazy on the offensive end of the court for 8 and 10 hours a day. These dudes are being specialists at breaking your ass off one-on-one. Like it's unheard of. If you look at some of the stuff these trainers have these guys doing to be able to beat somebody one-on-one, it's going to be extremely tough for a defender to get the edge. They teaching these players from the age of 5 how to watch your feet, how to watch your hips. Oh, when he turns this way, you can expose him, go this way, and now you got him beat. You got him on the hip. You're going to put them at a disadvantage.
Plus
right? They teaching these offensive players how to get guys in foul trouble just by getting them shifted one way. They so much more shifty. I mean, it's just harder to stay in front of guys and defend. So, again, I don't like it when you say there's no physicality because I see it all the time.
Yeah.
I see it all the time.
You got to know how to do it. You got to know how to do it, though. That's the thing. I can say that. You just got to.
Hand checking is not basketball. Hand checking is a built-in
foul.
So
I'm not saying hand check. I don't consider what Marcus Smart be doing is hand checking.
Marcus Smart is a good defender. Marcus Smart is a great defender.
What dude is saying is valid to an extent. The rules have been slanted towards to offense. It's not out there that you can't touch anybody, but you can't. The physicality has went down a notch from
look. The physicality went down. Hold on, the physicality looks like it went down because the game is more spaced out. So when you have 4 guys extended beyond the 3-point line and you see all this space and they're really putting you in one-on-one situations and you're nervous as hell, like who can guard Jason Tatum beyond the 3-point line one-on-one with everybody else is spaced out on the 3-point line and the big can't stand in the paint because of defensive 3 seconds.
A lot of people.
You're going to be on an island. You're going to be on the island. You're going to have jitters because you know he about to try to make a highlight play on you. And then on top of the fact, without the defensive 3 seconds, if he does beat you, you're not already standing there. You have to scramble into help position. And so scrambling into help position is usually where a lot of the fouls are generated because guys have to try to slide up under you. They have to try to beat you to the spot, or they might get there late. They'll hit you certain ways. So the game is different because of the defensive 3 seconds, but it doesn't change the phicality. The game is still just as physical.
You said all facts there, but I'm saying that's with one aspect of the game, which is facts. But within other aspects of the game, the physicality has, like, even if you were watching older basketball games, even the way that they defended around screens, it was way more like they let people get away with a little bit of holding and all that now. But if you watch the games again, bro, they was literally pulling them niggas around screens and shit. You would not get away with you would foul out in the first half if you tried that shit down.
But what I'm saying is, the thing is, guys have to be. You see, now in today's NBA,
more skill now.
First of all,
I'm not saying you don't.
I'm saying that playing the pick and roll.
I'm just saying the physicality.
You can. In the 90s, it was much easier to go under screens or chase over because 9 out of 10, you didn't have an elite level shooter like a Damian Lillard, Steph Curry, and all these guys who can light your ass up from the 3-point line if you make one mistake on the pick and roll. Usually off the pick and roll in the 90s, you only had to worry about one thing: a guy going in for a layup or a guy hitting a guy off the pick and roll for a layup. You didn't see a lot of pick and pops. Unless it was John Stockton and Malone, you didn't see a lot. You didn't see a lot of guys coming off the pick and roll, then probing in the lane and then hitting the guy in the corner. You didn't see that. So now you got so much more to worry about. So you can't be all hugged up on your man because now you have to guard. In today's NBA, you got to guard zones. You guys are so fast. The ball will get whipped around so fast. You better be able to rotate and help your man. You got so much more to worry about now because everybody's skill level is up.
All right, can I speak or are you going to mute me again?
Go ahead. You got to be factual, though, bro.
Don't
talk that. I don't like it when you talk that 90s mumbo jumbo.
Okay, so don't do that. Can I speak?
Lamar get triggered by that.
Can I speak?
That old 90s not physical shit. That don't fly over
Can I speak? Is it not a rule? That you can't hand check? Yes or no?
That rule started in the 90s. That's been a rule since 30 years ago. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah,
is it not a rule? Is it? Remember when Zaza Pachulia? Remember when Zaza Pachulia came under Kawhi's ankle and tore his ankle up?
Yeah, it is harder to close out now too.
You can't like all that, man. Giving guys easier looks. You gotta be careful.
That is a foul, though. You gotta be.
I understand.
I mean, it's only a foul if it's a rule, though. If it's not a rule, you gotta factor that in.
Hold on. What wasn't? And man, I can remember a lot of times when Reggie Miller would kick his feet out and get fouled on the 3-point line, getting the free throw line on them bullshit closeouts.
My point is
the norm, though.
No, hold on. No, because there wasn't shooters back in. First of all, you don't have to worry. You didn't have to worry about. You didn't have to worry about closing out in the 90s because there wasn't as much elite shooting to close out on.
No, but I'm saying the whole. It's not even in the 90s. I'm talking about recently when they just added those closeout rules. Because
I mean, player safety. It was players because the thing is, look, this is why I don't like that because you can't have it both ways. Because when Zaza Pachulia did that, I'm a shooter and I looked at it multiple times and I said I don't really care about it. But it was everybody else saying, "Oh, he's a dirty player. They need to change that rule." It was the public. It was everybody that we sitting here now that complained about that forced that rule. Yeah. I, as a former player and a shooter, I looked at that and I was like, "Well, he did what he's supposed to do. He's a slow big man. He has to try to get up under you and take away the shot."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He overdid it,
but it was y'all that complained about that. So everybody who's complaining about that rule,
you giving what I'm saying.
Everybody, the fact that rule change was made, the NBA's hand was forced in that because the public called for it, and y'all got what y'all want. So I don't want to hear.
Everybody just had that exact same reaction to the Solomon Hill incident with LeBron with that injury.
Now, what, they gonna make a new rule now because you think it's hard? I looked at that play and said it's off. It was nothing wrong with it.
That'd be doing too much at that point.
What year was defensive 3 seconds, bro?
That was Lakers teammates though. Like
defensive 3 seconds was took out.
2003 or something like that.
Early 2001.
I'm not giving
Michael Jordan play on the Wizards. When Michael Jordan play on the Wizards,
I'm not giving the lack of physicality a negative connotation because, in my opinion, it should be like that because it's basketball. It's not football.
And it still get physical though.
Just because you can't slash your feet, you shouldn't be able to hand check somebody just because you can't stay in front of them.
Yeah.
I'm saying what dude's point is valid. The rules have shifted towards offense. The NBA has admitted that.
Really, to be honest, like when it just even when they do blow by you, you still got your hand on them trying to keep up with them. They don't call that. I mean, there's certain rules.
You know what, and this is why I don't like hearing about it because there's be so many times when some teams win a game and people be talking about, oh, how come the ref didn't call this foul at the end of the game? And I'm like, yeah, I be hearing so much flip-flopping on that. That's why I don't get in that conversation because we only use it when it's convenient for the argument. For this argument, you want to say this error is not physical, okay? But then when it happens to your team and that ref don't make that call, then
I'm saying a connotation I'm not putting on it. I'm all for
it's physical.
I think it's shifted to how it is. I'm saying the physicality has went down a notch, which is fine because it's basketball. It's not no damn football game. You shouldn't be able to hand check no man just because you can't slide your feet quick enough to stay in front of them. They gonna let you. The refs is not. If the NBA literally called every foul, everybody would be in a bonus and wouldn't nobody watch this shit. So of course they letting shit go, but of course at the end of the games the refs don't want to be the ones to decide the game, so they gonna let you play more. But it's like, bro, you can't deny it. It's blatant that the rules are slanted towards it. The NBA has admitted it, but I'm not. I think it should be how it is for the most part because it's basketball. It's not football. It's still if you go watch an NBA game in person, yeah, it's still extremely high level physicality. But I'm saying it's the rules changes have been better for the game of basketball.
Yeah, they said head checking.
I'm not giving it a negative connotation. I'm just saying what dude has said is valid though.
I think it's offensive players making it look easy.
The link is in the chat. Respect all, fear none. The link is in the chat. Oh, there he is. He got bumped out.
Hey, yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad.
Because like these dudes can get a shot up on your ass so quick, like your body, like you got to be in perfect defensive stance. You got to be in perfect defensive stance like every second. Like
you can be perfect and they will still score. That's how.
Just because your hands are down, they gonna shoot up. They gonna shoot on
bro. All we said is it's harder. It's just harder. It's harder because of the rules. That's it.
But the rules also. Because you got to think too, they also gave the defense things that they didn't have in the past. So when let's describe it what you guys call it, less physicality, but then they also said, okay, now you guys can play zone. And when a lot of the one-on-one players in the league in the 90s and the 2000s said, we don't want zone because it affects individual numbers. So the zone itself presents a number of problems because now instead of having one defender you have to cook, you got to try to cook 2 and 3 people in your whole zone. And these are all 6'5" to 6'9" guys that are fast as hell and can cover the whole floor. So,
but Lamont, I think we all would agree. When you try that zone shit on talented teams, you're going to get destroyed.
Yeah, that's what
Hold on. What kind of zone?
Like what did
whatever
he do?
type of zone, because IQ is going to always prevail.
There's different iterations.
That's not true.
A lot of
not necessarily
defenses that
true.
appear to be man to man have iterations of zone.
Let me explain. Even if you playing man to man, is great man to man defense is kind of like a zone rotation.
Zone concepts within it.
His own contest anyway. I mean, what made it hard back in the day? What made it hard, even back in the day when it wasn't no zone, they try to do. They still try to do zone to an extent. You know what I mean? Sending these type of double teams and make it like a zone. You know what I mean? So it's like, even though zone was illegal, but they try to like exercise the rules to try to even make zone back then. You know what I mean?
Like I watch multiple games.
Look, there's probably like 70 different types of zones. Now, the most common zone that everybody's thinking about that doesn't work in the NBA is actually what the Miami Heat ran to coast through the Eastern Conference last year is a 2-3 zone. That's the zone that's the zone you generally want to stay away from if you're a pro team because it is remember what I said. I told everybody, I said they run that 2-3 zone against the Lakers. I said LeBron is going to pick it apart. I said he's too high IQ. And that's exactly what they did. They shot him out the zone. They start smoking their ass. So they had to go back to man. So what the most common zone played in the NBA today is one that most people don't understand is the man-to-man matchup zone. It's the most common zone today. It's a man-to-man matchup zone. It's the hardest. It's hardest to scheme against because it's so unpredictable. And it's a zone. So zones, does a lot. Stars don't destroy everything.
It looked like these teams just switch everything to me a lot.
Some teams do. If you try to run a matchup zone against a team that got talent, that's only going to work when you only got one scorer.
It depends on your personnel.
No. See,
that's what I just said.
Okay, so do this. Okay, no. Do this. Respect all fear none. Do this now. Now, since you said that about matchup zones, tell me what a man-to-man matchup zone is.
When you zoning up and you got one guy standing on whoever you trying to stop.
No,
so
that's a boxing one, bro.
It's not a man-to-man matchup zone. That's not a man-to-man matchup zone. So the number one thing you got to have in a man-to-man matchup zone is a point. Somebody is a point. Somebody's always going to be a point. All right, and so depending on what players are on the court, if let's say Jason Tatum's bringing the ball up the court, and let's say the point guard is whoever has Jason Tatum is going to be the point of that zone, so it can switch up every time. If Marcus Smart is bringing the ball up, then obviously whoever Marcus Smart's man, he's going to be the point. And so the man-to-man matchup zone can change based on, let's say, if we're playing the Celtics one day or if we're playing the Sixers. Well, my man-to-man matchup zone needs to be more influenced toward circulating guys around denying post-entry passes to Joel Embiid. All right, that's how you can. So it just depends on who you're playing. But a man-to-man matchup zone, every single team in the NBA uses it because guys are too good one-on-one. You cannot leave guys one-on-one in today's league against stars, or you're going to get burned. That's why you have a man-to-man matchup zone. But you need a point to run it. You need a guy who's going to be a point, and that point guy has to understand wherever the first pass go, where's my next help assignment? Either I'm dropping to the middle of the lane, right? Am I staying with my man? And it's all about how the coach wants to run it. But everybody else is shifted toward the ball because it's 5 guys guarding the basketball, not 5 guys, and you got each got an assignment of guarding a man.
Yeah, I mean,
right. Every great man to man, right? Because every great man defense is like a zone anyway. So
anybody who plays man to man like that, how people think it's run that never hoop, you gonna get your ass demolished.
Yeah,
and they switch everything.
It's not a 2-3 zone. That's the thing. But even a 2-3 zone in with certain teams is effective.
It's a very fundamental core of the game of basketball. It's gonna be ball you man. And you got to get your butt to the baseline and be ready to help and recover, bro. And it's going to be times where you might have to double certain people or try to take certain, options away. But at the end of the day, when that talent level and that IQ on the opposition or the offense is at a high level, it's not going to work, bro. Ain't no zone going to work.
There's only one team in the NBA that even attempts to run just straight up man, and they be getting destroyed on the defensive end. Come on, man. That's the Charlotte Hornets. They're the only team in the league that has the audacity to even try to run straight up man.
I told you, everybody switch everything.
It'd be funny though because they be playing man, right? And they be getting cooked. They go straight back to that zone.
They go straight back to that zone immediately. Like they the only one that try. They be trying at first. They be trying at first, and then they go straight back to the zone. Well, if you have the audacity to go to straight man to man in this league, man, you a bold coach.
One thing though is you mentioned how you said when the IQ on the other team is too high that it's never going to work. My big question is, what about then when you identified the 2011 Dallas Mavericks scheme against Miami?
That was a
zone finals.
That was zone. But it wasn't a 2-3.
They mixed up man-to-man matchups from time to time.
But that's why
they threw him different. Hey, whoever that was just speaking, they threw him a bunch of different looks.
Yeah,
they kept him
different types of zones, man.
They entire mantra was, we not gonna let him beat us going to the basket. They called it up
learned from the Spurs.
They said, y'all gonna beat us outside. You gonna beat us outside, and LeBron ain't gonna be the one to beat us. They totally took him out the game.
He should learn from the Spurs in 07.
And here's the key. He was not the player that he is today. He wasn't the player that he was last year. He had to go down there and get with Hakeem Olajuwon and work on his game. Then he had to become a better shooter. The next year, he shot 40% from the 3. So with the Dallas Mavericks exposed, is that man needed to work on his game. And he did that. He went back and got in the gym and got better.
It's just still hard.
That's not entirely true, but
but I'm saying if you have the defensive personnel, bro, it don't matter what talent it is.
Yeah, listen, they run zone, man. They run zone.
Stand on business. Stand on business. I agree if you got the defensive personnel, but if the offensive personnel is better, talent is gonna always rise.
I feel what you're saying, though.
Of course.
But here's the thing, though. Michael Jordan said that zone is harder for a reason, man. That's what they said. Like, you can't argue that. He won the great sports.
Man, the Spurs wouldn't let LeBron in the paint at all in 07.
But Michael Jordan said
2 for 12 from mid-range.
I'm gonna tell you how zone is harder. Zone is harder.
Did better than that.
Zone is going to be effective regardless.
He was taking straight open mid-rangers.
Hey, I disagree, Trudy King. I feel like zone was harder back then because the shooting level wasn't what it is today.
There was no zone back then.
Shooting 40%.
There was no zone back then.
Y'all talk about Giannis.
The zone is easy to break. Zone is easy to break,
especially especially
in the NBA. You have to use zone sparingly, like Miami Heat did last year. They tried that on the Lakers, and it worked for a little bit.
The Miami Heat didn't use it sparingly. The Miami Heat used it all throughout the whole Eastern Conference.
Yeah, bro. He's thinking of the base 2-3,
but they use it at certain times.
Lamont.
You're right. He is right about that. He is right about that. There's certain times coming out of like transitions and stuff where you just can't get into zone. You have to go man up and match up.
But that's a whole different part of the game, though. That's transition defense at that point. That's a whole, you know what I mean?
But Miami Heat they were great at getting back in transition so they can set their zone up.
Exactly.
That's why we did see him in the zone a lot, though.
My only point is you can't try zone on certain teams, man.
When
everybody's a threat. A zone is for when everybody's not a threat, or you got somebody on there.
True.
It depends on what type of zone you're running, bro.
Listen. try to run man to man with these dudes and see what happens to you. They run zone on all these dudes every single time.
There's a different type of zone for different cases.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
The Miami Heat ran a dummy defense,
you
like
ain't
a 2-3 zone
guard by yourself like
but
that.
The Miami Heat didn't have the personnel to run a complex man-to-man matchup zone. They would got torched, especially by Anthony Davis in the post. With LeBron James, who can pass, he would have been getting assists all day to Anthony Davis.
So would y'all say they run more? Would y'all say they run more zone or man to man in the league?
It's fluid, bro. That's what
fluid,
I'm saying.
Man, this league switch everything,
fluid.
Man.
It's
and the offense try to find
there's man to man, there's man to man zone.
So hold on, grind. I mean, Sean Pack. Do you think they should just fight over the screens?
Certain players, like look at that Dallas and Clippers series. Luka was getting whatever he wanted, getting Reggie Jackson on.
Why was he getting whatever he wanted?
Because they was giving it up. Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. What's the point of having two dominant defensive wings?
Be more detailed because I've already exposed.
Luka Doncic was getting switches when having Kawhi Leonard and Paul George on him every single time. He was able to get Reggie Jackson.
Why were they switching? Why were they switching? And who was setting the screens for Luka?
Like Kleber and Porzingis and
Okay, so hold on. So you said Kleber. So you have to switch with Kleber because Kleber's a shooter. He can make the three.
He went 0 for 17 in the corner.
Who cares? The thing is, a shooter can go 0 for 90. A shooter can go 0 for 90. The thing is, if he continues to shoot, he might hit the three that wins the game and go 1 for 19 on your ass.
I watch some teams make you prove it before they guard you.
Who in the league is making elite shooters prove it?
No, Kleber ain't elite, bro. Come on now.
Kleber's a good. He's a stretch. He's a stretch.
They
big.
playing percentages, bro. If you've proven throughout an 82 game sample,
especially if you go game 1 and game 2, 0 for 7, 0 for 8. Why are you still going after this guy?
But I'm saying it's on percentages, bro.
Hold on, didn't they won that series ultimately though? They ultimately won that series.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I respect
that man
Luka.
Hold on. The problem was the problem was Luka coming off a screen is lethal. So because Luka can do so much with the ball, even though he's a poor 3-point shooter, because he can get inside the paint. See, the main thing is you don't want him getting in the paint because that opens up all doors. Pass to the corner, lobs, back doors, all this. He can get to the rim. Everybody's getting in foul trouble. So the focal point of the pick and roll is you got to worry about how we're gonna stop him from getting in the paint. Because if a switch is the only thing that's going to stop him from getting to the paint, then you need to switch. But if you're chasing him and if you're not trying to switch, he's going to get into the lane every time. And if you allow a guy like Luka Doncic to get into the paint every time he has the basketball, you're going to lose the series.
He's going to get into the lane every time anyway.
Like it was
that's
just
not true.
That's
not true.
No. Luka's not going to beat you with his speed. Luka's not going to beat you with his speed.
Hold on. Did you watch the Sixers defense against Luka and how what they did was they used drop coverage with Embiid and when you use drop coverage
fighting through screens.
when you hold on, but that's only if you have a big like Embiid. Not every team has that luxury, and then you have to have a big who's actually smart defensively. Because if you don't, then he's gonna burn that big. So when you have the luxury of having a good big and an elite defensive point guard, you can fight over and because of his length and size, he can always recover to anything that Luka does. Not every team has those luxuries. So it sounds good, but you got to have a lot in place to make that work.
Basically,
yes, hell yes. Zubac's part of the problem, and part of the problem is what I called out. Them motherfuckers don't talk on defense, so you're never gonna get nothing done.
Well, I'd rather give up 2 than 3. He was getting Reggie Jackson in front of him anytime he wanted.
You can't.
Hold on. No, what he did was to get past Red. There's nothing Reggie Jackson can do individually because he's too little. Luka's gonna bully past him anyway.
Luka's gonna get what he wants regardless.
What happens was when you looked at what they were doing, I showed you guys on the video. Y'all got to start watching. What they were doing is they were luring Zubac too far out of the paint. And once they lured him too far out of the paint, once Luka turned that corner, the lane is wide open for him to do whatever he wants.
Facts.
Come on, man. It's deeper than that. That takes a smart big and a smart guard.
Luka's gonna get a quality shot every time down. Even if he try to go over the pick, he gonna put his body in front of you, and then it's gonna be a bad switch on the other end, or he gonna catch somebody open for
Hold on. Luka never takes quality shots. He takes all bad shots for the most part. He's just a skilled, great player. He takes a horrible shot.
Luka creates quality shots for his team. For his team.
Somebody please tell me.
Let me ask you, that step back is that a high percentage shot? That step back is not a high percentage.
I mean, it's open.
But that's one facet of his game.
Yeah, it's open for who?
Nah, that step back is trash.
Luka's good with the step back in the clutch.
Is horrible.
He's a better shot creator than he has shot IQ.
Yeah, but
that is true.
I'd be mad he'd be taking that step
That's
back.
why you can't let him get to the middle of the court, because Chris Paul is the most lethal passer in the league because he knows how to get to the middle of the court all the damn time.
Right.
If you get into the paint, now you're the most important person on the floor. Then when you bring the defense to the middle of the court, guess what's open? Everybody else on the perimeter.
Corner, hash, wing.
And not even the corner. If you swing it to the corner, you swing it to the corner, they might get it in the corner, but he has next pass that's wide open. Now your defense is scrambling.
That's what I'm saying. Top the key. You know what I mean?
Man, you know what the Clippers should have did?
Back door.
There's nothing the Clippers could have did against they couldn't have did nothing against Denver.
Morris. I would have put
That's
Morris
the spawn of all good ball movement teams, though. When you're able to get everybody in the paint and collapse, that's when you get the aspects of good ball movement. That's what makes good.
Porzingis ain't no paint piece like that. Morris could deal with him even when he do go down there, and all that pick and pop. Morris could have guarded that. That was some bad.
That man 7'3". That man was 7'3".
Bad coaching and good offense.
How do we say bad coaching from a great coach?
No, it's everybody's fault, bro. It's everybody's fault. But I'm saying they should have did that different.
But they won that series. The series where they had problems was the Denver series.
Denver.
Yeah, I know, but they were showing it off the ripper though.
They were showing it the whole year. If
Dallas was good pick and roll, and then I think Denver saw that and
you have to give Steven Silas credit. That was the most efficient offense in NBA history. So of course he just knew how to scheme his way into buckets just by being a smart coach. So he had he ran a read and react offense. So he gave Luka an option for everything that you did. If you did chase over, he gave him. He was an extremely good coach at teaching. This is what you do if they switch. This is what you do if they cheat over. This is what you do if they go into drop coverage. This is what you do if they hedge. He taught these guys how to be great at reading and reacting. That's a great offense to have. He did a good job of it. The Clippers overcame it, though. Their problems was with Jokic. And because of their because of Kawhi Leonard and because of Paul George not playing defense off ball all year, them same habits kicked in and bit them in the ass when they needed to be great defenders off ball against the Denver.
Even if it wasn't Jokic, it allowed Jamal Murray to shine. And
so let me ask you though. So you expecting Drummond to dominate the Clippers?
Dominate in what aspect?
The Clippers.
How though? Like what aspect? Dominate what? Rebounding?
What aspect? Yeah, he gonna get rebound. We all know he gonna get rebound.
He's gonna get boards.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this about Drummond. Is Drummond an upgrade from Dwight or JaVale?
Yes. It's a slight downgrade. It's a slight downgrade.
What aspect, like I said, what aspect though? That's the thing.
Downgrade
defensively, but on the boards, it's a massive upgrade.
It's a massive upgrade on the offensive boards and defensive boards. And I think he's a better. I think he's a better finisher around the rim than Dwight right now.
I think I'm asking, does this definitely put them over the Clippers?
Yes.
It depends on health.
I would think so.
It depends because
it's hard to say. It's hard to say because the Clippers last year had issues. Not just on the basketball side, but within the chemistry in the team. We all know that, right? I mean, there was a chemistry issue from having Montrez on the team with Lou Will and the team that was there before, and then you got Kawhi and PG taking games off, and there was this conflict. There was definite conflict because you had the older team that was there and said, "Look, we won and made the playoffs without you, and you come in here taking games off." So there was that conflict, and then you had basketball issues, and the media is wrong for this. Last year, towards the end of the season and after they lost, blaming it on the coach. Really? Can we look in hindsight now? Can you go look at Philly right now and tell me that coach was the problem? Yep. He wasn't the problem.
Of course he was.
They got a Hall of Fame point guard.
The media can't find anyone else to blame.
Do you think the Clippers would still do as good or even better if they had Doc still as the coach?
The thing is,
probably.
The thing is, Clippers still have this weakness. They still have a weakness they didn't address this year. Anyone notice that their defense regressed in comparison to last year? They averages
Well,
held.
they sacrificed. They sacrificed their offense.
Who are
They
you talking about?
sacrificed their
I'm
offense.
talking about defense.
Clippers.
The Clippers.
Well, yeah,
they still not bad. They're not bad though.
They
still
regressed
like, they still top
defensively.
10.
They regressed defensively, which is crazy because you have better defensive personnel this year than opposed to last year. How you regress defensively?
Better individual defenders don't make you better team defense.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
they regressed defensively and they didn't address
the Knicks should tell you that right there. It takes great team defense. The Knicks are one of the best defenses in the league because as a team they play the best, and that's because they don't have
dark horse. They are a scary team. The Knicks. I said
this earlier. Yep.
These guys are scary. They can go deep in the playoffs. I would not want to play them.
Neither would I.
They are scary.
Yeah.
Because all it takes is one win for them to feel like they can win the whole series, and then you got problems.
That's it.
And then you got problems right there. Them young guys. That's how it works with them young guys.
They played teams like the 76ers to 1 point games. They just beat the Bucks.
And here's another thing too about the Nets, and if they face the Knicks, is that now that the Nets have added more of these former All-Stars and the consensus is out there that they've created this super team, there are higher expectations now for them to win.
Yes.
And the Knicks don't have any expectations. They don't have anything. They can go out there and play freely. That's
they have nothing to lose.
That's a lazy argument.
The Nets lose. They're laughed at like a joke because they have all this talent.
And we've seen this. We've seen this story already before.
If the Nets don't win it this year, it will go down as one of the biggest.
That's gonna mess their money up.
It's gonna be the biggest. Not one of them. It's gonna be the biggest.
But is it a fail for a 26th ranked defensive team not to win?
That's yes.
Personnel.
Yes.
Hold on.
Because when you look at the Brooklyn Nets, you don't think defense. You just think of a team that's going to offensively overpower everybody else.
True. And what's in the East right now? There are 3 other defensive teams. There are offensive teams. You got Milwaukee.
Texas.
I would say they're a defensive team.
Yeah.
You have Miami. That's a defensive
all
team.
The best,
you have
all the
Philly.
best teams in the
All
East
defensive
teams.
The Knicks,
for the most part.
Pacers,
for the most part.
Miami's like the 9th right
That'll
now.
be very interesting. That'll be very interesting to see how the Nets do.
The Nets gonna be in a
these defensive
competitive
teams.
second round series, man.
Yep.
Yeah, second round.
Their
That's
first
where it's
round
going to
is
get
gonna be a
interesting.
wash.
They played Brooklyn though, like I said earlier.
It depends. If the
they
Knicks,
get one and Miami get 4.
If the Knicks lose in the first round, it takes a massive weight off the Nets' shoulders. To be honest.
If they get 1 and Miami get 4, they got.
Well, looking at the standings right now, where are the Nets compared to where could they be in the second round? Who would they get? Philly, Milwaukee.
The Nets
Knicks?
are second, so they play the.
They'll get Philly, I think.
No, Philly's first.
No.
They play the Celtics. They play the Celtics.
Get the Bucks.
The Nets would
You said
play. Yeah,
second
the Nets would play the Celtics. Yeah, right now by standing.
That'd be a good series. That's a good series.
That'll be a good series.
I wouldn't want to play
think so.
I
think that bodes well for the Nets. I think the Nets beat them in 5.
Danny Ainge really should get fired.
5 games, man.
I'll say 6
because this is the team that you made your name off
the Nets
of, and they coming back to
the
kick our
Celtics
ass.
this year.
That's a bad matchup.
And then here's another thing
The
to
Nets have
think of. Is
brutalized
that
the Celtics twice.
Kyrie gonna take that personal. Just
hey, true. You agree with my name?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me go to I'm gonna go to Draco because he just came in, and then I'm gonna go back to Andrew because I know he was trying to get a point across. Go ahead, Draco.
Oh no, I was just saying. I think Kyrie's taking this shit personal all year. He's going for
You
blood.
think he's taking it personal? What do you mean?
I mean all of the shit with LeBron and how the media is portraying him to, not be a leader and that he's a bad teammate and all the time.
Hope he get a job.
He's not a leader, and he's not a good teammate.
He's not a leader.
No, I don't.
All
think
that being
he
said,
is,
though,
but-
if you're right,
he's not, and
He's not a media
guaranteed they
narrative.
would have had a few more championships if he would have stayed.
Oh, I
with
thought you were
LeBron.
just
He hasn't
talking about
done
the
anything
Boston
since.
series and how they treated him in Boston.
Draco was talking about.
Whoa, chill out. Whoa, what you mean? How Boston treated him?
Hold on. Look, don't go for the tangent about the Celtics. Go ahead and finish up, Draco.
I was just saying that I think Kyrie's gonna take that series personal, just to shut up all the doubters It won't even be on Harden. Or
Yeah, but the only way I feel like Kyrie can actually make a difference, if he takes it personal, that means I should see him playing on both ends of the court defensively as well.
Exactly.
I mean,
you see him in the All-Star
He's
game.
taking it personal with 35
Hold
shots.
on. What did you just say? You seen him where?
I said he was playing hard defense in the All-Star game. I mean, I know that don't mean much, but
Kyrie only play defense when he missing shots.
You got to sit down now with that one.
He was though.
You dropped your love with that.
Kyrie only play defense when he missing clutch shots.
Okay.
The best defense all year with the All-Star game.
Was there.
Sure.
He wasn't stopping nobody.
You know it.
It's a pretty sad
Hey, y'all notice that about Kyrie?
It's a pretty sad testimony. You have to say that a player played their best defense in an All-Star game.
That's
really bad.
Hey, but y'all notice that about Kyrie?
Example, because anything.
I mean, we all know
What's
show up. It's just a question. It's just a question of if he's gonna. We all know he can do it. We've seen him do it.
Man, the pattern
Is he
shown.
going to?
Do what?
The pattern shown that if he ain't doing it now this whole season, he ain't gonna be doing it playing.
Probably.
You can't just switch on effort and learn how to like step like screens and like communication like that.
Kyrie's a pretty abnormal dude, so I don't know about that.
Turn on defense, bro.
I'm gonna tell you what Kyrie
did.
Kyrie played D when he missing clutch shots. I'm telling you, bro. His D turn up when he missed clutch shots. Bro.
That's a lie. When did that?
I swear. Watch the next game.
Just because of frustration.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did Boston upgrade with this trade?
Yeah.
Did Boston upgrade with this trade during the deadline?
We'll see.
Did they upgrade?
Yeah, Fournier gonna give him buckets.
Fournier?
Yeah, my boy Fournier.
Yes, I think they did.
Do you believe that was an upgrade?
No, they got a 17-point score.
Hold on, one of the look at it like
19 points.
One of their
Fournier for
biggest
2
problems.
second-round draft picks?
Hold on, one of the Celtics' biggest problems was
that's 100% an upgrade.
You got him for free, basically.
Yeah.
I'm surprised other teams didn't do it.
Because of what the Magic already was getting and stuff. And then the contract expiring. They got to pay him again. I don't think they're going to want to.
They're just tanking. They're getting rid of everything right now possible and doing a full rebuild.
You don't get rid of Evan Fournier for 2 second-round picks. That's not a
flip.
I
know
his contract is expiring.
If that's what
that don't mean nothing.
Yes, that does mean something.
No, for 2 second-round picks.
Well, if that's the case, is Otto Porter getting bought out? Then his is expiring.
He's already bought out. He's already on the buyout.
Yes, he was.
I don't see. I know he's bought out, but I don't see any reason for Orlando to keep him.
He's not finna stay. He's finna go wherever the hell he gonna get offered.
Otto Porter.
Well, of course,
I feel like he's gonna end up with the Lakers.
Oh, that might be good right there, boy.
I'd love to see that. Of course, I'm a Lakers.
Otto Porter is gonna go. We know he's gonna go to a playoff team. One, because he needs to play. He needs to show that he can make. Because he's gonna be playing.
He's in a contract year.
So he's gonna do like Rondo. We saw how Rondo capitalized on it because Rondo was close to being out of the league. He was on a minimum deal.
Yeah.
With the then he got
his 15 mil.
We saw. So we know that if you get on a team that has the ability to not just get on that team, but they're going to give you a role where you can have an essential role to win.
You can affect winning.
Yeah, so we know the only
and that's why I think Drummond went to the Lakers.
Where he can get
ultimately was that he would get his minutes and a chance to show that he could get his next contract.
Yes.
But people don't like Otto Porter because he got overpaid in that TV deal in 2016. But he is a good player.
He is a good player.
But he just got hurt at the wrong time, and so it just didn't look right.
Yeah.
The Lakers need to go for Avery Bradley instead of Otto Porter.
No.
Hey, I've been in here.
Avery hasn't played. Always hurt.
We had this discussion earlier.
Hey, stand on business.
I was listening to your discussion earlier. That's why I wanted to come on the show and kind of like talk about Avery Bradley.
What are your thoughts on Avery Bradley? Since you said you wanted to talk on it.
Well, for one, Avery Bradley hasn't played enough to give us any kind of sample size what kind of player he is. And at this point, the Lakers are not, I don't think, willing to bring him back for that reason is that we haven't seen enough from him. You know, and you guys were talking about, well, is Otto a better player than Avery? That's not the point. The Lakers right now need active players that have been playing through the year they could just plug in. Yeah. You know, I don't know. Tell me about Drummond. Has Drummond he hasn't played in a while, right?
Nope.
Yeah, because the
Has
team
he?
held
He's
him out.
running.
But he had a good sample size.
The team held him out for a while.
Mid to late February, I think, is when he also
But
last
he had
played
a
again.
great sample size. You know what he can
Yeah,
do.
throughout
But he
the
has a
season.
good sample size, correct? Right.
Correct.
Yes.
You don't have that from Avery. We don't know what he was from last year from the bubble, from before the bubble, because
9 games in the last over a year and a couple months.
So that's not a big enough sample size. That's why I say it's not
He ain't playing
it's not a
games
matter
yet
of
either.
his talent versus Otto Porter.
The
And then
one
also, like
positive-
what you were saying, Lamont, you were saying that Otto brings a bigger skill set, and he does. The Lakers need 3-and-D wings that could defend guys like PG and Kawhi. They are stacked with guards right now. The Lakers don't need any more short guards.
Nope.
They got guys like KCP trying to guard guys bigger, and he did that last year in the playoffs. You know, if they could get a good wing that could defend guys 6'7", 6'8", man, they'll be good. Otto Porter is a perfect fit, and he's still and he's also a threat from three. He's a threat from three,
and it just works for everybody involved. It works for all parties involved. Everybody,
all
can
parties
benefit
involved.
from it.
He's playing for his contract year also.
Yeah.
Next year, the Lakers are not going to have Drummond. They're not going to have Montrez. They're going to be gone. They can't pay these guys. And you know what? All these teams that were saving their money to get Giannis, and all these free agents that were going to be available this year, and they decided to sign with their own team. So now all these teams have all this money to spend. I'm telling you, free agency next year is going to be crazy. Teams are going to be offering these players like ridiculous amounts of money.
Yep.
You watch.
Yep.
You think the Pelicans making a mistake letting Lonzo hit restricted free agency?
Well, Lonzo's a great player. He's a great player, but I don't know what kind of system he's in.
Somebody might make them overpay.
Hasn't Lonzo also?
Oh, they're going to overpay. He wants 20 mil plus, right? He wants
that's
20
not
mil.
overpay. Hold on, you got to think.
His hand.
His-
They
his-
lowball.
Kings offer him 30.
His paying tier right now, I'm projecting it. The player he is right now, if he finishes the year playing the way he is now, he's going to be an $18 to $21 million per year player.
And that's fair.
Because if you
That's
look at
fair.
the players below him, like if you look at the Joe Harris is making $16 million. Lonzo's
That's a
far
steal.
valuable. Okay, you're looking
That's a
at Davis Bertans. He's making $17 million. Lonzo's much more. So it's about the money just looks different because coming from the older eras where 20 million used to be for only the superstars. 40 million is now the new for the superstars now. 30 million is for the all-stars.
KCP got that.
So 20 million is for guys like Lonzo. So I think but he's earned it. Now all he basically told the team was let me let the market dictate my value. All right.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna let it dictate it with my play. And so if he came out this year and played like he was playing in the bubble, his value would be a 10 to 15. You know, it wouldn't be. But he's playing like a $20 million per year player right now. This is why everybody wanted him.
More than 20.
Well, here's the thing. Do the Pelicans want him back? I mean, I know they were trying to sign him to extension.
Yeah, he fit with Zion.
But Lonzo doesn't even want to
better
be
than
there.
Brandon
Hasn't he
Ingram.
expressed disinterest already?
No, Lonzo's already told the team he wants to be there long term.
Oh shit. Okay.
So
that's gonna be the big question. Do they want him?
I think
is anybody going to offer him more than 20 though? That's what I'm thinking.
Well, if a team needs there are teams. So the problem with this thing is the problem for the Pelicans
is who are you going to replace him with? Are you going to? Do you have a replacement better than him?
Well, here's the thing. There's a number of things that he can do, even if another team wants to overpay for him. But there are teams out there with a lot of salary cap space, like the Knicks and the Bulls, that desperately need a point guard that may be willing to pay an extra 10 to 15 million just to get him. And see, normally in years past, there's not too many teams out there that are willing to do that. There are a handful of teams next year going into the offseason that can do that. That's the problem that bodes for the Pelicans. So I think if they have a price point that they don't want to pay, then I think that they need to be talking about Lonzo or at least keeping them in their good graces. So potentially they can work out some type of sign and trade at worst. But that would be the only thing. So sign and trade or just match the offer. Either way, the Pelicans control it, not Lonzo.
Right.
Why stimulus check better? Don Lewis said he's still banking on the stimulus check. Why don't y'all tell DJ Raw and Cut Truth to make sure he collects his stimulus? Or maybe that's what he's waiting on if they coming tomorrow. Hold on, let me get True back in here. All right, y'all, man. We probably gonna be wrapping it up pretty soon here, man. I appreciate everybody coming through.
Thank you guys for the invite. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir, man. I definitely appreciate the conversation, man. We got a lot off the board today. Talked about a lot. So, hold on. He said Lonzo 20 mil addition by subtraction. Don't pay 20 mil for Lonzo, but I can't say don't pay 20 mil for Lonzo. And I'm watching players like Davis Bertans and Joe Harris almost get 20 mil, and they have far less value. 20 million is new for players.
Look at Zach LaVine, 19.5.
Yeah,
Zach LaVine, 19.5.
So I mean, and LaVine's actually underpaid at that contract.
Yeah,
Lonzo got a lot better, man.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, when Joe Harris is literally making only $3.5 million less than LaVine, and he's overshadowed by several superstars on the team, it just goes to show how much his value is just decreased.
Yeah.
LaVine bounced back nice from that.
And that's what I meant to say. When you got a guy that making that much money coming into the year, he had a very integral piece to that team. They minimized his role. I was like, does his ego kick in, or is he just going to be like, I'm fine, I'll just keep collecting my checks?
Personally, this year, I think he was a huge snub in the 3-point contest. I was not happy about that.
Yeah.
At all.
Probably didn't want to be in it.
Well, I would. Yeah, maybe.
He probably declined it. Yeah.
Could have been. Yeah, now a lot of players.
Oh, he already got his win. Yeah, didn't he win a few years ago?
No, but he probably declined it though.
Could have
declined it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have declined it this year too. I would have declined it. All the games they playing, I would have wanted to go home and just chill.
Yeah.
They had it for Jaylen Brown in it. Like that's how
it just shocked me not to see him in it. I'm like, did he decline? Did they not even consider him? Like, at that point, he was like the second best 3-point shooter in the league, if not the best.
It seemed like he don't miss.
Who was that,
Really?
Joe Harris?
Yeah,
that is the only guy, and I'm a Laker fan. That is the only guy I would leave Harden by himself to shoot threes because he's been known to just go on cold streaks. But Joe Harris is a guy I would never ever leave alone. That guy.
I don't know. I gotta see him make him in the playoffs. He gonna have
him or Norman Powell. Norman Powell's
deadly.
Really hot in three this year.
Joe Harris went through a whole season shooting 45% from three one time. I think
scary.
He got a flamethrower, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how he's gotten looked over for so many years because so many teams had him and just didn't use him effectively.
And he beat Curry in a 3-point shootout.
He moved without the ball so well.
I give a lot of credit. I give a lot of credit to his progression to Kenny Atkinson. Actually, he did a really good job with him when he was with Brooklyn. Boy, he was such an underrated coach.
Bro, he got screwed
over. Why is he
not
coaching now?
Treated him.
I hated how they cut him out.
Yeah, that was
bad.
So bad.
That was a bad breakup.
Yeah, really. It was
led by Kyrie Irving.
Yep.
Yeah, that was all they. The big guys wanted him out of there.
So toxic last year, man. It was so unbearable to watch. It really was.
You're not even playing. Want Kenny Atkinson out? I was like, man, come on, man. You lead a whole. That was terrible.
He did such a good job with that. I miss the D'Angelo days, man.
Hey, but guess where he at now? But guess he been at though. You know what I mean?
Isn't he on the Clippers bench now or something?
Yep. Yeah. You know, that's a good sign, man. I'm telling you. You know what I mean?
I hope he lands another job though. I really hope that's not how it ends.
Good
coach. I also feel, for right now, I really feel bad for Steven Silas. He's too good of a coach.
Man, oh my god.
Yeah, but you know, I kind of got into it on Twitter with some guy talking about that Silas. Everybody's feeling sorry for Silas. I mean, and let me ask your guys' opinion. Do you think? And I believe this, that he kind of knew the signs were on the wall that Harden was leaving before he took that job.
Yes,
I don't know. Do you feel that way? I mean, I kind of feel sorry for him, but then I don't, because it's like the signs were already on the wall that Harden wanted out already.
They couldn't foresee the Rockets
but even
get
then,
fleeced how they got fleeced. He would expect if they traded them to actually get something that they could use.
I know he didn't expect that just to give away Harden.
I don't know, because I don't think they signed. He kind of
knew that the signs were on the wall.
I don't think they signed DeMarcus Cousins if they know Harden wants out.
No, but the thing is with that trade is that they could have gotten guys like Karis LeVert and Jared Allen, but they traded him away for Oladipo, who's now not even on the team anymore.
They could have got Simmons.
They could have got
all they got out of the whole deal. Houston got
no way.
That's it.
No way they should let Harden go.
I don't even know why they traded him.
I would have never
traded Harden.
He would have had to figure it out.
That was a mistake. I would have not have traded Harden. They would have had to give me a ransom for Harden.
You know what it is, and I think why they didn't want to send him to Philly. They didn't want to give Harden back to Daryl Morey. They didn't want to give him back to Daryl Morey. I really feel that
I would have got a whole house. I would have got everything. I would have got part of the arena and everything.
I don't care what
he playing. Rockets from before. It was the Rockets' fault from before because Morey gave Harden full control. He's like, "What do you want? I want Westbrook."
Harden would have ran my face.
I mean, they gave him everything. He had carte blanche, man. He had everything, and he just destroyed that organization.
Yeah, first
I blame that on
then
Harden.
it was Russell Westbrook. Yeah, he just
Harden.
Houston should hate his ass.
Hold on, look. I'm going to tell you.
Houston got so many memories of Harden, so much.
No, but them memories ain't worth what they're gonna have to endure.
He lost all credibility even after all the.
Bro, they only ain't got rings from Harden because of the super team era. I mean, what the hell is it to be mad about?
Where's the super team ever, man? I got
shit. Harden only
there's
lost
always
to
been
Spurs,
super
and
teams.
that's it.
He went out like
everything else was a super team he lost to. What the hell Houston mad about?
He went out like a broad, man. You don't force no trade after we showed you all that love, man. You don't do that,
bro. James
I don't
Harden
respect that at all.
Like if you signed that contract, you honor that shit.
Yeah, man.
And then the other day, Harden says that he's the MVP.
What Pushazi say? Pushazi say black and blood.
I mean, Harden's really playing fantastic basketball at the moment.
I'm gonna keep it so funky. I wouldn't even be like
he disqualified from that shit.
Hey, what Stando Business just said, that's true. He disqualified for what he did before. But if we just talking about his game, it's hard to say he's not. He's been acting a fool.
Yeah, I think Harden.
I mean, I think if he does win it'd be pretty scummy. I really think it deserves to either.
Even if well, what do you guys think? Is he winning it this year?
No,
I think so. It's kind of hard to go against it unless
he finally has the best team in the league.
Giannis has better numbers.
Giannis does have better numbers though.
It personally should go.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. I want y'all to tell me one thing. Now we're gonna look at the Rockets trade. This is ultimately at the end of the day after trading Oladipo. This is what they got.
They got
for James Harden. Hold on, they got Avery Bradley, who's not playing. You got Kelly Olynyk, who's not playing.
They're also both being bought out too.
Yeah, you got Dante Exum, who's not playing. You got Rodin Skaruks, and you got late first-round picks and some swaps.
I think they just traded Skaruks away in the last trade.
At least they got Kevin Porter Jr.
Yep.
That bitch is a dog.
They just wanted him gone.
Kevin Porter Jr.
They have like 7 first-round picks now.
Yeah, that's fool's gold, bro. Don't be fooled.
That's the Kyle Kuzma act when nobody's
that
there.
was horrible. I can't believe they actually did that.
That's why they say that they didn't mind.
Now Houston is set back probably the next 5 to 10 years if they're
more than that.
Full rebuild.
I
would say 10 years.
Player, bro.
Well, I mean, you know, Cousins and John Wall are now out the door. I mean,
OD Houdini had a question for the panel. He says, "Do you guys think Harden is better than Allen Iverson?"
Yeah.
When it's all said and done,
I like AI, but I'll get Harden.
I would take Harden over Iverson.
I'm taking.
They were different kinds of. They were different kinds of players. They were different kinds of players.
They guards. They combo guards.
However you want to slice that, James Harden's better than him.
Yeah. You can see all that carry team. Harden did all that shit, and even that's a petty ass argument anyway.
Well, you know that's a different era too. That was the day of hand check.
Well, that's like a fan favorite.
Can Harden play that hand check?
No, AI did more for the game.
Not without flopping, you can't.
I mean, just think about this. Harden was so small playing in a game that it was so physical. That guy was amazing, man. I watched Iverson many years, man. I'm an old guy. I watched
pound for pound. Yeah, but if you take it,
I'm taking AI. I give
he was tough.
I'm taking AI.
Yeah, well, tell AI to give you a 50-point triple double.
He was tough, man. AI.
Hold on. Who said they taking AI? Who said
it's not boxing? It's dental business.
No, I know. That's
okay. Why would you take AI?
In reality, no. But in pound for pound, yeah.
Because he took a team to the finals that had their second best player averaging like 12, bro. And I get it. It was a.
He took a horrible team. He took a horrible team.
I get it. I know y'all was going there. I'm taking AI, bro.
Hold on, Andrew. Hold on.
Wow.
Andrew, hold on. I want to know why you would pick him over Harden, not pick his team over another team. You're talking about a team.
I'm taking AI because I know that he gonna go out there. He not gonna choke when it counts.
But he has choked when it counts.
He went 6 for 24 in Game 7 against Toronto.
Hold on, but he choked when it counts a lot. He got bounced out of the first round most of his career.
I didn't see him choke. I didn't see him have 13 turnovers in a playoff game.
But you already admitted earlier that you don't see much of the game. You said you watched the game today and didn't even see Otto Porter play.
I said he didn't have an impact on the game. He had 5 points.
That's not what you said.
That came back to Harlem. That came back to Harlem. He was right.
Hey, you know, so like, you know, I'm laughing. I love it y'all laugh at me, but you can Google my name and you can see that I broke records
Ain't that serious?
In the Mountain West tournament. So like, I don't like I laugh at the sarcasm.
Man, we not saying you can't hoop. We not saying.
I'm just saying though, bro. Like, I can think that AI's better. I just think AI's better because he didn't choke more. Like Harden has choked more in the club.
Hold on.
AI never had a player the caliber.
Are you sure Iverson hasn't choked more? Because I can remember a lot of times where he choked.
When you say choke, what are you saying? Are you saying missed field goals?
No. When I say choke, when it
matters. I've never seen AI shrink.
No, I say choke when the team should have, let's say, gotten out of the first round, they choked and they didn't. Or when you have Melo on your team along with a host of other good players and you choke and you don't go nowhere. Or even all the years in Philly, when you talk about the one time that he got to the finals, that was actually, y'all say that team was terrible, but the last time I checked, they had the defensive player of the year, they had the league's leading rebounder, they had the sixth man of the year, the MVP, and the coach of the year all on one team. But y'all say that team was terrible.
And that's one aspect of the game. Harden, it's 10 things Harden that's better. That's Harden's better than
that
AI.
Team was inferior. That team was
scoring.
Oh, okay, that happens sometimes. The Dallas Mavericks were inferior, but they found out a way to win. The Detroit Pistons were inferior, but they found a way to beat the Lakers. And being inferior is not the only excuse. You got to go out there and show up and get it done. I don't want no excuses. If you get to the finals, you're a finals team.
Do it on a higher level.
No, you haven't.
I've seen AI be the best. Listen, I've seen AI be the best player, take a team to the finals. I haven't seen Harden do that. And that's what I'm saying.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If AI took that team to the finals, does AI get to the finals without Mutombo?
No team, no player ever gets anywhere without his team.
So why are you talking about
this? Don't mention team. Don't mention team.
My point is this. Let me finish my statement. My finish is this. Nobody is going to ever do anything without talented teammates. The CP3
why did y'all just say that the Sixers were trash?
Please.
You do got a point with AI about that.
Please let me finish. Harden, I seen Harden have Dwight Howard when Dwight Howard was still good, blew it. Even though Dwight Howard got hurt, but that whole chemistry thing, they got him out of there, traded him. I seen him have CP3, didn't get it done. Got him out of there, traded him, get on the podium and throw him under the bus. Something gotta happen. Then I seen him have his best friend from high school, Russell Westbrook. That didn't work out. Get him out of here. Then
everybody knew that game ain't shit.
And then when he left, he went and threw his whole team under the bus. We don't got enough here. So like something has to be said about your mentality and your lack of respect
AI,
for the game.
would never question.
A lot of people's mentality was questioned. But
AI wasn't humble enough to come off the bench.
I feel like AI's integrity was better than Harden.
You must be
Also, when you're playing a stack,
Harden cried because he couldn't be a 6-man.
Let me ask you this question then. If you're picking AI, okay, Harden took the Rockets. They almost beat the Warriors, right? 7 games.
Yes.
And do you think
you heard that song Brandy made? Almost doesn't count.
They almost beat. Hold on, they almost beat the Warriors if it wasn't for what? CP3 got hurt, right?
Correct.
Now replace now. Didn't he get hurt? Yeah, he got hurt.
He did get
hurt.
That's not the main reason.
That is correct. He got hurt.
That's a big reason.
So,
that's not
so let me ask you this: if you replaced in that 7-game series with AI, do you think AI takes that Houston team?
I don't deal in if. This is what I deal in. AI went to the finals.
There's always hypotheticals when you guys are talking about
I don't deal in hypotheticals and ifs. AI went to the finals. Harden never did it by himself.
All right. Hold on.
That don't count as a ring.
Another superstar talent like
I don't know, man.
That's not a ring for AI though.
Yes, he did.
I'm gonna kill this.
Hold on, because look,
point.
because the thing is, when Iverson played, Mutombo was considered a star. He was defensive player of the year, league's best rebounder. Hold on, when he played with Carmelo Anthony was he top 5 scorer in the NBA?
Yeah,
right?
I'm talking about his Philly days.
But we had what about those days? You said Philly days?
No, he did play with Melo. But I'm talking about when he was in Philly, he took a team to the finals. And he had less talent than all of the teams that Harden had throughout his run.
That's valid.
Okay.
Like that's
did they win?
So one moment makes you better than another player.
They got to a higher level than Harden did when he was the
Okay, so
that don't count as a ring.
Hold on. So are you saying one series can make one player better than the other?
No, I'm saying they both all-time great. We not.
No.
They both went
no, that's not the question I asked you because you're using. I only answered that question.
That's not the argument you were making, though.
You're using one series.
Let me finish my statement. I can't talk over everybody, bro.
No, but
they're both all-time great. They're both all-time great.
That's not the question, though.
But the point I'm making is, as leaders, I'm taking Iverson because he led his.
You're taking Iverson as a leader?
He led his team further. Why is that so preposterous to you?
What did he lead?
He took his troops further.
Can I ask you a question?
Further.
Can I ask you a question? What makes you? So what makes you? So you got count. So hold on, but you count.
He led his team to the finals.
Hold on, but you're counting.
I never did that.
Hold on, you're counting his one time he got to the finals. How come you don't mention all the time?
One is more than zero. One is more than zero last time I checked.
They both lost, though. I don't understand.
Hold on. I'm just trying to ask a question. My question is this. You're using the thing is, if you're using the smallest sample size that you can, using one time he got to the finals, how come you don't? I'm using the multiple times where he spent most of his career getting bounced out of the first round, even with formidable teams, to downgrade him. So what I'm saying is, why are you using one moment when if you use the totality of all the sample sizes, it was more failures in his playoffs, more failures in clutch moments than Harden. But you don't want to talk about that. You keep relying on one season, one moment when he got his team to the finals. And I say that Mutombo had a bigger impact on them getting to the finals than anybody because they don't get there with Theo Ratliff. They get there with Mutombo, though.
And a really good coach, Larry Brown.
Yep.
Well, he was coach of the year that year. And Aaron McKee was sixth man of the year that year. And Mutombo led the league in rebounding that year. And Mutombo was defensive player of the year that year.
Second best center in the league, all NBA second team.
So what I'm saying is, you say they didn't have a very good team.
Deal with Shaq in the finals,
but they literally cleaned up all the awards. I don't want to hear that they deal with Shaq because the Pistons also had to deal with Shaq too.
No, that's
true. They
true.
found a way to overcome. So even if you're the inferior team, you can find ways to overcome. We saw Dallas do it against the Miami Heat.
That Pistons team was more equipped to deal with Shaq, though.
You can say that all you want, but who was the odds?
They still was a failure.
No, they were not the favorites in that series.
Though. Was
way the Lakers were the favorites.
Lakers were by far the biggest favorite. Even same with the Miami Heat series. The Miami Heat were the big time favorites.
Big favorites in the finals.
Sometimes you just got to find a way to get it done. You just get the job done.
Yeah, of course. You right about that, but it's the matchups though. That's what I'm saying.
Man,
I got a
question standpoint.
From the matchup standpoint, that Dallas Maverick team did not match up very well at all with the Miami Heat.
I got a question.
From what they did to stop LeBron personnel wise, how they flustered him. They had the best personnel to do that. They was real long.
That's the one series I didn't see is that. Dallas,
it is
Miami
coaching,
series.
but you have to have the personnel.
How was that series? I heard LeBron was horrible in that series.
Is what that was. That was classic. Yeah, that was Rick Carlisle being a fantastic coach in that series.
That's what it was because Mark Cuban even talked about it. They came up with a very intricate strategy to slow down LeBron that no team had actually even thought about.
It was a combination of both.
It was a zone principle that forced LeBron into some of the worst
analytic. They held Miami to like 14 points.
But that was their first year together, right? That was LeBron's first year with Wade.
I just don't see. I don't know. I mean, Iverson, as far as the culture goes, he had a bigger cultural impact, and I can see the emotional connections to him. But when you're talking player, when you're looking at just skill for skill,
he don't do nothing better. He don't do nothing better than Harden at all.
It just don't compare. Harden's a better playmaker. Harden's a better
scorer. He better score.
One is 6'5" and one is 5'10".
I mean, but I understand it. But
big size difference.
That's another thing
care.
too. Versatility.
Height. That's not
what I'm saying. I'm not. That's a big impact on the.
No, it is an impact. The size changes. The size, strength, all that.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
Iverson was a great little man. Iverson was a great
Yeah.
little man. It's unfortunate that his height was used against him, but that's the league that he's in. Nothing's fair.
But here's the thing though. You can't because we get criticized.
Becky gets
right.
It's because of size.
But
no, he's not because of his size. It's because if he would have just won that one championship, that would have been enough for a lot of people to really put him in that upper echelon.
Yeah, man, they'll put him top 10.
I think that's why he gets the respect he gets. From
they
the
were pulling top 10 of all time off that one championship.
He was so small doing it again in a league where the average height is 6'8".
I mean, you look at where Dirk's one championship got him. That propelled him up there to one of the greatest power forwards of all time. Just by getting that one.
Very underrated.
Facts.
I got Dirk.
And when Dirk Dirk failed in the finals, what did he do? He went and got back and won it the next time he got back. So Iverson got there,
he did it, though.
but he didn't bring that championship culture with him. He got there once. He didn't take that and show Melo, like, look, this is what we need to do to get to the finals. The only thing he showed them was how to lose in the first round.
AI was never completely.
He was. He never completely bought into.
And we can't say he was washed up because he was damn near the league leader.
He was the league leading scorer when he got traded to them.
So I mean, I can't. Some of the stuff. I mean, he was good, but he didn't affect. He didn't make players around him better at all.
He was selfish though. You can't be undersized and selfish, man. Like you that's impossible.
He was. You talk about scoring wise. He was definitely.
But no one talks about Iverson's durability, bro. Like he averaged, he has the I think the fourth highest minutes in NBA history, average wise. Like for a guy that's and playing the most defensive era too. Having four scoring titles, that's impressive.
But to compare durability to James Harden's sitting out games himself, and he's a physical style of play.
I'm never gonna say AI is better than Harden. That's just lazy.
No. Iverson did some great things, but when I'm looking at that, and that's why when we're talking about it, I say don't compare the teams they played on. Compare the players individually.
Yeah, because if I'm picking any type of team,
you gotta look at both because that affects it.
I think you avoided talking about, but you never said one thing about what they do individually because you
never did.
If you stack skill for skill,
well, maybe I would have. You would have quit muting me.
I didn't mute you.
Every time I talk, you mute me.
If you stack skill for skill, James.
What do you mean, what, dude? I said he muted me. Like, do you not hear that?
That's because you wouldn't see what you're doing now.
You provide a non-lazy
look, I'm gonna let him go after this. I'm saying you avoided skill for skill because you know James Harden will far outweigh Iverson skill for skill. That's blown away because that's when we talk about player. Iverson couldn't control the team he was on. The team you're on is the team you own. Like if Iverson would have got stuck on the worst team in the league, like I'm just talking player for player. Like that's what you judge him on. Sometimes you get stuck in bad situations that you can't control, and I can't do nothing about that. But player for player, James Harden is a far superior player. There's nothing.
It's not even debate in any aspect of the game. It's not even debate any aspect of the game.
Skill don't always make you the best player, though.
Right? But that's facts.
That's not the end all be all.
That's not.
If you look at anything,
but if you're actually getting it done on the court, it matters. Them skills is actually working on the court.
AI took a team to the finals.
That's all you can say. That's all you can say.
I mean, that's a point, but I don't think you can only.
You have a point that's not lazy.
That's all you can say.
It's
all you can say.
It's a fact, especially when you look at it. No, it's not lazy. You disagree with it. So you think it's lazy.
Okay.
It is lazy because you're saying there's one moment. You're saying there's one moment. There's one moment is this guy's entire career. He played more than 10 years. This is one moment makes that.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Better skill wise, just many accolades.
How many years have Harden played?
A lot. I forgot how
More
many.
11.
more than 10?
11.
12 now?
How
11
many years have
years.
Harden played?
11.
Okay, and he has 0 moments as the best player on a finals team. That's my point.
What the fuck?
No, that's you naming one
so lazy.
aspect. You naming
Hold
one
on, let's
thing.
do this.
That's
Hold on,
so
let's do
lazy.
this. Hey. Okay, let's do this. 1 point for Allen Iverson there. 1 point for Allen Iverson. Now I want you to name me 7 things skill wise that he's better than Harden at.
I think he's a better ball handler. I think he's a better finisher.
That's debatable.
I mean, but everything is debatable, bro. This is a
No,
debate.
it's not. No, it's not,
Everything is
dude.
debatable.
Keep
True.
my
Let
fault.
him
My
finish.
fault.
Let him finish.
7 things?
Yeah.
That's a lot of things, bro. I just named
You named 2.
But hold on, I only said 7 because I can name about 20 that Harden can do better than.
I think he's tougher. I think he had more.
Come on,
let him finish, man.
That's not a skill set.
I think he had the clutch, but we already established that it's not just about skill set.
No, I asked you skill set though.
Intangibles.
I didn't ask you about
intangibles.
I said skills.
You said 7 things. Now you changed.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Tell you what he wants to say. Because it's all that's all he had to
True
do.
the king, boy. You don't like it, do you? True the king.
Bro, you're just too easy, bro.
I hear you, True.
I would destroy you, dog.
It's not about emotion. It's not about emotion.
Harden is a better scorer, rebounder, passer, all-around defender.
You're gonna look like a better passer when you play with more talent.
What?
He played it too because he didn't have the talent that he had.
Look. You're getting off a tangent again because you let somebody talk and throw you all off. I just want you to name. I said 7 skills. I didn't say 7 things. I said skills.
I'm gonna keep it funky with you. I don't think he has 7 skills better than Harden, but that still doesn't. Still doesn't disprove my point.
Tough.
I feel like I would ride with AI before Harden because when it counts the most, that boy Harden is gonna go and take his stand. He's just done that year after year after year.
The player, hold on. Don't the playoffs count the most in the NBA?
Yes.
Okay, so why?
And AI went further than him.
Hold on, no, 1 year. But why? If we're looking at the whole body of work, why does Allen Iverson find himself getting bounced out the first round far more than James Harden?
Because
James Harden's played with a cumulative more talent. That's
I don't understand why that's so hard.
What did I just tell you guys? Hold on.
Why y'all using team arguments though, man?
Because
that affects winning though. He's asking why.
Hold on, when Iverson was on,
we talking about individual, who the best player?
Hold on, because you can't use that excuse because I can show you good teams that he was on in Denver where they was high seeded, but they still got bopped in the first round.
You can do the same thing for Harden. Not.
Hold on, when did Harden get bopped in the first round?
No, I'm not saying first round.
Never.
But I'm saying
did Harden get bopped in the first round? I'm talking about the first round.
Harden had a game 7 when he could have.
I said bopped in the first round.
But I'm saying he's had individual moments. But still, I mean, I understand you saying first round.
Playoff. Now he said that Allen Iverson's one single playoff moment that he's thriving on, which everybody brings up. How come nobody talks about all of those other playoff failures?
Nah, but I'm giving you that. But what you comparing them? You are comparing them to a player has had worse. Not just because it's not first round, but he's had worse.
I can't trust it when y'all say worse teams. When y'all say his,
I wasn't about to say teams. I was about to say worse
NBA award
moments, bro. I was about to say he's had
trash that don't.
James Harden has had playoff moments when he had the
opportunity
to put.
Hold on, Iverson hasn't had bad playoff moments.
I'm not saying he hasn't.
I can name about 8 to 10, but y'all just don't want to mention it because of recent.
Even when they beat Toronto in Game 7, he was 6 for 24.
It is you just don't remember Iverson's.
But I'm saying I do remember Iverson was always inefficient. He's one of the most inefficient volume shooter of all time.
The first round of the playoffs, you don't think he's playing bad? You think he's playing great basketball?
I'm not saying he's playing great basketball.
He always had a bad team. You get to the playoffs.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the person you were comparing him with. For the person that you're talking to's argument, he's saying that Harden's.
Hey, hold up, bro. My name, respect, all fear none, so we can stand on business. Please call me by my name. I don't mean no disrespect.
Oh, you good, bro? That's just a long title. I'm gonna call you.
No, I just want to get it. I want to get acquainted with you, man.
Oh, you good, bro?
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Respect our Vietnam was saying. He's saying that Harden, he don't trust Harden because his playoff moments when he's had his opportunity to put his handprint on the game, he's folded, and that's why he's not.
How is Iverson?
That's all I'm saying, bro.
How is Iverson not folded when every time he's been in the playoffs for the most part in his career, he's getting bounced in the first round?
Hey, can I say one thing?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying why he's making.
How is that folded?
Let me say one thing, Lamont. I get you on that. Okay, that's a great point. He's had moments, we had blunders too. But what we have for AI what we have for AI that we don't have on record for Harden is we have that one moment. Be that as it may, that's only one. We have
a different argument.
Thank you, bro.
Is there any other argument besides this lazy ass one?
Bro, I don't care if you think it's lazy. It's factual.
That's your only one. Your only argument is lazy.
If Harden had led a team to the finals, then it wouldn't be available to be lazy.
One moment doesn't make one player better than someone else.
One lazy ass argument.
Other than that final,
you know what else makes my point valid? Harden had to run to not one but two superstars.
God, that's that 90s argument.
Wow.
Man,
he had to run to two superstars.
This is the first time the best team in the league, though.
Like, come on, bro.
Dude, what does AI do as a basketball? Listen, AI as a basketball player is not better than James Harden, dude. Hold on.
All I know is that he don't have to be better than you True the King. But the facts say that he was able to lead the team.
You know what the fact is?
Using that logic.
Hold on. Let me answer back. Let me say this, right? Since you want to be my fault.
No, but yeah, losing that logic, that means Jimmy Butler's better than Dame Lillard.
Yeah, and a lot of people will say that.
What?
A lot of people will say that.
Okay.
A lot of people will say that. Because the Cut G matter. I seen when Dame choked.
You say Cut G with Dame? Okay.
I seen, listen. I seen Dame choke against Steph Curry. When it wasn't no KD involved.
One time. I'm talking about one time.
Yo, this man.
There's a reason that Dame time exists.
Do in his career.
Sometimes
he's not talking about hitting walk-off.
Sometimes numbers don't pass the eye test, bro. Sometimes numbers don't pass the eye test.
Hey,
let me say this.
Numbers don't pass the eye test. Don't tell that to me, sir. You tell
Let
that
me
to
say
these
this.
guys.
Dame and Jimmy is debatable.
Right. Let me say this.
You tell that to these guys. They talking about
is.
As far as
talking
impact
about
wow.
Hold on. You don't think Dame? You don't think Dame? You think Dame getting to the Western Conference Finals with the teams he's had is not an accomplishment? You must be crazy.
I didn't say it wasn't
with all the injuries he's dealt with.
I didn't say it.
Well, why don't you talk about team with Dame? Hold on. Well, let's talk about the team.
It don't fit the narrative.
Hey, to the King.
AI fans should love Dame.
Hey, to the King is staying on business. True the King is staying on business.
Dame is our AI.
Let me say one thing. I want to know if y'all agree with me on this. Yes, Dame getting to the Western Conference Finals is an accomplishment. But you tell me if y'all think it's a bigger accomplishment than Jimmy Butler leading that team last year to the NBA Finals. I'll wait.
Well, that's my point. That's my point. Hold on. Let me answer that. Let me answer that.
I don't think Jimmy Butler's role on that team was not equivalent to what Damian.
But let me I got next. Let me say this. And let me say this.
I believe that.
Hold up. Let me say this. And why all y'all 90s fans don't praise Jimmy Butler the same way y'all do AI when he went to the finals then?
I'm not a 90s fan. I'm a fan
of no, my point is this. This is my point. Why he don't get that same love that AI did when he went to the finals then?
Hey, True the King.
Hold up. No, you cut me off. Hold up. When Jimmy Butler actually did more, and he had a better run than AI did when he went to the finals.
That's not true. That's not
true.
That
is true. Yes, Jimmy had a 40-point triple-double and a 30-point triple-double in the finals.
Like, come on, man.
And 2 wins.
That's true, bro.
That's true. Like, come on, bro.
That's not true. Bro.
Against arguably the GOAT.
We talking about on the way to the finals, bro. We talking about who had a harder road.
Go look at their playoff run.
LeBron while getting a 40-point triple-double in the finals.
That's
when it came down to it, it was Jimmy Butler that led that team at the very end.
Bro, that AI playoff run that he had was one of the greatest of all time.
Bro, you can't take him serious no more, bro.
You gotta go look at the numbers. I'm talking about from the numbers perspective, bro. I'm not
look at numbers of Jimmy Butler. All right,
now it's not comparable, bro.
All right,
AI had way better numbers than
Bro, not the numbers,
I'm
the
agreeing
eye
with you
test.
that
The
AI.
eye
I
test.
mean, James Harden is better, but I'm not finna
Nah,
dance
hold on.
to no
I'll
Jimmy
do another
Butler, bro.
thing.
That's
So that means Jimmy
disrespectful.
Butler's, by your logic, Jimmy Butler's better than Giannis. He's better than Embiid.
AI.
No.
I'm not saying
By his
that.
logic, right? By his
I'm just
logic.
saying his logic. That's his by his
Listen,
logic.
bro.
He's right.
You can try to pin it however you want. I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know that I trust AI more than I trust James Harden to lead the team.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
It's kind of early morning for drugs.
Here's one question. There's just one question. So, how much trust did you have him? We can go year by year. When they got bopped in the first round in the playoffs in 05 against Detroit, what happened to your confidence there?
They lost to a better team.
Okay. What about when they lost in the West? When they in the Western Conference in round 1 when he was at
Lamont, you missing my point. See,
okay, hold on.
You are great. You are a great debater. I'll give you that.
No, hold on.
Let me finish my statement.
I'm in the middle of talking. You can say, "Let me finish my."
It's not you lose. It's how you lose.
Can I finish? Can I finish what I'm saying? It's just look. All I'm saying is this: you talk about one moment, okay, but and that was he went to the playoffs 9 times. This is what we forget. All right, all the times he went to the playoffs, how many times did he lose in the first round? He lost to Orlando in '99 in the first round. He lost to Chicago in the first round in 2000. He lost to Indiana in the first round in 2001. Like all these teams, he keep getting bought by in the first round. And all you saying the only thing that carries weight with you is the one time that he got to the final. Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. And the one time that he got to the finals, he had to have the league's leading rebounder, the defensive player of the year, the 6th man of the year, coach of the year, and he himself was the MVP and the scoring leader. He had to have all that just to get to the finals and lose.
How you lose matters, bro. You don't have you have
5 games.
You have stains on Harden's career where he done turned the ball over 13 times, where he done went 1 for 27 in the 4th, like all type of madness. Like you have games where he done totally disappeared as the leader.
What game? Name one. Name one. Name one game where name one, because the last time I checked in the playoffs, he averages about 28 a game.
Was it 20 the year that Chris Paul?
No,
when they missed all them shots. The year Chris Paul what was that? Was that 17?
Yeah, but see the problem with
he
that argument
against the Spurs too.
Hold on, that problem with that argument.
Hey, stand on business. Salute to you for at least being objective.
Hold on, my problem.
We
Okay,
all said to be objective. It's cool to win an argument. It's cool to kiki and laugh and do the little team up. That's cool.
Not teaming up. No, I think it's this. Hold on, my problem. You keep talking. You won't let me get across. The thing is this. All I'm saying is, how come you don't talk about how they lost damn near 4-1 in every first round series that he lost? My thing is, why is when he loses, it's because he didn't have a team, not because of him. But why when he wins, it's all because of him, and he did it carrying a bad team. So you don't give his losses equal weight to the one time that he actually got to the finals. You give him nothing for losing. That was because sad teams. But when he actually gets
there was
there,
no excuse. And another thing, there was no excuse, especially against the Lakers in the finals. They won the first game. Got his little highlight stepping over Ty Lue, and then they lose 4 straight. It was kind of like the bubble last year. The Lakers ran over in 5 games and everybody. So that was his biggest highlight.
You
had the first game of the series. So there was no excuse, right? You had a chance to win that series. He didn't carry that team. The Lakers
I just don't understand it. Like I don't give. It's called a participation trophy that you
wasn't there also a big 3 in 2008 in Denver with Chauncey Billups, Allen Iverson, and Carmelo Anthony?
They had a great team. Yeah, they had a great team in Denver.
And they still lost in the conference finals despite finishing the 1 seed on the season.
Yeah.
They didn't lose in the conference finals.
Yeah, that's a huge big 3.
I think it was before that.
They lost in the first round.
I'm not. You can't call. Don't call that. That's not no big 3, bro. They had a great. That was a good team, though. but that wasn't no big three, bro.
With
Chauncey
three Hall of Fame players on it, you're not calling that a big three team.
Well, I don't know how
Chauncey
old
Billups
Chauncey
is
was.
not
That
that
was past
caliber
his
to be
Pistons.
called
That
a
was
no
past
big
his
three.
Pistons time.
Yeah,
How
he's
old was
not
he
no.
then?
That's not
Hold
no
on, they
big
still had
I don't know.
Iverson, Melo,
They had Kenyon Martin, J.R.
Marcus
Smith. They had a
Camby,
great team. I'm not
J.R.
saying they
Smith,
didn't, but don't
Nene
call them no
Hilaria.
big
I mean, they had a good
That's
team.
all.
But what age was Chauncey though? He was past his Pistons years.
He
was still viable.
How many times AI
That
led the
team
league in
did
score at one
underachieve in my
time?
ass because you feel me. They
He was
had off the court
okay. He was
issues.
30.
Niggas
He was
partying
32.
and all that.
He was 32 in that season. That's
Harden is better than him
That's
at
a
what he likes
respectable
to do
age.
best.
Nah, it's
Yeah, that's still
respect, but
prime.
you gotta put his play in perspective. He wasn't even if you put on his Detroit days, you put him on the Detroit days on that team. They not no big three, bro. He's good, but let's not put Chauncey Billups like Chauncey
But
Billups.
that's enough help, though.
2020 player. He was
That's
good,
enough
but he was
help.
not no
If
top
he was that guy,
echelon.
he should have
But
beat
here we go
Kobe.
now. Here we go now,
Nah,
trying to
that's not.
diminish his help. Now we try to say his
Nah,
help ain't good
nobody
enough.
diminished.
Come on, man.
I'm saying they was a great. I
I'm
said
just
they
saying,
Him and
don't
Kobe
make
had the same
excuses.
level
I'm not
team.
making excuses.
Don't
I
make
said they
excuses.
Totally get
underachieved,
it.
but I'm saying don't try to put
Okay,
Chauncey
okay,
Billups
so
in this
say
light
so
like
he
he was some
underachieved.
superstar.
He underachieved more times than he overachieved, or
I agree
actually
with
did
you,
what
bro.
his team was supposed to do.
I'm
So when
agreeing
you
with
say
you.
clutch, where does the clutch come from when you're getting bounced out in the first round most of your career, or not making the playoffs? How do I expect you to lead? How do I expect you to lead my team
I agree with you.
when you can't even get out the first round of the playoffs? How is that leading to my team? Because for the most part, you can't even get out the first round, or even get your team to a good enough record where you don't have to play a strong seed in the first round.
Yo, this is a question for the panel. Is AI T-Mac with a finals run?
Nah, bro, you can't put. But my biggest thing, bro, with AI, bro, is you feel me? He get a pass with me because of his size, bro. If you fast, bro, if you
step on the
if you
court,
know
then
the
you getting
league, I
rated
know, bro,
equally.
but you know basketball, bro. At 5'10" to have an impact on
I
winning
don't
the
give a
he
damn
had, bro.
how big tall you is,
Hey,
man.
man,
I
we
don't
can't
give
do
a
that.
Bro, it's a
man.
factor,
I know,
bro.
but you trying to say
That's
he's better
very
than the
impressive,
dude
but
that's
still.
6'5", though.
I'm not, bro. I never, bro. See that now you putting words. You can't. You see, just because I'm making a devil's advocate argument, you putting a connotation that I'm agreeing with, dude. I'm saying I see where he's coming from. I don't.
But
I said from the outset.
do
I
I
agree.
rank guys that are 7 feet tall? Do I
No, but
not
I'm
give
saying
them as
I'm
much
not saying,
credit?
bro. I'm by no means am I saying that. I'm saying that AI is seen in this esteem in my ass
Yeah,
because
but that's
I
in your
still think
eyes.
those players that's taller than him is better than him. But I'm saying he gets a certain esteem because he's that
No,
small.
we're
He's
not
having
saying that he don't
that.
get esteemed. The
No,
question
but
was, is he
that's
better
all
than
I'm
Harden?
saying. No,
The
and
question was, is he better
I
than
answered the
Harden?
question first. I said emphatically no. But I see what dude is saying. I see why dude
I don't
holds
see.
him in that
I think the
high.
only reason why you would select Iverson in this sense is due to your emotional ties.
No, I think that's a big part of players too. With the, I mean, people too that's observing is this nostalgia. But I mean, for him to be that small and had an impact on the game that he did, that he holds esteem in my eyes. But again, I'm taking a taller player every time because you don't get participation points because you short. You still got to win.
No. He's a great player. He's a great player. But when you're comparing him against the likes of a James Harden, it just like it's certain levels to it, and he ain't James Harden. Ain't nothing wrong with that. He's just not James Harden.
No, I don't think James Harden's on no separate level though.
Yes,
Because
he is.
James Harden's had his blunders.
Yes, he is.
Still wise.
Bro. Like, what's the gap?
Nine
How big is the gap?
times out of 10. If you had a big line,
how big is the gap?
I put it like this. No, I
The
put it
gap
like
is not
this.
huge,
No,
bro.
I'm gonna put it like this, and this is why there's a big gap to me. Because when you look at Iverson, there's only a handful of teams. You can't just plug Iverson onto any team and be like, you guys go work. We just watched James Harden go from Houston, where he had to be the primary scorer, to now he's being called an MVP candidate because he's now in New Jersey, where he's the primary facilitator for that team, playing a completely different style of play. So we know he can play multiple ways and still play multiple ways at an MVP
he's
level.
played this way before. He's played this. He's played exactly how he's playing this year.
How many
before,
players in NBA
like
history
3
do you
years
know
ago.
can play two different roles and play both of those roles at an MVP level?
I'll give you one better.
He
He's the only player in NBA history to have a 6-man a year award, lead the league in assists, lead the league in scoring, and have an MVP. He's the only guy.
Only him and Bill Walton, 6-man.
No,
I mean,
Bill Walton never had a scoring championship.
Accolades wise, he's up the. I'm not accolades wise. He is what he
Well,
is.
Iverson never
but
would have
I'm
had a
saying-
chance to win 6-man of the year because he never came off the bench.
No,
That's not
he would.
No, I'm just explaining James Harden's versatility.
Well, you want to use team accomplishments? That ain't fair.
No, I'm not, bro.
I just said it wasn't fair.
I'm personally not. I'm not using team accomplishments. I'm throwing all that out the window. I'm just saying, me personally, I'm not putting James Harden has not did shit to where I'm gonna put him on
wait,
entirely
hold
different
on.
level over.
When AI didn't humble himself and come off the bench, maybe he could have won 6-man of the year.
I'm
just
not
saying,
bro. That's not
For Rodney
you missing the
For
whole.
Rodney
That is
Stuckey?
funny. That's hilarious.
That's a good point.
That's
a
who
good
he should
point.
have came
But
off the bench for Rodney Stuckey?
Yes,
Bro,
yes.
6 man. You don't. In my
Hilarious,
ass,
bro.
you not getting no cookie points for winning no 6-man of the year. In my ass, but
Yes, you
Oh,
do.
hold
Yes,
on.
you
Why do
do.
we get brownie points for getting to the finals and losing?
I'm not giving him brownie points for that. I'm definitely not.
You don't give
No,
you don't
it
give
just
points
means
for a whole accolade, but you'll get points for
I
somebody
never.
getting
When
somewhere
did I?
and
When
losing.
did I bring up one time about him going to the finals and losing, bro? I'm saying that I'm not putting James Harden has not accomplished anything individually to where I'm gonna put him in a totally different level, man. Yeah,
I feel you.
because the niggas folded too many times, bro.
Oh,
Like
Iverson?
Iverson. Yeah, they've had comfortable times.
Is it just that you don't remember how many times he folded because it was so long ago?
Nah, I mean you ran it down. I was like 4 years old.
But do you remember the actual games? Like we can think it's been so close with Harden. We can remember the games where
I'm
he
not
choked.
even gonna lie. I was like 4.
Like,
I haven't even observed all the games when AI folded. So
That's what I'm saying. All we know is that he lost, but nobody remembers how they lost. And a lot of the teams, there was a lot of internal dysfunction surrounding Iverson.
Yeah, of course. He liked to. Iverson was his biggest detriment, bro. That's
his first years. His first years
himself.
were bad because they were trying to get him away from his little posse that he had. He was running around with some bad people in the day, and so once he gave that up, he dedicated himself to being a better player.
Yeah,
that's how it was.
His whole
his
career,
early years were bad.
He was trying to his whole career. He was in the clubs and shit. Like
I just don't know what version of Iverson is, because I know he said
I'm
earlier.
saying James Harden do the same shit though.
But he said Iverson was a better leader. What version of Iverson was this great leader?
I think they both bad leaders.
2001 when he took that team to the finals. Harden, they both have blunders. I'm not saying that Iverson was great every year.
I think you gotta know a lot behind the scenes to judge
that year,
leader, right?
that year that they took that team to the
James
finals.
Harden is not a good leader.
He had a guard next to him. They were both the playmakers. Do you remember Eric Snow?
Eric Snow is from Michigan. He went to Michigan State. Of course, I remember.
Well, Eric Snow was by his side when they took.
Hey, listen, bro. Everybody got somebody by their side. We talking about Harden.
Yeah, but he wasn't.
As the leader,
Iverson was not the playmaker on that team. He wasn't the only playmaker on that team.
He was really the two guy.
He was but I don't understand the point of that. What I'm telling you is he was the leader of that team. And Harden was the leader of the teams that he's played on.
I would have to beg to differ. I would say if you're talking about the leader,
he was
team,
the top scorer.
Eric Snow was more.
I don't know about leader,
and Aaron McKee was more of leaders than anything. Are you talking about the leader?
You can beg to differ, brother.
Hold on, you saying? But who is the vocal leader of that team?
If that was
Eric Snow. Eric Snow won it. Hold on.
Eric Snow was the vocal leader of that team.
Houston. Eric Snow won a championship in Houston.
If that was the case, when we talking about these losses, we not putting them on Eric Snow. We putting them on.
We're not putting them on player. Period.
They really kind of is putting it on Eric Snow.
That's what you doing.
They saying Eric Snow is a bum, so they couldn't go far enough.
That Iverson has had blunders. He didn't say Eric Snow had blunders. We talking about Allen Iverson.
No, you said that.
You said that.
Also,
when you said the times that he folded, you talked about Allen Iverson.
The only reason I brought that up because I don't even like bringing up team, because to start this, I said don't bring up team accomplishment, but you wanted to keep persistent with it, so I brought up all of his team failures.
It's not team accomplishment.
The idea of it was to stop talking about team failures and accomplishments. Just talk about the individual player.
You can't go skill for skill, though.
You're going to say Harden was the leader of a team with Chris Paul at the point guard? Really? You're going to say Harden was more of a leader than Chris Paul?
He didn't play with Chris Paul every year in Houston, though.
But it was the year that you're talking about that he failed.
Yeah, but it's the year that you're talking about that he had Chris Paul on his team. You also
even with that though, Chris Paul
him
was
and
out.
Dwight Howard.
He went to the Western Conference Finals.
It was on him, and he folded. That nigga folded in the Western Conference Finals.
Come on, man.
Hold on.
You're making the claim that Harden was a leader on every team.
Let's do this. This is how you can easily
but I'm
break
saying
that down.
if you the best player, bro, I'm not with all that vocal leader. All that vocal
James Harden fold?
It is what it is.
Hold on. Did James Harden fold? Because the last time I checked, it was all them guys chucking up threes, not just James Harden. And a lot of those guys.
It's on him.
It's on him to stop him.
You the best player, bro. It's on you to get those quality.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, so y'all keep saying he choked. He didn't choke that game. The team choked. So
I'm saying his level of play to me choking.
Lamont, that's different.
Hey, but look though, y'all, when your team lose,
Harden is a perennial. Harden is a perennial playoff
we talk about team
underperformer.
too much.
When your team lose in the playoffs, you're not gonna look your best anyway.
Harden is a perennial underperformer, bro. His numbers in the regular season. His numbers.
How's he a perennial underperformer?
By long
and he's
shot,
averaging 28 a game in the
not
playoffs.
numbers wise.
But his numbers, if you look at all of his numbers decrease in the playoffs, bro.
Everybody's numbers decrease in the playoffs.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Only a few, like Jokic.
You gotta go look at Kevin Durant.
You gotta go
look at LeBron James. You gotta stop that.
But that's what I'm. The best players, and that's the difference.
Hold on.
The best players' numbers go up. They don't go down.
Are you saying for the most part?
He's a regular season player, bro.
You gotta look at LeBron James and Kevin Durant. They don't
Michael Jordan and.
Are you saying for the most part, people's points per games go up in the playoffs?
Bro, see, this is when it gets disingenuous, bro. You talking about for the most part. You talking about a player that's won an MVP, bro.
So what's Kevin Durant's season average? So
this year's like 29.
He's injured right now. He's hovering at around 29.4.
He only played 6 games with a
His
heart.
career
You can't
scoring
hold
average
that
is
against him.
27.1.
They've only played 6 games together. Wow.
His career average is 27.1.
Hold on. I'll do Michael Jordan as well.
You have a and his is way more than 30, bro.
Lamont, in the playoffs, your numbers stay the same or go
I
up.
don't know, boy. Jordan shit probably
Even
did.
logically,
your numbers will stay the same or go up.
A smaller amount of games.
Your numbers do go up, though.
Your numbers should go up in the
It's supposed
playoffs.
to stay the same or go up. Jordan's always go down.
Hold on.
Go down, bro. He's a perennial playoff
making winning the argument more important.
Your numbers go up or down based on the type of team that you have, because depending on the team that you're on, like let's say for instance, Steph Curry, his first championship, his numbers probably went up in the playoffs because he was the primary scorer on that team. On his second championship run, when there was more scores, more dynamic scores, his numbers went down probably because they had more scoring. Top of the fact that the game slows down. So the fact that not all superstars.
That's an outlier situation.
No, it's not. Not all superstars' numbers go up or down in the playoffs because one depends on what area you're in.
Situational.
No,
it's situational.
Now, Lamont, compare Steph Curry's regular season scoring to his playoff scoring.
Yeah, but I'm saying I can score, but it's probably less.
Yeah,
it's more. I'm trying to tell you.
But even if it's less, bro, Steph Curry is known. He's known. Well, in the finals, basically, he's known to. You feel me? Not bring that same, I would say, consistency that he does in the regular season.
I'm primarily talking about
that's
when
the
you're
biggest
the number
stages.
one guy on your team. Sometimes
That's
when
a
you're
knock.
number one,
But if your team
we're
lose,
talking about the best player. We're talking about like you. You talking
best
about
players, man.
If you an MVP caliber player, bro, your numbers should go up in the playoffs, bro.
Or maintain.
You playing a smaller amount of games against the same
numbers
team.
go down that much in
They
the
go
playoffs?
down.
Yes, they go down. That's not the mark of a great player, bro.
They go down. They do go down, though. That is actual, Mike.
That's not the mark of a great player.
And one thing about Harden that, again, when you look at basketball in the totality, we talked about it all night. How when he had some of his best playoff runs, because I don't want to count what he did in OKC because he was the third option. When they're talking about when he was with Houston, when I'm looking at,
I don't even count OKC.
You get so much different looks in the playoffs.
I'm talking about when he was with Houston. What style of off play were they running? They were running Mike D'Antoni style of play, which when he's playing with Mike D'Antoni, I talk about it a lot. I talk about how that style of play is not sustainable in the playoffs because it's much easier to stop when other teams slow the game down.
But
and so Hold on. The style of play that they were playing in Houston, which is up and down fast, obviously his scoring is going to naturally go down because teams are going to go out of their way to try to slow the game down in the playoffs.
Right.
Well, it's gonna happen. Hold on. Your point. You on point.
He don't get off that. He don't get off.
No. The thing is, he accomplished the same exact thing with Kevin McHale. The same thing with Mike D'Antoni. He went to the West Conference Final with D'Antoni and with Kevin McHale. So, and all those scenarios, his numbers went down, Lamont.
Bro, you just gotta admit it, bro. He's a playoff performer.
Like what are we talking about? Are you talking about a half a point?
Well, let me ask this question.
They
also.
go down drastically.
In the playoffs in general. In the playoffs in general, do possessions slow down? Yes, they do. Right? I mean, the clock usually runs down closer to the end of the 24-second clock, and there's less possessions. Of course, your numbers are going to go down.
No, but that's
great players. Bro, numbers stay the same or go up, bro.
I would give you that if that was the case for other players that's of the echelon that he's trying to put him in. But no, that's not the case. All the great upper echelon players' numbers go up drastically from what they did.
Not drastically.
That's bullshit.
Not drastically.
Nobody's putting him in the
drastically is like 4-point increase, bro, in points per game in playoffs.
Who's
that's
game go up 4 points in the playoffs?
I don't know.
I mean, you give me somebody.
AD, does his points per game go up 4 points in the playoffs?
No, not career. I'm not saying career, not career.
What year? Give me 1 year. I mean, and don't give me a year.
Off the top of my head, bro. I don't have the numbers.
I can give you a year where John Stockton averaged 16 a game, but in the
playoffs are a smaller sample size than the whole.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why your average.
That's why your average should go up.
Your average should go up because it's smaller.
But John Stockton that year he did that. The averages only went up because of a major injury, and he had to take up all the scoring.
You not.
I know, but one bad game can fuck up your whole shit.
Oh, Kobe, easy, Kobe.
All players increase their averages, bro, in the playoffs, bro.
No,
all great upper echelon players.
Minimum
if you're not doing that,
if you're not doing that, give me Kobe Bryant's best season where he won the championship.
The first season, his first season won the championship without Shaq. His scoring went up.
No, not with Shaq. He wasn't the best player on the team.
I said without Shaq. The first championship without Shaq.
What year was that? What year was that?
Oh, I think that's 09, 010. That one.
Okay.
He averaged like 28 in the regular season.
Okay, hold on.
27 in the regular season. I mean, I don't even know why you making this argument, Lamont.
And then his scoring went up dramatically in the finals.
When you say drastically, okay, if your scoring average goes up 1 point, that's not drastic because James Harden's points per game in the playoffs generally drop about 1 point on average.
Nah, but if you average,
you can't go down as a great player.
If you average 36 in a regular season, bro, you
can go down in Mike D'Antoni's system because Mike D'Antoni's system is predicated on.
You're not going to the playoffs. 36, bro.
But
the league is more talented than that.
There are years where LeBron's scoring from the regular season and playoffs has gone down.
When?
2011.
Did LeBron go through a whole playoff averaging 35?
We know 2011.
Hey, let me get this.
He choked. He did what James Harden does.
That's a one-off. That was, and he will never live that down. The LeBron James contrarian.
Why would you throw that in there, bro? That's disingenuous.
But if you look at his career of what he averaged in the regular season compared to the playoffs,
okay, do last year for LeBron.
He went up.
It went up,
His
bro.
average went up. He only averaged 25
last year.
He only averaged 20.
What did he average in the playoffs?
Like 27.
27.6.
Okay, so it went up 2 points.
09.
That's a lot.
Look up 09.
That's not drastic.
That is a lot, bro.
Look up the season.
Up
09,
your
10,
average
LeBron
2
did
points from 25 to 27 is a lot, bro.
Hey, Lamont,
that's what I mean by that.
Well, you know that comes with a caveat though, because after that 2011 LeBron, he reinvented himself. He had to learn how to score from 3-point range. He wouldn't have this kind of scoring if he would have kept the same game he had before that.
That's our
Would you agree?
That's how.
I mean, what does that mean? Though? He's elevating his game.
You see players all the time. They always say this. They always say like potential. They say this young player, he's good at doing this, but eventually he'll have to learn how to maybe shoot outside. You know, it's kind of like Lonzo Ball, right? He had that awkward shot motion, but now that he worked on it, now his 3-point shot's much better. Now I say it's
Harden average,
right?
25. My bad. My bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I said Harden averaged 25 for regular season career, 23 for postseason career.
That's terrible.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
bad.
hold on.
That's bad for bro.
You gotta,
it don't even stay the same.
Hold on. What I'm saying is with James Harden, you can't compare that because you got to think when some of his playoffs run, he wasn't the go-to guy. So his playoff stats are going to be.
Gotta adjust. You gotta adjust his numbers.
That's why I said you can only count. That's not just with Houston. No, it's not.
No, I'm saying if you go by Houston numbers, bro, you can do it yourself, bro.
No,
go by Houston, look up his scoring averages, bro, and they go down, bro. All you got to do is add it up in the years he played and do the average. Get the average.
Just look at him.
You can do the math yourself.
Okay, what was his average in the playoffs with Houston?
You could see the playoff averages.
Bro, go look it up. You can go do it. You can average. You can do the math yourself, bro. Get a calculator and do it real quick.
I don't have to get a calculator and do it if they're all 28 or 29 or 27.
I know for a fact his numbers go down, which is not a mark of a great player.
Yeah, AI, he
you can't put
26,
him in that echelon, bro. You can't put James Harden in that top
echelon. Players, these numbers either stay they have to stay the same.
AI
minimum,
26, 26.
Yeah, minimum they gotta stay the same.
AI
like if you average 36 in a
regular season,
you get leeway for that. He gets leeway if he just keeps
did do that.
James Harden
did. You know he did. But
that's just if you're looking at
Lamar. I'm saying you get leeway. That's what I'm saying. If it stays the same,
bro.
But
how can you
can't be him putting
in the playoffs? The other team's whole playoff.
Great players do it.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
He
can't be the only person that gets
putting him in. Y'all comparing him to the KDs and the Jordans.
Hey fellas,
you said he's upper echelon. You said he's upper echelon.
Hey Lamont.
I compare him to Dame Lillard.
He's not at that level.
Yo, real quick. I appreciate the basketball talk tonight. It's been real. I got to get ready for work. Y'all have a blessed Monday, fellas. All right, cool.
James Harden gets too much respect in my ass. The nigga hasn't accomplished shit.
There's a lot of players.
You can't say he hasn't accomplished. He accomplished a lot, man.
I'm talking about as far as the up to be because but people put him in that upper echelon of players, and he's not.
He is. He's top 10 in the NBA right now. He's not top 10.
I'm talking about in today's NBA. In today's NBA,
hold on, you have to. Any player,
argument, I heard people say that James Harden's better than D Wade. Like niggas got to stop with that.
That's not true.
No, I got Harden like in the 40s or something like that.
I'm not even putting James Harden on
NBA career. I got Harden like 40.
He's like top 30. Top 30.
Championship, they'll jump him a little higher, in a different conversation. But I don't think D Wade after one.
Nah, he can never surpass D Wade.
See, you can't say that for people's career.
There's nothing.
That's unfair.
You
can't say that for people's career.
It's not emotional. I'm looking at this logically. I don't care about his career. Bro, he's not gonna play another 10 years, bro. Stop.
How you know?
He's not.
How you know?
His game can do that.
Okay, let me ask you this: if he wins the championship this year, does that change the narrative?
No, it doesn't.
No, it's the same.
What do you think of then? What do you think of what?
We're saying
his narrative doesn't change.
Let me say this.
Put him over.
Okay, so
it'll change the narrative.
It doesn't.
The thing is, KD. If KD didn't go to the 73 and 9 win,
so I don't know.
You think the narrative of KD, he would be a great player?
No, KD's narrative is still the same, bro. KD's narrative has not changed at all.
My mic good.
So just because you won them 2 rings,
but if they sit on this team for a very long time, you're gonna have to give them credit. If they sit on this team for like 7 years and then
I agree
win
with
a
you,
lot,
but
you have to forget about it.
That's usually the average, right? About 7-8 years after they get out their contract and they try to find a winning team.
And what if they all back sign?
This team got a good 3 years in it, bro. If that.
Hey yo, let me put respect.
Yeah, if they keep moving around and forming teams, this won't mean shit.
Which team? The Nets
finish their careers on this team, all 3 of them. You can't hold this against them.
But I'm saying I'm not holding it against him. I'm saying he can never pass D Wade because he's not.
You can't say that. You can't.
Let me say, bro. I'm gonna let Trudy King go.
You're not even letting. Say why.
I know why. I know why though. But let me put it in perspective. Like James Harden is ranked where he's ranked because James Harden is not a great player performer, but that's only a part of the game of basketball. The regular season still counts.
Nah, but it's the biggest part. If you're not, okay,
so if it's the biggest question, hold on.
That's cool.
Okay,
that's
hold
cool,
on.
though. That's the biggest.
True, you right, because here's his number. So I just did 4 years. I could have kept going back. In 2016, 2017, I'm not sure what his regular season average was, but in the playoffs, he averaged 28.5 points per game. So I don't care if you go up a point or go down a point. That's still great.
That's still great.
Hold on. In 2017, 2018, he averaged 28.6 points per game in the playoffs. I don't care if you go up or down a point or two. That's still great. In 2008, hold on. We're going to keep going. In 2018, 2019, he averaged 31.6 points per game in the playoffs. I don't care if you go up or down 4 points. That's still great. I don't care what you say. Because that means
those are great numbers.
2019, 2020, you're talking last year. All right, last year.
29.6.
Where he went against the Lakers. The Lakers put him out, but it took the best defensive team in the league, and he still averaged 29.6 points per game. So, again, his job on that team, his job that you can say that went down. 29.6 ain't great. I don't care if you go down.
Bro, see bro, but it's one big thing you're missing. It's one big thing you're missing. If you doing all that, bro, what is James Harden notoriously known for? What's the excuse that he's always giving? He ran out of gas. He goes 100% in all this in a regular season, and he don't save none for the playoffs. That's the biggest problem. He's a regular season player. He's not. He does.
Okay, don't mean he ain't great.
Nah, that does.
I'm saying he ain't great.
I'm not saying he's not good. It's not
He
good.
still has to prove it in the postseason.
It's not great. It's not great.
Here's the problem
that
with
don't
y'all
mean
logic.
he's going to be a regular season player for the rest of his
y'all
life. You see his
logic.
skill set, bro.
Bro, I'm not saying he is going to be.
That's flawed logic, y'all. It's flawed logic because only one team can win the championship every year, and that's based on having an extremely great team and a lot of luck on the way, no injuries, all of that stuff. James Harden, if Chris Paul don't get hurt, they would have beat the Golden State Warriors, and he would have been a champion.
You can't say that.
Hold on. He would have been a champion because everybody was saying that the series between the Warriors and the Rockets, they were playing for the championship because either one of those teams would have won the finals. So again, circumstances. Hold on. Let's do this. So circumstances. You saying circumstances don't control who wins the championship? Look at the Golden State Warriors against Toronto. If KD and Klay Thompson don't get hurt, everybody and their mama knows that they win the championship by a long shot. So
you can't say that because the next year,
circumstances, he couldn't control that he had Mike D'Antoni as his coach who didn't care about defense, and they had him running. They turned that team into a small ball team, and they couldn't compete against the Lakers when it mattered most. So some things you can control, some things you can't control. The one thing you can't say about the man is he don't show up in the playoffs. It's somebody averaging damn near 30 a game over the last 4 years in the playoffs, and y'all say he's not showing up.
He shows up, but here's the thing. He shows up, but he's not a great performer, though. I mean, all that being said, though, like he's still a great player.
Bro, do y'all know how hard it is to perform in the playoffs when everything that the other team is doing defensively is built on stopping you multiple games?
True, though, Lamont. That's true. But that's true, Lamont. But like you said, your favorite player of all time, Brandon Roy, when it was playoff time, I seen that man stepped up. Dude, like he played out of his mind. That was just five great players.
One game
against the Mavericks. He talking about.
You talking about that one game? What did he do that next game? No.
Man, the man knees gave out, man.
I'm just giving you. I just give you an example. That was
Brandon Roy has no championships though. He has
no bad one.
Another example.
And he ain't got no huge playoff.
Okay, playoff Rondo. Okay, playoff Rondo.
Rondo's never been the best player on this team.
It don't matter. He stepped up in the playoffs. It don't matter.
Role players step up all the time.
Toronto was shooting. Opposite with Rondo. He's a horrible regular season player and a great playoff player.
Hold on,
Lamont is going to see improvement.
Hold on, Lamont. The end of the Big Three era on the Celtics, Rondo was the best player on that team.
Man, you must be true.
When Toronto won the championship,
2012.
2012, I'll give you. But
they won a lot of games.
Before 2012, no.
Come on, bro. Rondo, stop. Rondo never was the best player. Come on.
Oh, 2012, yes, he was. 2012.
He was the best player in 2012.
2012,
look that up.
Look, they choked against the Heat in 2012, so
they didn't choke.
He ain't performed that well.
He did. Look at his numbers. That's what state on business. Everybody talking about is playoff.
Role players step up in the playoffs. Look at the 2019 Raptors. They were shooting 50% from the field as a team in a lot of them playoff games, even in the finals. Role players step up in the playoffs, bro.
What you talking about? They lost 10 times straight.
When it's a big game, listen, when it's a big game, you step up, man. You play out your mind at the end of the day. Listen, that's all I know. Because at the end of the day, regular season games, we see regular people take games off in regular season, right or wrong.
So Rondo is not a role player?
No, but
what you mean?
Is he not a role player?
Was he always a role player? No. So what are you saying?
So he
was always a role
bro.
He made a couple of All-Stars, but
was he always a role player? No, he wasn't. So
he wasn't a superstar though. He was just an All-Star.
How many? A lot of people not superstars though. That's a lot.
It's only two.
No, you trying to make it. No, you trying to say he a superstar because you trying to say that he was the best on the championship team.
I didn't say he was a superstar. I never say Ron was a superstar. I don't even like.
When you're the best player on the championship team, you're a superstar.
I didn't say that. Hold on. I said in 2012.
Oh yeah, my fault. They ain't winning.
I didn't say because he said Lamar said he was never the best player on Boston, which he was.
I said 2012.
Not saying he was winning championships. Nobody.
I always thought it was KG.
Of course. But
I'm just saying, both sides of the ball, man.
Lamar just changed the argument. I never was talking about championships or not. That's team stuff. I'm talking about his individual play. How you quantify all goes down.
Individual play, man.
I want to respond to that Warriors.
Quantify it, all goes down. Even
if you go individual play with, let's go back to the two players we were talking about. Individual play with James Harden and Allen Iverson. James Harden has had much more playoff success when it mattered most.
That's fact.
I agree. I agree.
I never said he did.
I agree.
I don't know. That's not even an argument.
And then when we go to when it matters most and clutch stuff, okay, what are you defining as clutch? Is it the last second shot?
I don't even that clutch shit, bro. That's not even. That's not. You can't quantify that. I don't even talk about that. Clutch
so what do we? So do we?
Everybody jumbles that. I didn't even bring no clutch shit up at all.
I think you're saying business being that devil advocate, man.
Yeah, I get AI more clutch than Harden, but it's a lot of things Harden's better than I don't be trying to disrespect AI like that.
Yeah, I don't even know that
Harden's better.
I'm just being real about this shit. James Harden's a better player than Allen.
And the regular season matters because if Iverson would have had a lot of better regular seasons, then he wouldn't have been stuck at that 7-8 seat playing 1 and 2.
That's true. That's a good point. That's true.
Can I? All right,
franchises are pick Harden because the regular season do matter, and Harden to bring that revenue and put asses in the seat on the nightly basis, just like AI. And he better on the court.
James Harden,
and they'll pick Harden over AI.
Right. And Lamar,
that shit too serious.
Right, Lamar, I'm gonna give it, and this is why people have like
gas.
Right, this is why people have an issue with James Harden because we see him getting 50-point, 60-point triple doubles in the regular
That's
season.
revenue. People gonna come to see that shit.
Revenue is not no championship, bro.
All right, man. Hey,
you know how much money Houston made off of Harden?
Warriors point though.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna let you get the last point today because I gotta hop in the shower and watch this shit off my face, man.
Hey, Lamar, you a wild dude. You had that on for 5 hours, dog. I ain't never forget this. Hey, clip this. Clip it, DJ. It's like that. See, look, this is what trolls do. I'm going to give him money.
That's funny. But
go ahead.
But that Warriors point,
go ahead.
All right, for the Warriors point, you can't say that about the Warriors because the following year when KD went down in Game 6, when Curry had 0 points in the first half because of foul trouble, and the Rockets up double digits going in the second half, Harden choked.
Yeah, facts. Good point.
No, I give you moments. Like again, I give you individual moments. But what we were talking about was but the thing is, those same moments, I can point out multiple moments where other players have choked as well too. Because at the end of the day, every team in the NBA chokes except the one that wins the championship.
Right. Bro, Harden and AI done choked in wins too.
Nah, that's not necessarily.
You remember that win when they came back on the Clippers because they benched Harden?
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
I'm talking about what Lamar just said is not that.
Every team
every
year there's 29 failures.
Yeah, but it's not that you didn't choke
that game 7.
Yeah, there's a difference between losing and choking. You can't be the main reason to lose.
Yeah. You cannot show up and still win.
Choking is when you are in a good position to win. It's all set. All you got to do is play how your regular level of play.
The only good position is when the clock strikes 0.
But that don't mean you necessarily choke.
Team come back.
Yeah, like you can get carried.
Nah, but I'm saying, a team come back.
Like
but
Jordan.
when your play starts to decrease and you start turning the ball over and doing stupid shit.
Hold on. But when you say they're choking, that means you're taking away from what the other team does is forcing it.
Yeah, I am because if you making stupid ass reads and stupid ass passes,
that's a fact.
You just giving them the ball.
Eric Snow and the team.
When a teammate, so hold on. Are you going to say when Reggie Miller scored the 9 points in whatever in a few seconds? Was it the Knicks choking or was Reggie Miller just that great?
Nah, it was the Knicks stupid ass passing the ball.
Reggie wasn't that great, so it wasn't Reggie, right?
Nah, it was. He wasn't that great.
I'm saying when James Harden scored 16, because the Spurs only shot the ball 12 times.
When Tracy McGrady did that to the Spurs, was that the Spurs choking or was that Tracy McGrady's greatness?
Y'all tough defense. That was tough defense. Now a teammate.
That's not both.
I'm gonna tell you, it was choking. It was choking when Steph Curry threw that behind the back pass to nobody at a bounce.
That was just a bad pass.
That's choking.
I never got that. Why was he trying shit like that?
Because the thing is,
that's
the same mistake.
You can't do it. If you smart, you don't do that.
Are made at the end of the game are the same mistakes that are made at the beginning of the game. How come it's not choking when you do it at the beginning of the game?
That's not the case. Because that's not a good point. Because
it's a mistake. Mistake is a mistake.
No, that's not a good point. That's not a good point.
They do say, hold on.
Are you telling me you are Coach Lamont? Are you coach? You are Coach Lamont, and you be telling players that shit?
Yes.
Yo, chill out.
Come on, Lamont. Come on.
Yeah, y'all know.
You know what I tell them? This is what I tell because you have to tell them this because the thing goes. Turnovers at the beginning of the game still affect us just as bad at the end of the game because when we playing a bum team and we look at the score and we're like, damn, they still within 4 points. Oh, look at all them dumbass turnovers at the beginning of the goddamn that we was choking in the first half.
Right.
And we let them stay in the game.
Yeah, you was. But if it's a 2 point game and it's a turnover,
2 point game because we choked in the first half.
If it's a 2 point game and you down 30 and you
30
seconds left and your point guard throws it behind the back.
2 point game because we wasn't taking care of our business early.
Every defensive breakdown throughout the game, it all leads up to it. I know what you're saying.
Let me say the saying. What's the saying? That's going to cost them in the end.
That's factual. But when the game's in hand, it's able to win. You up your level play. I don't give a fuck about all that.
Man, it's hard.
You know what it is.
Man, you gotta execute the entire game.
Shoot,
no, I agree on that, but it's more indicted. It's more of an indictment on a player's game when you're doing that stupid shit and you know you finna win and the game's finna be over.
The game ain't over till the clock strikes 0.
Nah, but I'm saying when you know, bro, you know when it's fourth quarter. That's why everybody throw the foes up in football. In basketball, you know what time it is, bro. Niggas like when it get time to win it time, you know it's
okay. Let me ask you this. I'm gonna give you an example because this actually happened to us in the game. We the number 2 team in the country. True, you got a lot of wind going in the background. We playing against an inferior team. We fuck off in the first half. They keep it close. Second half, they got their confidence up. All right, we ended up losing the lead. We get the lead back because we messing around. They get the ball last possession of the game, 1.5 seconds on the clock. They chuck it up full court, hit the shot. Did we choke?
Yeah, you choked.
Why?
Because you were bums. That was James Harden.
You on tape, Lamont. That performance, you on tape.
Hold on. No, we choked in that championship game. We choked in that one.
We're not saying every.
He was neglecting the last 3 players on the bench.
We choked there. We choked there because we were supposed to win. We choked because we was the number 1 overall seed.
Yeah, he was mad.
Damn, y'all the Warriors?
Yeah.
I thought Lamont was going to throw the Gatorade on the floor.
Hold on, was it wrong? Wasn't that a bad call though? I can't remember the exact call, but it was a horrible call by the ref though.
Yeah, Lamont, you're a Warriors fan?
Nah, I'm a Portland fan.
Yeah, but you was y'all team was out of pocket shooting on those jump shots like that. I was just
true. I couldn't be mad at them though. I couldn't be mad at the team. because that's how we got there. We probably shooting like 65-70% from the 3-point line.
Y'all playing fast pace for no reason. Y'all heard with no shot clock or nothing.
Hey, what grade you get him for Norman Powell, Lamont?
Not knowing time of possession, not knowing how to control the tempo.
Hey, Lamont, what grade you get Portland for Norman Powell?
Oh man, he hit me with my own stuff. Okay, that's what's up. Nah, we did.
He's
we did.
inconsistent.
I know Gary Trent Jr. saw it.
Hey, what grade you get him for Norman Powell?
A
F.
Oh, damn.
No,
they like the same player. They needed a big.
They like the same player. Like
it's nothing. There's a move.
It's just redundancy.
Norman Powell's redundant move. NBA score.
Doesn't make him better. Doesn't do nothing. And then on top of the fact that tells me right there, you don't trust in Melo. But they said Melo haven't won a better year. And you bring in Norman Powell? Like, come on.
Because we're not going to disrespect
No, that ain't
Melo,
the narrative that you were throwing out there. You said Melo don't belong.
Melo's just upped his game in Portland. He's turned it around.
Melo's top 10 all the time.
He's playing great for a minimum contract player.
Yeah, for sure.
Melo is top 10 all the time. To wear headbands and long sleeves, bro. Come on.
He's good for
all-time great right there.
He's good for a guy that should have been out the league last year.
Hey, Lamar, you
the
see
man's
that
averaging 20
post I had tagged you in with Bobo, didn't you?
Nah, what happened?
You see what Bobo did tonight?
With that step back.
Yeah.
Nah, but he don't even look that up because he got scored on 2 straight times after that.
Nah, his defense trash, but according to Lamar, he's gonna be out.
Still ended up winning by 24 because it's the.
Yeah, that's what I was arguing.
Hold on, I'm gonna go through these messages. When we get off the stream, I'm gonna go find it because I got too many. You
don't get no 7-2 players that can do it. That nigga did a nasty little step back, but he got to get better understanding the game.
Yeah,
he don't understand the game.
He got potential. Lamar too hard on him, man.
Oh, you said Bobo?
Yeah, Bobo.
Yeah.
He got minutes tonight.
I checked on IG.
Anthony Bidditt had a few plays before he
was
got
killing preseason.
He's also not 7-2 though. He's not 7-2.
Yeah, Bobo's done next year. Bobo's not even going to be on the red. He's not even going to be on any roster next year.
Man,
you want to play for wages?
Him and Taco Fall, good matchup.
You want to play for wages on that?
Yeah, both Taco and Bobo are going to be gone.
Man, Taco Fall is not the same stop. Don't even.
He's going to be playing for like the Beijing Pirates or something.
Beijing Pirates. You're going to be in the China League.
Put some money on it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Y'all want to make a wager?
I can't do no more bets.
That man playing for
don't tell me Bobo just a meme.
Bobo gonna play for Tijuana Vipers.
Don't tell me Bobo just a meme.
Shit, y'all can use him on Boston. Y'all can use him on Boston while you talking.
Shit, we already got Taco Fall.
Shit, y'all gonna be out in the first round anyway. You might as well send them.
Why everybody be taking shots at the Celtics today, man?
I'm more listen. We building on next year, man. We building on next year. That was all
the Celtics
when it comes to any form of trade deadline, Danny Ainge is not the best.
You mean almost Danny Ainge, right?
Hey, we going 5 hours strong, man.
I think a Bobo hit 2 threes.
Make it 6, nigga.
So hell nah. I gotta hop in the shower, man.
Yeah, you ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you, Lamar. That is different. Like you ain't had that on you for like 5 hours, though. That's kind of crazy.
Hey Lamar, I got some heat for you, man. You know what I'm saying? Get you some new songs to play on your intro, man.
Just email them to me. Email them to me.
Hey, Tay Sean. If it don't say anything, it better not say anything about licking lips.
You know I'm using
Nah, that intro song go crazy.
Yeah, I'll use it.
Can rap.
We don't know who will.
Hey, Lamar, I'm gonna see about 3 songs, and I'm gonna let you pick them.
All right, I got you.
The remix gonna be Tay Sean and Goat Mike.
Oh yeah, I need to do a remix too.
That'd be crazy. No, nigga.
Goat Mike
remix. You know, Goat Mike ain't got no rhythm, man.
Goat Mike be all beat. Fuck your feelings.
Goat Mike be rapping like he doing spoken word or something.
It's all good. You know, it's all good and great. You know,
y'all can't put no song together without adding Mac Def.
Hey, Mac Def, fuck the cow.
I don't like West Coast rap.
Hell no.
Hey yo, that's the basic thing he trash.
Hey, Nipsey Hussle was really the only West Coast rapper that I really liked. I ain't gonna
You
lie.
don't
like Game?
Game
What?
used to
You
go
don't like
crazy.
But look,
Documentary
Game,
went crazy.
look, Game didn't remind me of no West Coast rapper.
Nah, yeah, he did sound like he was from New York on his first album.
You don't like Roddy Ricch?
Yeah, he go crazy.
He all right.
Roddy Ricch go crazy, boy.
Kendrick?
I'm not a big Kendrick fan.
voice
Kendrick got some
nerves,
songs, but I'm not a big Kendrick fan.
His
He got some songs.
Schoolboy Q?
No.
J-Rock?
I don't even know who J-Rock is.
TDE.
J-Rock fire.
That's what I'm saying. If you from the Midwest, like you just got a natural affinity for New York, Chicago, South. But
I'm from the East Coast.
Yeah, I just like Chicago shit.
I just like good music.
A little bit of
The
Southern.
low key though, Chicago music really kind of going down the drain though.
No, it ain't.
Stand on Business got all Twisted albums.
Nah, I do it. Adrenaline Rush.
Oh shit! You got Tongue Twister. You got the first. You got the Tongue Twister
I'm
album.
from around my area.
That was when it was hottest though.
My favorite rapper all time is Common though.
Common nice with it though. He
Common,
undervalued.
Common.
That's what we need to do a show on the most undervalued rappers of all time. I think Common's on that list.
Yeah,
Back
definitely.
And most
I got
definitely.
25 list.
No, underrated.
Underrated.
Yep.
Cool.
What's the Love 9?
Lil B.
Man,
Basically,
stop.
you talking about a lot of underground rappers then.
You don't even got to be underground. I don't consider Common underground.
Nah, Common definitely not underground.
Or even Most Def. You consider Most Def underground?
Nah, he
Common
definitely not
was
underground.
Common was John Wick. Common not underground.
Or like I consider Dave East underrated.
Nah, he don't put out enough quality music.
Nah,
to
he
me.
overrated.
He wildin'.
He overrated to me. He just
said
got
Dave
that
East.
car,
Yeah, a couple
bro.
songs.
The only reason why he's on is
Dave
'cause
East
females.
is underachieving right now. I ain't gonna hold you. He's underachieving right now.
I can
Music
say
don't
that.
back up his.
I can
Hold
say
on.
that.
You said he's
He make
underrated?
dope music. He
He's
make dope
overrated.
music, but he's underachieving. He's underachieving.
As far as sales go,
Y'all tripping.
he's
underachieving.
bro. He's behind.
He not in the best in New York.
Label deal.
I didn't say he
He's
was the
not
best in New
selling.
York. I said underrated.
Like he got like Benny the Butcher did like he lapped him like a
I'm
thousand times.
gonna tell you the most overrated. I think Meek Mill overrated than a motherfucker.
Average as hell.
Hey, chill out, man.
Drake is
Definitely
overrated
Hey yo,
to me.
me be from Delaware. I can't allow you to say that. You gotta chill out, man.
Drake is
You gotta chill
overrated
out.
to me.
What?
I've been listening to Meek Mill since 06, man. You gotta
I
chill
don't
out.
listen to
Overrated.
niggas that don't
Gotta
write
chill
their
out.
rap.
He's average, bro.
I
Nah,
don't
we
listen
ain't
to
doing
niggas
that,
that don't
man.
write their rap.
We ain't doing that, man.
Niggas like Drake,
We ain't doing
niggas like Lil Wayne.
Hold on, Freeway in his prime was a better rapper than Meek.
I ain't gonna say that. I'll give you Benny.
Absolutely.
I'll give you
That's
Benny
debatable.
single,
Benny
No.
single.
I'll give you
Like,
Benny.
Freeway
That's
in his
debatable.
prime.
Freeway,
Well,
absolutely.
you know Meek. Y'all
Benny
know Meek
single,
Mill
one of my
top 5
favorite
of all
albums.
time, though.
Black
Hey,
Thought.
Joel Santana in his prime is better than Meek.
Hell no.
Nah, yeah. I mean,
Maybe.
y'all better go back and Meek was in the
Maybe.
praise. I'm in the hood wearing dog outside. Late night, can't walk outside. You better go back to old Meek Mill tapes.
Nah,
Nah,
Meek
Meek
is
Mill
better.
got bars,
No.
but he
Black Thought is
inconsistent
better
with
than
his
Meek Mill.
bars.
He is
Black
inconsistent.
Thought is definitely better than Meek Mill. Don't listen. That's the best in Philly. You named the best in Philly.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you
You
who's
said he was top
underrated.
3.
Hey, homie out of
He top
Virginia is
five, he
underrated.
top
What's
five.
his name? What's homie out of Virginia?
Pusha T.
Yeah, he underrated than a motherfucker.
He
That's
be
what I'm
lying
saying.
in his
That's
rap.
a
Though. That nigga
fact.
be
I
acting
don't
like
care.
he
I don't
was
care if he
El Chapo or
lying.
somebody.
I don't care if he lying.
Nigga wasn't selling no weight like that.
Hey, he
Bruh.
ain't been proven wrong.
Nah, he probably was, sir. Them niggas in Virginia is weird like that.
Hey, that nigga, he been talking about drug
Yeah,
raps.
he was in Chicago. He would have got his ass robbed. He wouldn't have been able to serve shit.
Man,
Y'all
he
be
good in
hold
Chicago,
on, y'all
man.
rob anybody though. Y'all be robbing anybody.
Yeah, you rob
No,
a
but
homeless man in Chicago.
in Chicago, if you not really like, you gotta be. You
Look,
can't serve if you know average.
Chicago
nigga. You really gotta
rappers
be about
are
this.
really rob a motherfucker 15, 20 deep and then make a video about how he didn't fight back. Look at nigga was about 20 deep. I'd be like, man,
What
I don't know
gun?
about that.
What a strap? What a strap?
they will rob a motherfucker 20 deep talking about how he didn't fight back. I'm like,
They don't do that shit around my way. We'll just take your shit.
They
What part of
wild out
Chicago
there.
you in? You in
Out
Southside?
west. I'm out west. I'm in the worst side.
He sound like he out west, man. He sound like he light skinned too. That's why all the light skinned dudes is out
What he
west.
say? Nah, what dude say?
I said, hurry, go down to Southside, man.
Man,
No, they gangbang out south. They get money out west.
Yeah, we get money out west, bro.
Yeah,
it's still out west, bro. It's still worse because it's about money. Niggas.
Well, whenever money is involved, yeah, it's
it's like, bro, L Block, bro. It's like we all under the same. Like we have niggas that's all we under the same organization.
Come on, man,
bro.
don't get in that,
We all,
man.
bro. They not. They can't do none of that.
I'm about to say, I'm about to go this stream.
They know what's going on, man. It's open air, man.
So you
hold on, they got them. No, in
Chicago.
In Chicago, they got them gang enhancements though. They be
nah, bro. But it's more if you got priors. They not really trick because once you in the system, bro, you in the system. Period. If they know you from a certain block, they already know who you tab in with, so they already put that on you. So.
Hey, LeBron, guys, thanks for letting me in the chat, bro.
Hey man, Andrew, definitely come back, man. We like I said, we try to go live a couple times.
You know your knowledge, man. You know your knowledge, man.
Yeah, he passed the test, man.
Thanks, man. I've been watching a long time. Thank you, man. You know what? I have to say this. I have to say this though. You know, I was looking for a channel that had like a basketball talk, and I came across another channel. And this is how I got to your channel. I know you guys know about this channel because some of you guys are on the other channel. I see like Will and I see some what's his name, and some of the other guys that go on this other channel called TicketTV.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I know Ticket.
Hey, man, I couldn't take it anymore, man. Ticket be hating, boy. Ticket be hating, man.
But he's factual though, bro.
I mean, he's just so biased, man.
These players today never got it up the mud, so that's already.
Hey, yo, Lamar. Tell me why.
But I still go there.
Lamar, tell me why the other day I was on Lou channel, right? Lou was on live, man. Guess who popped up the live stream?
Who?
Fucking Will, man. Me and Anton there. Will came out of nowhere, man. Trying to cuss me out and all that shit, man.
Why? That's what I don't like about. See, that's what I don't like about Will.
No, what I don't.
Hey, no, you gotta put respect on Will's name though. The next year is making the playoffs.
What I don't like about what Will does is like Lou is trying to grow his channel, but Will come over there and like start.
Yeah, that shit was weird. I had to apologize.
Like, you don't even know if he has that type of platform, but you just come in there just trying to use it for your own way to get at somebody else. So like just at the end of the day, you gotta have respect for somebody else's channel, man. Like if they don't run their channel that way, then don't come over there like that. Like if you see somebody in there
like
you don't agree
run
with,
your channel, man.
Yeah, I just try to keep
it because it's just too much. It's too much chaos in Tickets TV. I mean, everybody's talking over each other.
It's for a lower.
I like how you Lamont, how you moderate your channel, bro. I haven't been to those other guys' channels yet, but you know, I like to go to Ticket because he's got that guy Ghost on there, and he's a Laker fan. You know Ghost? I think he's Ghost.
Yeah, he comes over here. Ghost come over here.
Yeah, he was on your channel here. I was like, wow, these guys come in your channel, FYF, and then they go to Ticket too sometimes, right? So,
man, it be like Royal Rumble over there, boy. I promise, man.
Yeah, man, it's crazy, man. They go crazy, man.
If you got an opposing view, them niggas is not gonna let you talk.
Nah, they won't.
I like this little cat they got on there. This little cat be stirring up trouble over there. CJ, you guys know that kid?
CJ.
Oh man, they be all over
let him
that
back
kid,
on
man.
Ticket?
It's like
I thought they
like
he
was on there the other day.
They let him back. They let him back after the last Max Ether video.
Man, they try to go at that kid all the time, but man, I like him, man. He's cool.
Shout out CJ.
But, yeah,
CJ went over this.
But thanks Lamont for letting me in, man. Thank you guys for letting me chat. And when you guys chat next time, man,
we gotta go ahead and get off so we can let True finish walking to the bus stop because I feel sound like he walking outside or something.
Yeah, free Rico Reckless, man.
Rico Reckless.
Yeah, I'm outside.
All right,
hold on,
guys,
he got
later,
locked up. With Rico Reckless,
yeah, he in the feds. I think Shorty caught a fed case.
Hey, I think NBA. I don't think NBA YoungBoy getting out of this one.
Nah, he getting a bond. He got a bond. Louisiana trying to appeal it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm thinking he ain't about to get out of these charges. He gonna do some time.
Now you talking about overrated? That nigga's the most overrated nigga. I don't know.
He's trash to me. He's trash.
Yeah,
he's garbage to me.
Man, y'all gotta listen to that nigga lyrics, man. He be
it's the young kids. It's the young kids.
Yeah, Shorty's like, dude,
he be mad for no reason. I don't like listening to people that mad.
Trash, bro. Like the nigga he's not good. Like the nigga just yelling and shit.
Nah, that'd be Meek Mill yelling.
Chill out, man. Chill out.
Nah, I fuck with Meek though, but you know what I'm saying.
I don't even listen to new rappers. The only
man.
new rapper I listen to is Lil Herb.
Look, somebody that came in here with the name XXXTentacion.
G Herbo?
Yeah, Lil Herb. I only listen.
Hold on,
to
Antisocial in the chat. How come he didn't come? This was in the chat for him to come in. He said he bailed out already.
You talking about nigga that be off beat?
Hold on, he said,
that nigga be off beat for real.
He don't be off beat. He just got a different flow. He be on.
I didn't even see Antos chat. Y'all didn't even tell me he was in the chat.
It's a different rhythm pattern, but he be on
that
beat.
Manscaped promo, bro.
I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna probably run it on my next video.
But shit, I just relate to dude. That's what I listen to.
They told me to hold off because they sent me some new ads.
Hell no.
All right.
I can't get up
some new ads.
Need that.
I'm a hold on. You need the coupon code?
Yeah.
I'll put it in the chat. It's just FYF crew. That's all you need. FYF crew.
All right.
That's the code.
I mean,
40 hours straight.
We about to get up out of here. What you got? Hold on.
I just heard how you talked about NBA YoungBoy, dog. I'm telling you, that nigga make too much money, dog. Ain't nobody. He ain't going to jail. He's been the most streamed artist on YouTube for the last 5 years, dog. That nigga ain't going to jail, bro. He made too much money.
Deal?
Huh?
Ain't he signed with Atlantic?
He signed with a bunch of niggas, dog. That nigga,
that's what I'm saying. He's not getting
They're not gonna let that nigga go to jail.
All right, we're gonna do a whole show about underrated rappers, probably sometime.
Cause I'm in the same boat with y'all. That nigga's some shit, boy. But that nigga, for some reason, niggas love listening to him.
I think he a real street nigga. That's why they
hold on, Lil Tim got free. They bailed him out.
Yeah, he got a bun.
They gonna kill that nigga, boy.
Nah, he ain't gonna die.
They gonna kill that dog. They gonna kill that boy.
Them niggas did all that, bro. They really don't even care, bro. Them niggas
they don't care about King Von like that.
Nah, they do it. You feel me? If they could, the niggas that's in the city care about him, but they can't get up with shorty like that. The niggas with the money don't care. Like Lil Durk, them niggas. But the niggas he was cool with that's in Wick City, yeah, they care about shorty, but they ain't got the bread to get up with that nigga.
Yeah, they don't go state to state to go get you. If you was in the neighborhood,
if they was in the city, yeah, they'd be on his heel.
Yeah,
a motherfucker that was in tune with.
But see, the reason why it's so much harder is because you going to a whole nother state trying to pull a move like that, man.
Facts.
You mess around and get popped yourself.
They with all type of police and all that shit. You know they with police.
So you don't think Lil Reese got money to make that trip down there?
No, hell no, he ain't got money to make.
Even
Lil
if
Reese
he
don't
did,
care.
bro,
I don't think Lil Reese care.
Man, Lil Reese, homies himself done got smoked in the city. The nigga ain't did shit. So nah, bro.
Shit, Lil Reese damn near got smoked himself.
Yeah, bro. It's not what y'all think it is on the outside. These niggas just be regular street niggas. I ain't gonna say Lil Reese no hoe or nothing, but he just a regular street nigga.
I don't even understand NBA YoungBoy, dog. You got all this bread, yeah. You still trying to look like you a street nigga, dog.
No, but I understand. I mean, when they short, like when you that young,
because that's what make them money.
I can't lie, bro. If I was 19 with all that bread, bro, ain't no telling what I'll do.
That nigga ain't 19.
How old is he?
NBA YoungBoy like 25, boy.
Oh, he ain't 25. He older than me. He
that boy ain't that young.
Hey, Anti, I gotta hop in the shower, man. Do you see how I look right now?
Nah, how you look?
Man, hold on. You won't even believe what happened today, man. Look at this shit, man.
Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Nigga, what
the fuck is wrong? This nigga stay like this for the whole screen.
Look, you won't even believe what happened though.
I seen Thanos hit your ass with a lightning bolt.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And you actually stayed like this the whole this nigga right here, dog.
Hell no.
This nigga was stupid, bro. This nigga stayed like this the whole screen.
That nigga got
that nigga was the ran away from the plantation.
Oh man.
Hopefully this shit come off.
How is B Roy your favorite player though, for real?
Hold on, what he said?
How is B Roy your favorite player?
Oh, really, when I was playing college, but when I was high school and college and stuff, and just
Brandon Roy was
they both got bad knees. That's why.
Nah, nigga, I ain't got bad knees.
I'm from Seattle. That's why.
That boy was official, man.
Nah, I don't know. I just liked it especially it was official after that Dallas series when I seen him come back out of injury and really That one game where he lifted him back up, it was official then.
No, I would have dunked on Brandon Roy in his prime. That nigga couldn't do nothing with me.
Nah, Brandon Roy would have destroyed
You crazy.
How tall are you?
all these NBA players. When
I'm
like
6'11", bro.
Like we talk shit about people like
you was stand on business.
You got a football picture talking about you 6'11", nigga. You playing the wrong sport.
Nah, I'm only 6'1" and a half.
They don't even play football in Chicago like that.
Nah, yeah, we do, bro. Nah, I'm
Not
just saying. Nah,
seriously.
we don't. Nah, see, I
Nigga
was
said we don't.
I was a quarterback. You feel me? We ain't had no land, so I had to run that motherfucker every time. I ain't even had no time to drop back and throw shit. We just had to run.
You might every now and then you might have a nice football player come out of Illinois.
We got good football. It's just you gotta go if you in the city. You gotta go to school.
You gotta go to the suburbs. Yeah,
you gotta go to like Bolingbrook and shit. And maybe
it's really basketball out there.
Yeah, it's all right. But it's like that in every city though. Every major city except LA.
No, LA Indiana got football. Indiana is big on football.
I'm talking about major cities though. Ain't
Indianapolis.
No major city in Indiana.
Yes, it is. Indianapolis.
Is little as hell.
It's major, man. Not a major.
Indianapolis is.
Thought you about to get a stack on me from that bum ass. You got me fucked up. Really think I was gonna make that motherfucking bet, boy. I ain't stupid, you hear me? I'm far from dumb. Hey, Elder hit me last night. Ooh, you lucky you didn't make that bet. I said I ain't fucking stupid, dog. Really think I was about to make that bet?
Hey, I told you should have said 4. They might win 3, but
and they just got Drummond too. They should start winning a couple of games now.
Yeah,
all they would have to do is win one more game, and you was done.
Yeah, I was like, nah, I ain't doing that. The thing is, though, hey, do LeBron and AD come back healthy though, dog?
Yeah,
man, I'm keeping them out as long as I possibly can.
Hey, we're gonna have to get on that tomorrow because that's gonna take us down another 2-3 hours.
Yeah, I forget, bro. It's 7 o'clock. I ain't been asleep.
Sit up here with a burnt clothes on all damn
hours. Hey, I just got off work, so I'm ready.
Oh man! All right, man.
All right, Lamar. I'm out. I gotta get my ass ready for work, bro.
Man, I need to lay down. That's what I'm about to do. Get in this shower.
All right, bro.
All right, y'all.
I've been
hey, we're gonna be back
since the very beginning, bro.
You hold on. How come you ain't came in the live chat?
Nah, I was here, but I kind of, I just wanted to listen because it's my first time. You feel me? I didn't want to come in and just start saying anything. But I appreciate y'all for having this.
Everybody else
this platform. Hey, the one dude that was talking about Avery Bradley though, he was killing me.
Hold on, who was?
He talking about
Avery Bradley's better than Idle.
Yeah, but he was just gassing up Avery Bradley. Ain't seen him play at Liquid.
Boy, y'all was debating about that for a whole hour.
I'll just be trying to figure out how do you think Avery Bradley's a good player right now, and he can't even get on the court.
Nah, he's just a little too sensitive.
Yeah, he don't know. He don't like. He couldn't stand one of our roast sessions. He'd have got up.
That's what I'm saying. Motherfuckers was when I was killing y'all about Bo.
He lucky he wasn't here that night. That would have really got his. He would have had to turn his camera on, and then that would have really got on his ass. Oh man,
funny.
He said,
"Nah, shout out."
That's what. Yeah, that was the night where everybody was turning the camera on.
He said he's still here.
Oh, where is he at? Is he gonna come in?
He in the comment section. He said,
he said he's still here.
No, he ain't coming in no more.
Who is that?
What?
Yeah.
Go, Mike. You here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You were asleep all time. But he ain't said nothing in 3 hours.
Yeah, go, Mike.
What was that guy's name? What was that guy's name?
Respect all, fear none.
He made me fall asleep, man. He was talking so much nonsense. I fell asleep. I can't take this, man.
How did I not know Go Mike was still here the whole time?
He was still on.
He made me fall asleep talking that nonsense.
So fed up.
Hey, Lamont, I fell asleep because of that dude, man.
Oh man, he's right here.
That nigga got the
oh my god. This dude don't know basketball, man. I fell asleep because of this man.
Nah, you do.
He sound worse than me, man.
He just got his takes.
Where you guys from?
His tape.
That man said Avery Bradley.
I heard
we hear you.
And a lot of.
I see what he was talking about with AI, but I couldn't get with him on the Avery.
Yo, real quick, because I'm like 2 minutes away from my job.
First and foremost, man, salute to the panel. I rock with all y'all, bro. Stand on business just said, if I feel strong about something, I feel strong about it. It don't mean that, you know what I'm saying, I'm sensitive. You know what I mean? I'm just passionate. I love, bro, I do this, bro. I grew up just like y'all.
No, he was talking about the joke.
I can tell you know what you're talking about, bro.
He's talking about the joke stuff.
Yeah, no, but man, I really enjoy y'all channel, bro. It's way better than some of the shit that
you're welcome to come over here anytime, man.
I rock with y'all, and once you get to know me a little bit better, Go Mike, you'll see, bro. Like I know the game. I may be off.
You ain't never gonna get through the Go Mike.
Go Mike. Once Go Mike have a preconceived notion, he's stuck with this.
Yeah,
no, I caught him on a couple of things. I even caught a couple of his YouTube joints, bro. No, but it's all love, man. I'm about to pull into the J, but I rock with y'all. I'm gonna be on the next one.
All right, that's what's up.
Hey, turn my channel. All right, go.
All right, bro. You catch y'all there.
All right, bro.
Hey, Lamar, I ain't fell asleep on that dude, man. I fell asleep last time.
Hey, that's exactly what I'm about to do right now, man. I'm about to go top in the shower and lay down, man. Y'all always be extending these streams to 4 5 hours.
Let me say one last thing, Lamar.
What up, Go Mike?
Hey, when I heard we signed Drummond, man, I almost cried, dude.
Why?
I had the tears of joy, man. I was like, yes.
Man, who you playing next? Who your next 1v1 victim?
Hey, look, after we signed Drummond, man, I ain't got no complaints, man.
That's not what
man, who you playing next, man? Who your 1v1 victim?
Who I'm playing next? I'm gonna play this bed.
No, I'm saying though, who you gonna play one-on-one in basketball?
Man, I gonna be playing for a minute. I'm taking me a break, man. We got Andre Drummond. I'm happy, man.
Man, get your capping ass. All right. Capping like a mother.
Hey, Tayshaun home. Hey, Tayshaun home, bro. You cool, bro.
It's all good. I'm just saying, man. Hey, I just want to tune into your next basketball video. That's all.
Salute to Sean Webb in the chat. Sean, we about to shut it down. XX Tentash, you don't know I didn't slip in tar, but you can check out my last video and see what happened.
I'm gonna sing them songs though, Lamont.
Yeah, send me them songs. You know I'm definitely playing. I'm definitely gonna use them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Don't stay up, man.
Send to right now.
And every time I get the music, every time I play it, people be hitting me up like, who made that beat or who did this? So you should definitely let me know because people be asking.
All right, what's your email again?
All right, let me put it. I'm gonna put it in the private. I'm gonna put it in the private chat for you real quick, so that way you can just copy and
paste. Why you trying to roast me, Tayshaun Holmes?
Oh shit, dog! I can see names now. Go, Mike. Okay.
Business at FYFsports.com.
What's good, y'all?
You see it?
Tayshaun Holmes trying to roast me, man. Golly.
It's in the private chat, Tayshaun. GVO series.
When's the next time you guys is doing this?
What's today? Monday? Shit, I'm probably be back tonight.
Okay, yep. I work day shift, so I'll be on all the time. If I would have known this shit was going on, I would have been in.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be back live tonight, unless we do like a regular video. But yeah, we probably be back on tonight.
All right, man. I'll hit y'all up in, man. Thanks a lot.
All right, man. Hey, thanks for coming through, Draco.
Yep, for sure.
Lamar didn't even know I was here, did he?
I just forgot. Like it was so many people coming in and out. Like I just forgot that you was there. Normally, if, like you get silent for a while, I would put you out. But nah, hey, Go Mike. We're gonna be back. We're gonna be back tomorrow.
All right, man.
I'm gonna catch you later. True the King is on mute right now. I'm gonna go ahead and remove him. Man, salute to the chat, man. We're gonna be back tomorrow. Hey, but until then, man, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
All I hear is yap, 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 yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking TicketTV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. TicketTV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K subs, 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K subs, 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings. We all know who the really all know. Shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K subs, 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K subs, 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings. We all know who the real is.